I'm here.
Okay, so as I was telling the gentleman, we're going to go for about 2 hours. Since we've kind of pushed the time a little bit more, I might take that out of debate time just for everybody's time's sake. And so we start opening statements since, let's see, should traditional roles still have a place in modern society? Jake and Cooley, you are yeses. So I'm going to put you over on this side. And Soy and Wick, you are no's. So Jake and Cooley, you have the opening statement. Would either of you prefer to go first?
I'll go
Yeah, I'm happy
first.
to go
That's cool.
first.
Since I came in
You go
last,
for
I
it.
guess I'll go.
Go for it, Cooley.
Okay, cool. I'll
Okay.
go for it, Jake.
All right. And then Soy and Wick, either of you prefer to do the opening statement, or who would prefer to have the last word?
Doesn't matter to me. Whatever you want, Soy. I'll let you choose.
I'll go last, sure.
All
Okay.
right. I like it. That means you are the first one on the way out to make the closing statement. Soy and Cooley, you will have the final word at the end of the night. And so I do ask we not interrupt during opening and closing statements. If you have a hard time keeping your mouth shut, please hit your mute button so you don't accidentally giggle, laugh, or projectile vomit words onto the screen. Um, we'll do opening statements. Those are 4 minutes each. If you're welcome to use up all the time, or I prefer short and sweet, keeps the crowd happy. We'll get in right into the debate, and then we'll go into closing statements. Then we'll read and respond to super chats that come in, and then we will go into open panel dumpster fire. As I said before, you are not obligated to stay once I open the panel. You are more than welcome to, and I highly recommend it. It gets really fun and crazy. Um, and then once open panel starts, you can leave whenever you want. Doesn't matter. As I was telling them, Cooley, interruptions are a big no-no here. I absolutely despise them. Try to allow people to get their thought out before you want to respond back. Keep the insults to a minimum. I understand the entertainment factor. It's very fun, but let's not make a whole show out of it. And I think any questions to you, gentlemen?
Nope.
How's my
Okay.
mic? Is it loud enough?
Yeah, actually, let's go down the board. Cooley, if you could just say hello, hi, whatever.
Yep, my name is Cooley.
Okay, Jake, can you do the same?
Hello, hello, hi, hello.
All right.
He's a
and
little
then,
quieter for me. I don't know if you can turn yourself up.
Yeah, yeah, if you have an adjustment on your end, you want to do it.
Oh. I
Yeah,
don't think I
I,
can
uh,
individually adjust people. Or are you talking to him? Sorry.
I'll normally speak a lot about this level. So if that's too quiet, maybe we should turn me up a bit. Or
Yeah, I'll give you a little nudge on my end. You are pretty softer spoken on that thing. Okay, Wick, go for you.
Okay. Wick, Wick, Wick. That's my name. Here I
Mm,
am. Sound check.
You're definitely the louder of the three. Soy.
Wick, Wick, Wick. That's my name. Sound check.
All right. Wick, I don't know if you can turn down a nudge on your end or if I can do it on my
Let me see what I can do.
just a nudge. It's not a lot. You have a very clear mic and it's
Is
very
this better or
beautiful.
worse?
I think that's fine.
We
think that's
going
fine.
okay?
Mhm.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen, any final questions, thoughts? Oh my God, we're all going to die. Anything?
One day we will, but no, not today. Not today.
All right. Well, I will put you backstage. We've got about a 2.5 minute intro. I will put you back on stage when you have about 30 seconds left, so you're not caught picking your nose or anything crazy. Okay. All
Okay.
right.
Hey guys, I hope that no one else can hear me because apparently I am backstage. But this should be interesting. These people that we're debating are, well, one of them at least is a very large manosphere type guy. So, oh, sorry, you guys all have to watch the intro. Let's watch the intro, guys. Welcome to the chat. Have fun.
Captain's log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Reminder to the chat that we're following this up with the dumbest debate of all time.
Control, Yashinman, heavy boobies, 6+, low orbit, over grid 15-2. No joy, Yashinman. Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid. Copy, Yashinman. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid. Go on, track yourself right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flow. Wait one, Yashinman. We don't have one.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Raging Tomato. I am Sarah, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, I have David Cooley from No Fugazi podcast, Jake from Rattlesnake TV, The Soy Pill, and Wick TV here to bring us a debate on should traditional roles still have a place in modern society. Opening up this evening, David, would you like to give your opening statement?
Sure. So should traditional roles have a place in modern society? It's crazy that we even have to have this debate about something that's rooted in our biology and our reality. It's only in modernity, with all of these modern conveniences like technology that men created and rights that men grant, where someone can feel so comfortable and privileged to even question something that's common sense. Imagine the olden days if you're with your wife and you play rock, paper, scissors, shoot on who has to go out, walk 50 miles, get some water, and fight the bear. She will be pissed, lose attraction for you, and break up with you immediately. Guess what? Nothing has changed today. Imagine you're at home with your wife and an intruder breaks through the door and you say, "Hey, honey, rock, paper, scissors, who's going to handle the bad guy?" She'll break up with you instantly and cheat on you with your best friend. Men and women have a natural propensity that's rooted in their biology to be attracted and repulsed by things in the opposite sex. Generally, men are attracted to feminine women that's submissive and nurturing, and women are attracted to masculine men who can protect and provide. This is how society flourished since the beginning of time. In today's time, we see the negative results what happened in society when you move away from gender roles. Feminism plus media pushing propaganda, telling women they don't need a man, they're independent, and to prioritize their career over a family and children, which led to a major birth rate decrease, along with 1 million abortions per year, and women initiating 70 to 80% of the divorces. Men are weak and docile and don't have any emotional control because many of them don't have a masculine father in the household to block out the negative propaganda and instill and guide them in their natural masculine role. So I say this to say that gender roles is part of the human existence. There's no getting rid of it, and anyone that thinks and tries that they can get rid of it, they're an idiot. That's my
Fair enough. Thank you, David. Jake, to you.
Yes, good to see you all today. Happy to be here. I also am in a similar boat to Cooley, that when I saw the topic of the debate, I thought to myself, this is just a complete common sense no-brainer. Do we need traditional gender roles in society? yes, we clearly do, because if women don't have children, and if men don't procure and refine resources, and if men don't build things, then our civilization will likely go extinct. So on that level, on the societal level, it's very obvious. But then you look at that as a microcosm of even relationships. We can get into that obviously during the course of the debate if you want. I think that you'd have to seriously touch some grass if you were to take the opposite approach here and say that there isn't room for traditional gender roles. I can't imagine how deep into a Reddit rabbit hole, or how terminally online you'd have to be to think that that women would be happy to do away with masculine men, because women are clearly repulsed in the most part by very feminine men, and men tend to love and appreciate feminine women. So gender roles are not only necessary for the survival of our civilization, but even on the relationship level, on the micro level, they're completely necessary. And with that, I think I'm very excited to hear what our opponents' arguments are.
Thank you. Soy pill to you.
Yeah, I believe that gender roles, insofar as they're defined by what is socially expected of men and women, should be done away with. But that's not to say that women shouldn't give birth or that men shouldn't utilize their natural strength. And to be clear, I don't think that gender roles are exclusively harmful, and I don't think they should disappear tomorrow. I think there's plenty of positives that come from the expectation that men should be hardworking and protective, or that women should care for others and nurture our youth. But what I think is the societal expectations, which we use to encourage good behavior, don't really need to be gendered, and that aspects of gendering them are harmful. For example, toxic masculinity gets a lot of pushback because people think it demonizes all of masculinity, when really it's pointing to the failures of gender roles, telling men that they need to be stoic and strong, but not allowing them to be emotional and deal with stress or failure in a healthy manner. On the flip side, women might downplay or discourage their own intelligence and ambition to fit into this role of a subservient homemaker. So I think we can learn from the good that gender roles encourage and really apply these as virtuous behaviors to all people, and that any biological dichotomies, which won't go away, don't need to prescribe behaviors. Ultimately, I believe that people should have the freedom to choose outside of some gendered expectation.
Thank you, Soy pill. Wick to you.
Okay. So tonight we're going to talk about gender roles, traditional gender roles specifically, and if they have a place in modern society. I think to answer this question, we gotta inquire a little further. What place in modern society should gender roles have? Neither me nor Soy Pill here are going to be arguing that we should abolish stay-at-home moms or prevent men from working or anything like that. The core question, I think, to tonight's debate is this: who should be allowed to decide what role a person performs in their life? The government, one's community, one's neighbors, or, as I would argue, should the individual be able to make the choice for themselves on who they want to be and what they want to do? Should society or the government restrict access to a woman who wants to enter the workforce, who wants to start a business or run a company? No. Should society or the government restrict access to a man who wants to stay at home to raise his sons and daughters while his wife goes out and earns money for their household? I don't think so. The question is, who gets to decide? The argument of men should fulfill this position in the family or this position in the workforce, while women should fulfill this other role in the family and this other role in the workforce, is a very anti-merit based argument. Me, I'm a merit guy. I believe that the best person for the job should do the job. If it happens to be a man, great. Happens to be a man. Happens to be a woman, then it is a woman. When we try and shoehorn individuals into these pre-programmed slots, we stymie innovation, creativity, and productivity. Let us cast off these chains of these DEI gender roles that my opponents here want to push and really stick to what matters in the long run, which is merit. And that's my argument today. I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. As a kind reminder to everyone, we will go through the debate, do closing statements, read and respond to your super chats, and then, of course, your most favorite, we will open up for open panel dumpster fire. Gentlemen, the floor is open.
Yes, fellas, good to meet you both today. I'm interested to know about the perspective in regards to how we are meant to procure and refine resources and actually build things if we don't have traditional gender roles. And by traditional gender roles, I mean that men have their masculine duty, which is to build the infrastructure of society. If we don't actually have that, and if that's completely obfuscated, and if men don't fulfill that duty, then how do we actually build things in society, and how do we procure and refine resources?
Yeah, I can address this. So I think the mistaken statement here is that by saying we don't have gender roles, that somehow that means we'll do away with the concept of men being this predominantly military force, or men being predominantly this force of strength and building or doing all these things that women can't embody based on merit, like Wick said, right? Like if there is some
Women.
specific strength role that they can't fill because they're naturally not as strong as a man, somehow that means that it's a gender role for the man to do that. When really all we're saying is, yeah, of course we need people to build society, we need people to give birth, we need people to defend our country, but these aren't things that should be for all men to do. These are things that some are exclusive to men because of what needs to be done there. But that doesn't mean that we're saying, hey, you're a man, you have to do this. And that's just kind of exemplified by the fact that most men don't do these things. Most men
But
don't
the thing
have
is, though,
manual labor jobs. Most men don't
yeah.
serve in the military. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I get that. But in like, if you look at it in this societal context, if men were to stop doing that tomorrow, if men were to stop performing that role, because it is a role, and we do have guys who get up and work with electrical lines every day, and guys who do roof tiling, and guys who do concreting and ice road trucking, that is a masculine role because women aren't actually physically capable of doing those jobs for the most part. There might be some Game of Thrones ladies out there that can do the job, but for the most part, they can't do that job. And what we see in society is that those duties do get fulfilled, and it's because it is a masculine imperative. And when I look at those duties being fulfilled, I think that men have to have an incentive to actually fulfill those duties. And the incentive, generally speaking, is that they can have a wife and they can have a family and they can provide for their family and they can live a life that's not lonely and that's healthy and that has relationships and kids and all these sorts of things. And if you actually deprive them of that opportunity, and if they can't have a wife, and if women aren't fulfilling their feminine roles, which is to have children and be wives and mothers, etc., then there is no incentive for men to keep on doing that. So we're at a stage now in society where we have a much lower birth rate, where people aren't pair bonding as much when they're younger, and then men, I think, have less and less incentive to actually fulfill those masculine roles, and they're wanting to become TikTokers and YouTubers now instead of becoming plumbers and carpenters, etc. So there is a bit of an issue actually playing out before our eyes with this.
Yeah, go ahead, Wick.
Sure. Well, when you say incentive to perform these roles, I mean, they do get paid a salary. The money is exchanged. They're offered a contract. Say, hey, if you do this job, we will give you X, Y, and Z. Here's the money you'll get per year. Here's the benefits you'll get per year. So when you say incentives, I think you, and correct me if I'm wrong, you seem to be implying that there's a lack of incentive for men to.
But do you think that incentive is purely materialistic?
If I may finish my question, right?
There's a lack rambling. I understand what
Hold on, let him finish the thought, please, and then you can respond, Jake.
It's a simple question. I get it. Yeah.
I mean, you don't even know my question. You haven't even heard me answer. Question
You're saying that is the incentive purely materialistic? You're saying they have a materialistic incentive.
That's not what I'm asking you. And
Go ahead and finish the question, Wick.
Right. My question is, my statement here is that you seem to be implying that this materialistic incentive is not enough. So I'm going to ask you directly, what incentives do you think that are lacking for men today that you think men should have access to? Should a company provide them a wife or something? Is that what you're trying to imply?
Should a company provide them a wife? No,
if
that's not what I'm saying.
If the material incentives that they are offered are not enough, which you seem to be implying, is that not correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if that's the case, what extra incentives that they do not yet get are you wanting the company to offer, or the society
I never
to offer,
said that
or
it was
offer?
incumbent upon the company to offer that. I said that men are incentivized by the idea that they can have a wife and that they can actually pair bond and they can mate with the opposite sex. This is what incentivizes men to build things. This is what incentivizes men to go out and create things. And also, men are very incentivized by the idea of legacy. Men want to pass on their genetics and they want to have a legacy over multiple generations. And if you don't think that men are incentivized by legacy and by the opposite sex, then that is just a completely delusional take. It's not incumbent upon the company to provide them with a wife, but societally, we should be in a stable society. A man can go out and work hard and make something of himself, and then he can have access to a wife and have access to being able to carry on his lineage, because that incentivizes men to go out and build things.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with any of your descriptions of that some people are absolutely incentivized this way. I'm curious what you're prescriptively suggesting, because, I mean, if you look at any of the countries that are fighting, and this is happening all over the world, by the way, this kind of lack of replacement birth rate, whether it be in a more progressive place where you would say, oh, this is because of a lack of gender roles, or because it's in Hungary or Georgia where they're doing incredibly pro-natalist policies that just aren't working. I'm curious as to why you would think that somehow returning to these gender roles would necessarily be the the solution to what you deem as the collapse of society, especially when someone like South Korea is facing like the worst of this replacement rate, and they are one of the most traditionally conservative places in the world. It doesn't seem like it's a proper solution. And we can address, I guess, all the arguments about whether or not this has anything to do with whether or not we should prescribe these pro-family values in everyone, regardless of their gender. I don't think this is exclusive to men or women, and I don't think you can point to a country that is embodying this and somehow doing it because of the gender roles is succeeding.
So you said you can't point to a country that's succeeding in what, sorry?
You can't point to a country that's succeeding because of like they're strictly adhering to like all men need to do this, all women need to do this, and therefore now we have prosperous high birth rates and our economy is flourishing.
Yeah,
I just don't see that happening.
We can point to a country, Israel. You look at Israel and they've got a birth rate above 3, and one of the reasons why is because they have an Orthodox Jewish community that has a massive birth rate. They have a big IVF program, which is a bit, that's a different conversation. But they've also got the sort of family structures where the grandparents will come in and look after the children, etc. And they also have a lot of shame around having children outside of wedlock. So there's a lower rate of single motherhood, etc. But also they've got another thing, which is nationalism. They've got a lot of countries around them that want to take them out. So obviously they need to reproduce. And one of the Palestinian leaders, Yasser Arafat, is on record saying that his greatest weapon is the woman's womb. So that's how the Arabic countries around them think, that they want to outbreed them and, eventually whatever.
Sure.
So Israel is a really good example
though,
of that.
because that is a good example. I'm happy you brought that up because that wouldn't be one that I would think of. But then I guess that would kind of contradict the whole idea of gender roles when I think of the fact that we put, I'm paid by them, by the way, they put women and men into the, IDF to serve in the military. And like, it seems like they're, if anything, kind of moving away from traditionally masculine, traditionally feminine things. Now, if you want to argue, yeah, we need to encourage some degree of like, birth pronatalism to make a country survive, especially when it gets this dire, I wouldn't even argue with that necessarily. I just don't think that's the same thing as what society expects from people and saying that you need to do this or you're not a real woman and you need to do this and you're not a real man, which is kind of the crux of the discussion.
A few points to touch here. So first of all, in terms of the Israelis and their the IDF, the women are all in support roles. The women are not out there on the front lines. If you look at the death toll of the IDF men to women, it's substantially more men. The women aren't going and fighting. The women are making TikToks and they're probably making the sandwiches for the guys and stuff. They're maybe standing at the traffic stops and pretending to do something. It's a little bit for show, but it is a part of this sort of nationalistic push that they have where they're like, everybody has the duty to serve the country, etc. You also brought up Japan and South Korea. These are really good examples. Now, what this actually does play slightly into the favor of what you guys are saying in the fact that there are other explanations for collapsing birth rates. One of them is urbanization. One of them is as a country becomes more wealthy and people live in smaller places and the population grows and people get more urbanized, they want to have less kids because, it becomes less affordable. But also these countries are atheist countries. They're not religious countries. They have some sort of cultural traditions, etc. But I think that the birth rate problem is a deeply religious problem. And it's a similar problem that we're having in the West at the moment, that as we go away from religion and as we go away from God, people have much less incentive to actually procreate.
Well, why would you say then it's happening in Georgia, which is like a kind of Orthodox country, or why would it be happening in these like sub-Saharan communities, which have religious ties, and people like to fearmonger about how they're going to birth all these crazy migrants with these high rates, and yet they're also seeing the same decline. I think if you look into this at all, you'll see that there's actually no consensus as to why the birth rates are falling in all of these countries with completely different environments. It seems to be, I think there's a quote from someone that said, hey, if you could solve and show why this is happening, you'd win a Nobel Prize, because it's kind of baffling people as to why it's literally happening across the board, across all of these countries. Like, how can that all be from religious or lack of religion?
Well,
if I
here,
may
the thing
piggyback
is,
off that just
go
real
ahead,
quick,
Wick.
just
Yeah,
real
you could
quick,
piggyback
right?
off
This
of.
idea
I'll
that
go next.
the women who serve in the IDF are just kind of standing around pretending to do things is just not borne out by the facts. A lot of them do serve in security roles and other types of places. While yes, they're not all on the front lines fighting, I think logistics serves a valuable and logistics wins wars, frankly. And those are the people who are putting their lives on the line. And I just think that, like, to point out Israel as a place that has moved away from gender, that has moved away from gender roles in a large society, and using that to kind of promote your point that we need to stick with gender roles just doesn't connect.
Yeah, and I've heard that Ethan Klein's wife is a terrorist, and I don't think that could happen if she just was making sandwiches, but I'm not sure.
I wanted to give Cooley the opportunity to jump back in.
for it.
Yeah, no,
Sorry.
I see where you guys are going with this. So the big thing, it's influence. Influence is the big thing. Like Jake is saying, he's saying like, religious is an influence, and then traditions is an influence as well. So question to you, Soy. You
Mhm.
said that in your opening, you said that you believe that people should have freedom to choose.
Yes.
So let me just ask you a question. My question is, should people should we promote and push gender roles to like move society that way? Should we influence people to adhere to gender roles, or should we not?
Right. So I think what's kind of been happening up until now, and we've kind of deviated this in the recent years, is that we have been pushing gender roles. We say, hey, men, you go work, provide for your family, you'll be happy. Hey, woman, stay at home, like make the home, raise the children, you'll be happy. And as we've kind of moved away from this, you see that like the stickiness of kind of pushing these roles is, I think, causing more harm than good in certain places. I don't think these are completely useless, by the way. Like, I agree, we should be promoting men to be hard workers. I just don't think we shouldn't be promoting women to also be hard workers. I think any of the good things you can take from these roles could be applied across the board. And unfortunately, what's happened now is because we've told men for so long, hey, if you're a hardworking go-getter guy and you go get a job, that's all you need to do. What that has done is created this kind of male loneliness epidemic where they realize, hey, I've done everything the gender role told me to do. I'm stoic, I'm progressive, I'm strong, I'm going out and I'm working, and it's just not enough anymore. And it's because we've limited what a man should be to this very narrow pigeonholed sort of definition. And I think that it is just more harmful to society than just saying, hey, like everyone needs to go out and do all of these virtuous things that we've been promoting with gender roles, just not exclusively to gender.
Yeah, got you. So you really haven't answered my question. So remember, in your opening, you said that people should have their freedom to choose, freedom of choice.
Yes.
Right. So my question to you is, if people have the freedom of choice, right?
Mhm.
Choice, what should we influence them? Like if you influence
Yeah, so
someone,
I know it's vague when I say
let me just finish it
virtuous.
out. Wait,
Sorry,
let me
go ahead,
finish
go
it
ahead,
out.
go
Let
ahead.
him finish it, and then we
If
can
you
respond.
influence someone, they still have the ability to adhere to whatever you're influencing them on, or to neglect it. It's still choice. So my question is, should we influence society about feminism? Be an independent woman. I don't need a man. Or should we influence people to say, hey, you know what? These gender roles, these traditional roles, these are things that's good, even though they can still choose something else. We do see today with the influence of feminism, it actually led people to make a choice to not prioritize family and children and stuff like that. So, my question to you again, should we influence people to adhere to gender roles? Yes or no?
Right. So sorry if this is vague. I promise I did answer your question, but I'll try to elaborate a different way. So when I say, hey,
It's
we
just
should
yes or
promote
no.
virtuous, well, okay, no is my answer, and I'll explain why.
Okay,
So I
got
do
you.
think
So
we
you
should be
want
promoting
boys to be
virtuous
girls
behaviors that do.
Hold on,
and girls
Cooley.
to
Let
be
him
boys,
let
right?
him el- let
Yeah,
him
that's
elaborate,
not what I
please.
said. So I think we should be promoting good behaviors that make society better. I think that gender roles as those behaviors are limited in the fact that if we tell everyone, hey, men can only do this and women can only do that, and if you're out of this spectrum of what I've defined a man and a woman should be, you're doing something wrong. I think that limits more than it helps at this point. And I think that all of the good things that do come from that, we can do agendered. That's what I'm saying. So no, I don't think gender roles should be promoted because I think the good behaviors are independent of those and can be influenced independent of those.
Can I ask you a question, Cooley, if I may?
Sure, I was gonna reply back to Al. Just go ahead, Wick.
Reply. I
No,
can wait
Wick.
till you reply.
Wick.
It's
No,
fine.
Wick. You're fine. Ladies
Okay.
first.
Ladies first. Well, as I said, you
Got
can
him.
go to Soy. Go ahead.
No, I'm messing. Really, Wick? You can go ahead. Go
That was
ahead.
very cucked of you.
Fair enough. I try to be kind, and thank you for allowing me to go.
Yeah.
If a man wants to stay at home and raise his children, which is not a traditional role that a man has, and his wife wants to go out and work and earn a living, etc., do you think that society should look down on that man for doing that?
Do I think society should look down on that
Yes,
man for
that
doing it?
society,
Okay.
his
I'll
community,
give
his
you.
neighbors, etc., should disincentivize that man from doing that. Should
I'll
look
give you
down on
two
him,
answers.
etc.
Two
Go
answers.
ahead.
One, generally speaking, his wife will look down on him. So that will be the first thing. The wife will look down on him, even though the woman was influenced to prioritize a career. Like you said, hey, yeah, I want to go out there and get my bag. And he's in the home taking care of the kids. There's a very high probability. Women have a natural propensity to be repulsed by a man that's not operating in masculinity. You get what I'm saying? So yeah,
I
in
don't
some
actually, but
situations,
go ahead.
that's fine. And there's exceptions to every role. In some situations, yeah, I'm sure it maybe works. You get some masculine chick that she wants to be out there working, and you get some feminine male and he wants to be in a home with the children and he has low T. Yeah, I'm sure that relationship dynamic works. Kudos to them. Guess what? Exceptions don't make the rule. Right. So generally speaking, that wouldn't work. So what would be my general answer to your question? Yeah, I would, if I see that, I'll be like, you're a cuck. What are you doing in the house? You're a loser. You're a dork.
I don't
Okay.
think.
I
I
would
think
make
the
fun
issue
of
here
them.
is you're prescribing that this is the majority of things, and therefore we should encourage it. And all we're saying is we shouldn't necessarily adhere and say this is the only thing you can do. And you kind of gave that away in saying, yeah, there are exceptions, and that's kind of our point: is that there are exceptions to this. I don't think that makes them less of a man, and I don't think we should be shaming people for making a choice which you yourself agreed can
Is
work in certain
generally
places.
the wife would think that he's less of a man.
And if she does, then he's got a problem. But that doesn't mean
And
we
men
should
in the
discourage
locker
them from
room,
Unless
trying
you
to do
are
things
his
they
wife.
like.
boys in the
on.
locker
All
room would
right,
think that he's
gentlemen,
less of a man. Oh, wait, you're at home cooking? I go home, food is already cooked for me, you dork. So generally, guess what? What's naturally going to happen is he's going to be made fun of. That's what's naturally going to happen, right? So
Okay,
if we
but
promote
is that a
this,
should
or
or
no, it will happen.
okay?
It will happen.
Yeah,
And
well,
guess
so we're
and
not
that
arguing, just to be clear, we're not arguing that there's not good, look, women give birth, right?
Yeah.
Apparently some men do now too, right? But that doesn't mean that
No,
a huge,
that
vast
is-
majority
that
of women
never
are the ones
happened.
giving birth, right? So we're not saying, well, we need to even this out. Men need to give more birth. We're saying that just because a vast majority of women are going to be giving birth to the next generation of people doesn't mean that prescriptively we should be telling them, hey, this means you have to be a homemaker. Hey, this means you have to do XYZ as a woman, right? This is, we're not
point that I'm
saying,
making, I get what
hold
you're
on, let him,
now.
let him
Okay, I'm
finish.
sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I think he
Sorry,
gets it.
sorry,
Let him
we're
respond.
done.
It's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I get what you're saying. And the point that I'm making is that people, like you said, in your opening, I want you to think a little bit, right?
Mhm.
And I'm not saying this to like saying that you're not thinking, but like think on a question that I'm asking. Like I was active listening to you.
Mhm.
So in your opening, you said that you want people to have freedom of choice,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
I believe that too. Have
Okay.
freedom of choice. Choose what you want. But guess what? We know that influence is a very powerful force, right? So since influence is a very powerful source, then I think that we should influence people to adhere to gender roles because we know that leads to higher birth rates. We know that leads to a lot of good things in society. But even though there's always going to be exceptions to the rule, there's always going to be people that don't choose to adhere to gender roles. But guess what? Let's say if we promote some propaganda to not adhere to gender roles, then it's just going to increase the birth rates. It's going to increase the women not having children. It's going to increase women in the workforce and men being docile, like Wick's example of men being in the home, working and taking care of the children, and women out there working. It's just going to increase that. That's what I'm saying.
Well, again,
the probability will definitely increase if we push the opposite of gender roles.
But we're not saying that we need to push the opposite of gender roles. We're saying we don't need to push gender roles, and that
Gender
the
roles
things
at
that
all.
you're, by the way, the things that you're prescribing that are like,
Feminism
hey, a
is
woman
pushing the
should.
opposite
of
Okay,
gender
well,
roles,
this isn't
though.
a
He
feminism
waited.
debate, right?
Go
We're
ahead.
talking
Go ahead.
about, hey, we want more women to have give birth, right? Like you can do that exclusively of saying, hey, woman, you need to do this or you're a bad person. It's just saying, hey, like we're going to incentivize this because we need replacement rates, and so if you want to do this, you can. This is about the choice. It's not saying, hey, the opposite of gender roles is better. It's saying, hey, there's good things from gender roles, but I think that the negatives that come from that don't need to happen, and we can promote good behaviors exclusive of gender roles. This doesn't mean we have to do
Yeah.
the
I think
opposite.
it's
It's-
men and
One
women.
quick
Hold
question
on,
for
I
you,
wanted to
Soy
give
Pill. One
Cooley
quick
the
question.
opportunity to respond because he was
One
trying
quick
to
question
interject.
for you then, Soy Soy Pill. Then do you want
No. You could. That's the point. That's the whole. Yeah.
No, I mean, I kind of misspoke, but all right. So, do you think that we should stop the propaganda and the push towards feminism, or should we? Because, like, you want to stop this gender role and this masculinity and femininity dynamic, right? That's what you want to stop.
Mhm.
You say that we don't need to influence the masses towards that. So, my question for you is: then, should
Stop
we
the feminism?
influence? Yeah, should we stop feminism then?
It depends on what aspect you mean. It's a really wide topic, and there's probably a lot of stuff that you and I would agree is like not helpful to society. But ultimately, I think the point of feminism, in its very most generic gray blobby form, is to give women that choice. And I think that's a good thing, that people should be allowed to choose what they want to do. Now, if you're going to talk about like, hey, like, should we promote women saying never have kids and go be girl boss? Like, yeah, again, that's promoting the opposite of the gender role. I'm not necessarily saying we do that, but I think feminism in its purest form is probably fine. I don't think that's a terrible thing.
Okay, so should we promote women should be independent and sexual liberation and stuff like that?
I think that we should promote women should have the choice to be independent and have sexual liberation if they want to.
But we already know that they all have a choice. So the thing is, what I'm getting at here, and I want the audience to pay attention, is that he's totally against promoting gender roles and masculinity and femininity, the good things about it, right?
No,
but
that's
in
not what I
regards
said.
to feminine, you are.
No, I said we should take the good things from it and promote it in a non-gendered way.
In a non-gendered way.
I'm against exclusively gendering things. So like, name me one thing for men or women,
Hold on,
please.
I did want.
I'm curious, because I could change my. They could change my mind here. Could you name me like a specific gender role, like a societal expectation of someone that would not be able to apply to both? Because when you say like, oh, give birth, you should have more babies, I don't really see that as a societal pressure insofar as like, yeah, we have to tell women to do this. Women have babies, they will do it. And yeah, if the replacement rate got to like a very, very low, like, hey, this is an existential crisis, I would probably promote some sort of government intervention. Like, look guys, like in the same way conscription needs to happen to defend our country, woman, you got to have more babies, we're gonna all go extinct. Like, I understand that, but that's very different from, hey, like, men do this, women do this. I think those can be extrapolated to both genders.
All right, first of all, Soy Pill, we need to get one thing straight, okay? I need you to say women.
I can't. I promise. I fuck this up all the time. Women, woman, women. I fuck it up all the time.
You've been watching too much TikTok, my friend.
I don't watch any TikTok. I'm just stupid.
Not woman, okay? All right, in terms of expectations, though, do you think that men can give birth?
If we're talking about woke trans ideology, yes. Otherwise, obviously, biologically, no.
So you think that men can give birth? That's fantastic.
If they identify as a man and they're biologically female, yes, they can give birth.
Okay, then let me refine the question for you, since this is not the topic of the debate.
Yeah.
Can biological men give birth?
No, not yet. I heard there's womb transplants on the way, though.
Oh, Lord.
Okay.
Can a baby goat give birth if she identifies if he identifies as a male?
Got him? No.
Okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, in terms of this one, I think you're trying to evade the whole question about birth rates. You just said that if there was an existential crisis with the birth rate, then you would promote gender roles, right? You would promote that biological
I would promote women to have more. I would
incentivize
them, yeah. But I don't think that's a gender role insofar as like the way we know them today. Well, it's funny because like I said, I brought up Georgia, I brought up Hungary, and they're trying to do things by saying, hey, have 5 kids, you'll pay no taxes, or like, I guess maybe the Israel example works. I think that has a lot more to do with they feel like if they don't have enough babies, they will literally not have a country anymore.
Exactly.
And they're that close to it. And I think, yeah, if we got that close to it, maybe we would have to promote that women should have more babies. But again, when I talk about gender roles, I'm not talking about, hey, what is the biological imperative? I kind of said this in my opening to avoid this because I don't think it's nearly as important as most of these other. It's not about avoiding it because I don't think it's like a thing I can defend. It's just, it doesn't matter insofar as, yeah, should we tell women that they need to have kids? I don't think we should, unless it was so existential that we had to, and I just don't think we're there yet. So it's more about the fact that, hey, should women be allowed, like, have the choice to go work? It's like, yeah, absolutely, we should say you can choose that if you want. Is it better if women are in the house? Well, if they want to do that, they should be able to. And I don't think we should say you're a bad woman or you're not a real woman if you don't do either of those things. But that's more of where I'm coming from.
Okay. And let me, Jake, for just a moment, I wanted to throw it back to Wick because he was waiting his turn for a while. I wanted to give him an opportunity, and then back to you, Jake.
A little bit. I will say
it's a lot to
that,
respond to, but yeah.
Sure.
Yes, you absolutely can. Just let Wick go through.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. I ditched out for a minute, so maybe I missed the answer to this question, right? Simply because my internet just had a hiccup. So if I do, just please repeat it for me. Forgive me for that. But did you ever answer Soy's question about what is a specifically like a masculine trait that only applies to men?
I think they said the give birth one, but even though I kind of.
But we're getting into if I may respond to that.
Wick. If you're going to sit here and argue with me that women can exclusively defend the country and that men don't have the imperative to defend the country, then we're just going to get into a territory of absurdum.
Have you ever served?
Okay, so that means that men can't defend the country. Well done.
Have you ever served?
Great argument. Great argument.
No, I'm
Wick.
just asking, just
great
so I know how
argument.
much
Jake,
Because
if
I've
I
never
may,
done it,
Jake,
that
he's
means
not
that
saying
men
that
can't,
men
yeah.
can't defend the country. He's saying that this is clearly not a gender role, that only men can like do this. In fact,
Absolutely. I
most
just
men
don't
don't.
know.
I mean, like the percentage of people in the military that are men, or just people in the
Go ahead,
military
Wick,
period,
ask
is
your
like
Yeah,
a
I
very
question.
small percentage.
well,
So
the reason I'm asking, right, is because I don't know how much I have to explain to you about how like our defense structure works, our defensive industrial base, or anything regarding war or anything like that works. So I need to know how much experience you have with it. Have you ever served in any
No.
capacity? No. Okay. So we have a wealth of people in the American military, right, and also in the Israeli military, which you mentioned to somehow support your point that women can't defend the country and things like that. There's this thing called technology, and it works for wonders. We have, and you can see this in the Ukraine and Russian war. A lot of the fighting now is done via drones, and sure, it's not exclusively to that, but to act as if women cannot support our defense and serve in the country, and that it is a strictly masculine trait to defend the country is just forgive the French here, but it's bullshit.
Okay,
Bullshit.
so
Yeah,
what's the death toll? If you look at the death toll of the Russia-Ukraine war, what is it meant to women, Wick?
Do you know?
Yeah, but do you know?
What is it? Tell me.
Well, you don't. You seem like an expert about it.
I'm just
You seem like an
asking you
expert
what
about
you think
warfare.
it
So
is.
do you know what the death toll is? If you had to guess, what would it be?
and then name
I'm
all the
sure
oblasts.
that more men have died than women because more men serve than women.
What do you think? What do you think roughly? Like if you had to give me a percentage, how many percentage of people
10
do you
to
think
1,
would be
5 to 1, something like that.
500 to
Yeah,
1.
it's at least not over 99% men who are dying in warfare.
Certainly.
Do you think that's a coincidence, Wick? Do you think that's just because maybe the
I
women are
already
so
told you
good at
it's
combat
because
they're just
most
dodging
of
bullets,
the-
or do you
most
think
of
that
the
it's
people
because
serving on the
the
front line
men
are
are the
men.
ones who are
Let Jake
conscripted
go,
to the
then.
front line to defend the country because they're literally fighting with bayonets in some regards, and they're fighting in hand-to-hand combat? You're saying that the warfare is so different. No, it's not. This is like World War I, World War II type warfare that's happening over in Russia, Ukraine at the moment. And there's thousands and thousands of men dying every single day. So you can sit there from your little studio and say that, oh, hypothetically, women could press a button and women could drop a bomb. But that's just not the reality of the way that things are working. And it's the exact same thing in the Israeli-Hamas
Well,
war
maybe
at
the
the
women
moment.
aren't dying
All
because they're
men
smart and
dying.
they're hiding behind the drone controller. You
No,
know, like all the stupid
That's
men are
probably
going
what
out
it
in
is.
the
And they're probably
trenches.
just dodging bullets.
It's just silly, right? To think that.
Okay, tell me how it's silly.
Sure, there are women right now in the American military who help pilot drones and things like that, and these are very, very lethal lethal weapon systems, lethal equipment. And while yes, there are places where it takes strength, who do you think would win in a fight? If I gave a woman a gun and you didn't have a gun, and I told you, you guys get to fight, and you had to put money on who's going to win that fight, who would it be?
Yeah, well, it's disanalogous. How about we say this? This is a fair
Answer my
analogy.
question, please.
This is a fair analogy. If
Can
you
you
give a
answer my
man a
question?
gun and
I
a
want
woman
the
a gun,
audience
who
to
do you
know
think
that
is
he
more likely
cannot
to
answer
win?
the question. Just
Well, because
let that be
it's a
known.
stupid question. If you give a woman a gun and she's
You
pointing
may
at
be
the
a
man and the
stupid
man has
person,
no
but I
gun,
promise you it's a
obviously the
very
woman
intelligent
is going to be able to kill him. But it's disanalogous, Wick, because if you have a Russian man with a gun and a Ukrainian woman with a gun, or let's say we have 20 on each side, 20 men, 20 women, the women are getting smoked every single time.
Wait, why? Don't you
That's
think
just
they have
not
better
true.
training than
There's
the
a
Russian
whole
military?
host of factors that would allow women to just entirely smoke that regiment of men. Mostly, it would come on to intelligence. Who was able
It's
to
funny,
see
just-
the other people?
It's really funny how
before
this
the
is
fact.
just not happening in reality.
Yeah,
This is just
yeah,
a
it
complete figment of your imagination, Wick. This is just not happening in reality. So you
Yeah,
can
Wick,
sit here and you can argue all day, oh, well, we
Again,
could give the women some special forces
You
training.
just
but it's not, why
said
aren't they doing that?
that
Why aren't they doing that?
99% of the casualties are men. So that might
Yes.
suggest that the women are dying at a less high rate because they are better at it.
No, because they are not in the
dummy.
military. They are not in the military.
Can I
Wick.
try to refocus?
Okay,
can
I'll
I ask
just
a
let the
Hold on,
question?
audience
I'll
decide on that one.
refocus it a little
Yeah.
bit, Wick, because I don't think he's understanding, or maybe he's just being disingenuous. But obviously, there's more men in the military for a reason.
Yes,
women
it's a
are in
traditional
the
rule.
women are in the military in some supportive roles and some of the roles that you stated as well. But it's on a macro level, would you want a lot of women to join? Like his example, 20 women versus 20 men. The men would destroy them. And
I
it's
would
not
have
because
to-
like Soy Pills said, let me finish. It's not because like Soy Pills said, well, they can probably destroy the men if they have better training. No, it's from a biological thing, right?
What biological
Biologically-
imperative makes them better at
Stop
shooting?
it. Incorrect. Biologically,
question.
men are Biologically, men are better at reflexes. Men are better at eye-hand coordination and a multitude of other things. So
They're stronger to carry the
biologically,
equipment.
they're stronger to carry the equipment, everything. Biologically, men are just better operators at guns and everything else, bro. Women will get destroyed.
I mean, this is kind of a silly
think that
hypothetical, so I don't
if
really
I
jump in
may.
too much further, because I do have a question, and this kind of brings this back to this gender
And then-
rules thing.
and then
So
to it.
I would posit that you would both agree with this, but let me know if you don't. Do you think that men have a duty to defend the household?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
So would you say if the man's at work and someone comes in and the mom is there with the kids, does she have a duty to defend her kids?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay.
Yes.
So would you say that then we could both say, hey, parents should probably defend their children, and we can say that without gendering it, and that's totally a fine statement and takes the positives from both of those gender roles and says, hey, why don't we promote good behavior that's going to make society flourish by saying, be a virtuous person and defend your children?
Hold on a second. Do you believe that a man has a duty to defend his household?
Yeah, of course.
Or would you put your wife in front? Okay, so then
Well,
you
again,
believe
see
what we
how
believe.
you've like now implicated a situation where, hey, don't you think it's worse if you throw the weaker and less effective person into the fray when you have a dangerous situation? And I've completely not talked about that at all. Like, yeah, I agree.
Weaker and less
I don't think you should. I also don't think that a child should be on the front line of that and say, hey, I'm going to throw my kid in front of the bullets so I can get a couple extra shots off. But I'm saying that both the man and the woman should be protecting their household to the extent of their abilities. And you don't have to say, hey, if
You
you
guys
can't do
disagree with
this, you're a
that?
bad man or you're a bad woman.
Hold on a second. So just quickly, you do agree that you just said that women are weaker and less effective.
Yeah, in principle and in general, I don't think in every case, but yeah, in most cases, I would say.
So
Wick,
so
do you agree to
therefore
that?
it would be yeah.
This
Wick,
is
you-
factual. I
Physically,
mean,
yes.
Okay, cool. Well, so
But
then,
again,
yeah,
if
that-
my
that-
wife
that-
had
that
a gun
completely-
and I did
Yeah.
not, then the one with the gun is going to be doing the work. You understand?
Okay, let's
right?
just give the women the guns. I'm sure they'll be too
If
super
they
turned on
happen
by
to
that
have
statement.
it, again, you're
Yeah.
positing this situation, right? Where like,
Listen, if
oh,
the
the
woman
man
has the
has
gun,
to
she
come up
throws
and
the gun to the
st-
man.
I guess I don't get to talk today.
I
guess you
just
guys
heard the
get to-
collective
Yeah,
vagina
I
of
want
every
to.
woman
I
in
want
this
to
whole
just
entire
kind
chat
of
right now.
reset the panel, and I want to just throw a funny little joke out there. I think I'm the only one here that actually has served in the military.
I served for 6 years.
Oh, I'm sorry, Wick.
Yeah, I
I
was a
didn't know.
cryptolinguist. That's why I asked, right? That's why I'm bringing this up.
Yeah.
Unlike
That is
the
funny.
yeah, I guess you got your chatters who are like the Meal Team 6, the people like that, right? But no, I've served alongside many women in the armed services of the Air Force
But
specifically.
I think
they
we
were
should
very
carry on
effective.
that line though. Just in terms, so you guys actually agree that women are weaker and less effective than men. That completely
general,
makes our
yeah.
point about the military thing. That you just made our point. You just completely just destroyed
what's
your
your
own
point?
argument there.
That all men
Our-
should
our
serve in the
point
military?
Is that you were saying that women can be as effective at military and that they're dying at lesser rates because they're just so damn good
Well,
at it.
I was
They're
joking
just
about the
dodging
whole,
No, I was
oh,
I
they're
was
smarter
making
in
fun of
dodging
you,
bullets.
if I may. I was making fun of your point. You understand why I was saying that, right? Because I was making fun of your dumbass point from earlier, where you said 99% of men are dying. It's because yes, you have far more men in the military than you have women. So obviously that's going to be the case. But to act as if that means something in the case of the argument that we're having with gender roles is just not true. Look,
Well, it does mean
I
something.
said
Let
at
me
the
stop
beginning
you right
I
there.
said at the beginning. I said it. You can't stop me right there.
I've
So I
been
said at the
blown out there.
beginning, right? I said at the beginning of this discussion during my opening statement that I think the best person for the job that just so happens to be men in many cases. But when we go into these traditional gender roles and we make them strict and we make them restrictive, what that does is that women who might happen to be better marksmen than everyone else, right, that's around them, which can happen. I'm sure you would agree. Like, it might be rare, but it can happen. When we make these gender roles too restrictive, what we do is we lessen our ability to have the best person for the job in there. And again, while I, on general, might be way more able to carry equipment and hike farther and things like that, if a woman in my squad happens to be a better shot than me, they're going to be taking point because obviously.
So here's what I wanted to say.
Did he freeze?
No,
No,
I'm
he's
still
just
here.
really
Oh,
good
I
at holding
apologize.
frames.
I'm very
It was-
still at times.
How do you think he
No,
survived in the
please.
military so long? They couldn't
True,
see
I
I
him.
thought he froze for a second. But
Camo.
so in regards to this whole point about the military and everything like that, like it was a lot of influence behind getting men to be in the military. This is why men go towards being in the military. If you even look at like, commercials and in the 90s, there were so many commercials that was pushing forth a lot of propaganda to get men in the 90s, the 80s, the 50s, all of it. It was a
Commercials.
lot of influence. And also the military, they have a big recruiting team to recruit men into the military. So think about if we just took that away. Think about if we took the influence away of the military influencing society to join for their service. If we took that away, there will be less men. There most likely be less men going into the military.
Again,
that would conclude to that. Yes,
we're
right?
not arguing to say we should get rid of military recruitment. We're saying it doesn't make you less of a man if you don't serve in the military. And this kind of goes back. We keep bringing up military. I don't know why. This is such a small minority of the population, let alone men. And to say that it's a male gender role is ridiculous because most men don't embody this at all. And that's kind of the point.
I got you, but you're missing something because remember my question, which you never answered.
I promise
my question that you never. No, you didn't answer it. My question that you never answered was when you said that people should have the freedom to choose.
Yes.
Right. And then I said, well, influence is one of the most powerful forces out there. Right.
Okay.
So should we influence people to adhere to gender roles or should we influence people not to?
Well, I said no, first of all. Let me ask you this. Do you think that telling men to go into the military is enforcing a gender role?
Hold on,
so that one you said no. To the other question, my follow-up, well, should we influence the masses towards feminism? You said you couldn't answer the question.
I said it depends on what you're promoting. So if you could elaborate, I could answer it more specifically.
I'll elaborate.
Hold on. David, please finish your statement, and then Soy Pill, you're welcome to respond.
Yeah, so it seems, Soy Pill and also Wick, it seems that you are okay, fully okay with promoting and influencing the masses towards sexual liberation and some degenerate behavior and away from gender roles. Well, okay, cool. Well, let's just say away from gender roles.
I'll bite the bullet.
Away from. It seems that you are okay with influencing the masses away from gender roles. That is true, but you have a problem with gender roles. You have this problem, and you even know, y'all both concluded that, well, not pushing society, you do know the positive effects of gender roles. When people adhere to gender roles, you do know the positive effects. So if we know that influence is the most powerful force, well, shouldn't we want to influence the masses towards something that we know brings about a positive result rather than a negative result? We know the negative results of feminism. But you didn't. Oh, you said, "Oh, well, no. I think that feminism is cool. No, it's good. It's a good thing."
No, hold on. So again, let me respond real quick, and then you can jump in because this is me not answering the question. And what I said was not we need. Yeah, and I think actually we would disagree on this, Wick. So go ahead. Feel free to contradict me. I'm not saying we should promote feminism and we shouldn't promote traditional gender roles. I again spoke from a very vague term of, hey, we should promote good behaviors, and we're probably going to disagree on which those behaviors are. I'm saying those good behaviors don't need to be gendered, and I'm saying that if you're promoting feminism, you're probably going to be promoting potentially some harmful behaviors. That doesn't mean we should promote feminism. The only thing I said was, well, because feminism is such a encompassing term, if we're just going off the definition of should people be able to choose, should women have more choice in society, then I guess I'm promoting choice and you're promoting no, I think that men and women should be in this very strict kind of lane, and that's just what I want to move away from. I think that people should be able to choose what they want to choose. If that's what feminism is, then sure, but you're kind of promoting it as this like dichotomy of it's the opposite of gender roles, which to a degree it is if you think women traditionally shouldn't have more choice, but I'm not specifically promoting it.
Feminism, I mean, we all have a clear, I'm not sure what your definition of feminism is, but let's just, my definition would be that it's the move towards egalitarianism where men and women are equal. And you concluded with your own statement where Jake checked you on, that women are weaker than men. So
I don't think you find feminism existing as men and women are going to become the same strength.
Hold on.
You do not want to stop the promotion of feminism, but you want to stop the promotion of gender roles. It doesn't make any sense where you know yourself that feminism is rooted into nonsense. It's not even rooted into reality. You know that men are stronger than women. Look at you. You got a little tight shirt on with your muscles out. You're probably going to the gym. So you adhere to some reality.
Real quick, Wick, I have to keep responding because I keep saying feminism is just if I'm just saying feminism is women having the ability to choose. If you want to make it a more specific definition, we can get into the minutia of whether or not I agree with, hey, should we promote XYZ behavior? I just think people should be able to choose what they want, and if that's what feminism is, then I'm fine with that. Especially if it's the opposite.
Choice to you, Soy Pill.
What do you mean?
Soy,
No,
were
I'm
you
just,
done?
you asked me to define feminism. So I'm saying
So,
in the
but
most
you're,
vague terms.
but everything is choice to you. That's what I'm saying. So you're saying feminism is freedom to choose, gender roles is freedom to choose.
Well, it
Like
sounds like
everything is
gender rules
freedom to
aren't
choose.
a
Not think,
freedom to
hold on,
choose,
can I,
right?
if I may,
Go
if I
ahead,
may,
Wick.
I just want to jump in here. Cooley, do you not think, is that your name, Cooley? Am I getting that right? I don't want to
Yes.
get it wrong.
You
Okay.
got it correct.
Do you not think, or do you think that women should not be able to choose what they do in their life?
That isn't what I said.
I'm asked. That's what I'm
saying that
asking. I'm asking so I can know
no,
your answer.
I've already. So
No.
you wasn't active listening. I already answered the question, and I agreed with Soypa. I said, well, yeah, I do think people should have freedom of choice, but I said that
You went
influence.
on a monologue about how
No, I said influence.
against soy, about how oh, is choice everything to you? And I guess to ask you that question, right? When is your line where choice is not the issue? When do women not get to choose for themselves, or men?
He's
for that
speaking about
matter,
influence,
not
not
get to
choice.
I'm speaking
choose?
about influence. I'm saying that influence is a huge predictor on what someone is going to choose. Like
It possibly,
influence creates. Stop it. Influence creates thinking. Thinking creates behavior.
do you think that influence is a form of control?
Sure.
Influence can be used as a form of control.
Okay. I think that people have the ability to break away from their influence. There's plenty of influences that I've have felt in my life where I've decided, you know what, even though I'm being influenced to do a certain thing, I am a free agent and capable of free choice, and I'm
I
able to
agree.
not succumb to that influence and do other things, right? So the reason I'm advocating here tonight against this enforcement of strict traditional gender roles is
No,
because
an
I think that
influence of
influencing
strict gender
that
roles.
society, community, etc., trying to influence people into these strict gender roles does a lot of harm to people because it restricts their choice. As you've admitted right here, it is a form of control. And I think that we should not, neither society nor the government should be in the business of trying to control its citizens to that degree. And I think that if a woman wants to go out and enter the workforce, she should be allowed to do so and not looked down upon for doing so. And if a man wants to be a stay-at-home dad and wants his wife to go out and work, that should be their choice. Unless you're married to the guy, it shouldn't be your decision whatsoever.
Can I just
So
really
would you
quickly,
stop the
Cooley, do you
influence
mind
of
if I take this
feminism?
one?
Real quick,
Uh,
would you stop the
Yeah.
influence of feminism?
I think that that has been pernicious in many ways too. Yes.
You
Yep.
would. Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, cheers, man. So you said that the government shouldn't be. How did you feel about the mask mandates?
How do I feel about the mask mandates? Do you think those were
Yeah.
gendered?
No,
I
no,
think that
I'm
the
just saying.
government has a duty to protect its citizens. I didn't like the
Ah.
mandates. I don't like mandates in general. I didn't like the COVID lockdowns. I didn't like
Wait,
the
wait.
mandate vaccines, anything like that. But
But-
I don't
but-
think
but
that these are
would
the
you-
similar thing to society influencing its
There's a
citizens to perform a
line
certain
of
gender
questioning,
role.
and you'll be able to understand. So, did you think that it was good that people were wearing masks?
Was it good?
Yeah.
I think it was neutral. I didn't see
Okay.
it
Did you
as
think that
good
it was
or
good
evil.
that people were getting the vax?
I think that it was neutral, neither good nor evil.
Okay. Do you think it's good that we don't? Do you think that it would be good if we don't have domestic violence?
Do I think it would be good to not have domestic violence? Sure.
Yeah. So, do you think that the government should be promoting people not to engage in domestic violence?
Yes, I think there should be laws against domestic violence. I agree.
Okay. So you're saying that
Brave.
the government should. So you're saying that the government should promote certain behaviors.
Yes, but not gender
Why?
roles.
Why should they do that? Why should you? But you made a sweeping statement before. You said that the government should not be influencing people to do this. Why? Why should they influence people to do that?
If you listen to my entire statement, I said the government should not be influencing or controlling its citizens in regards to gender roles and their choices of how to live their lives and what to do. Now, obviously, there are some basic restrictions on this. I can't go out and punch someone in the face. I think it should be against the law for me to do so. I shouldn't be able to go out and choose to steal someone's stuff because it negatively impacts others. But when it comes to being a parent, right, or a stay-at-home dad, or a mom who works and things like that, I don't think that these have enough negative impacts on society to warrant the government coming in and mandating it. Do you think they should be mandated? Do you think that the government should come in and place restrictions on men staying at home instead of being
Well,
in the
first of all,
workforce?
I just want to point out that that's not what you said before. What you said before is that the government should not be in the business of influencing people, like we're saying. We are saying the opposite thing.
But
We are
it was in
saying
the
that there
context
should
of
be
this whole
some sort of
conversation.
societal influence and governmental
dumb?
influence on good behaviors. I mean, you can try and just throw ad hominems if you want there, but
You can
unfortunately,
try to pronounce it.
when you take
no.
your position here, this is how people end up with driving their white van and getting caught on Chris Hansen's To Catch a Predator. When you take your exact position here,
You'd know
this
a
is
lot
how
about
men
that.
end up in those positions. So, anyways,
wait, can you elaborate on that? I'm curious.
in regards to well, this is weak men who don't have a purpose.
No, how
in
did
life
you
and
get caught by Chris Hansen? Tell us.
who don't have an imperative. I
No,
was
tell us
actually
how you
going to ask
got
you
caught by
the
Chris
I was
Hansen.
actually
Tell
going to
us.
ask
I'm
you the
very
very
curious
same
to
thing
explain.
because
No,
you look
Wick.
awfully familiar. And
All
I
right,
thought you looked really familiar.
I would be
Anyways.
interested with an elaboration on how it gets from point A to point B. I think Soy was asking for it.
Yeah, I was
if you
asking
want
how
to
does
elaborate.
lack of gender roles lead to white vans kidnapping children and
Well, I mean, look, if you deprive men of purpose and if you deprive men of mission and the ability to be able to have a family and to be able to pursue legacy, this is when men get depressed and when men basically fall off the rails. So whenever I see these guys who end up in these really terrible situations like Wick, where he ends up on Chris Hansen's To Catch a Predator, I always think that there's just a distinct lack of purpose there, and that comes from performing
You talk
your
a
own
lot about
masculine
kids,
duty.
man. That's weird.
yeah. So
Okay, let's not
can
go
I
down that
respond?
road.
Hold on. He just talked about how I was going on Chris
I
Hansen.
will
Well,
say,
we
I
all-
will
If
say
he
we're
can't-
gonna
if he can't
we're
Wick,
gonna
you don't have to defend it.
we're
All
gonna
right, it's
count
not.
that
handle
as
this,
a balance
he shouldn't have
between
brought
both
it
of you. It fair across the board. That piece is done in terms of
Okay,
talking about
fair.
men and children
Your
in
house,
that
your rules.
aspect.
Look, my issue is this
You can
idea that
still
this is a
sorry, you could still inquire, but we're gonna keep the insults of the PDF stuff to a minimum now.
right. So my issue is, again, you keep burying this argument that we've never made that, oh, if we don't enforce specific gender roles, then somehow men will lose purpose and they'll all start driving these white vans around. And we're not saying that you can't be in a gender role. We're saying that the influence, again, kind of to bring it back to Cooley, and I actually do acknowledge Cooley, I guess I wasn't really addressing the whole idea of what this influence is doing and where this influence should be. And what we're saying, just to be clear, is that the influence of traditional gender roles is what's causing the harm, and we can do that influence of promoting what you probably would agree is the good behavior, like, hey men, you need purpose, hey men, you need to go out and be productive, hey woman, you need to have purpose as well. We're saying we can do this agendered. That's it. We're not saying, oh, you can't tell people that they should, if they want to go in the home, that they shouldn't be able to go be productive. We should deprive them of their purpose. It's just saying, let's make sure everyone has these choices, and what we influence is behaviors that most of society could probably agree is good, right? Hey, everyone should go out and get a job and have some sort of purpose. I think we could all agree, yeah, you shouldn't be sitting inside jerking off playing video games all day and just like deprive yourself of any purpose. This is not necessarily gendered language, and we're just trying to move away from it, because if you keep it gendered, then what you're doing is saying, well, anyone who can't embody this specific role of what I have defined a man or woman to be is somehow less of a human being, and that is going to cause what you're talking about, which is these like depressed, weak men potentially going into bad places, and the same for the woman. And I think, as I stated at the beginning, this gender role and what men embody in it is so outdated that men now are a lot depressed on a whole because they do what the society expects them to, and it's not paying off for them because it's not enough. We have to promote more behaviors that are traditionally with women.
And if I may just piggyback off that just very briefly, right? It's this idea that masculinity. One of the things that I have a problem with this conversation is I don't believe that either of you, Jake or Cooley, really know what it is to be a man. I really don't. Let me ask you this question. Do you think that we should be promoting people like Andrew Tate?
Promoting?
Oh,
What
yeah,
do you mean
for
by
the-
promoting?
Answer.
Yeah, you go for it,
answer
Cooley.
here.
Yeah,
Can you
you said
repeat?
promoting people like Andrew Tate. I mean,
Yes.
he
Is Andrew
promotes
Tate a good
himself.
example of masculinity?
Well, like, should the president like invite
Andrew
him into
Tate
the White
is-
House and shake his hand and say, hey, you're cool?
I mean, the president, well, Obama and Biden, they definitely shook a lot of feminist hands. So yeah, for sure, they can shake Andrew Tate's hand.
No,
but
I'm not
real
talking
quick,
I'm not talking about shaking hands. Do you think that Andrew Tate is a good example of masculinity?
for sure, there's many examples that he embodies. That's good masculinity. I don't believe in the term of toxic masculinity. But real quick, because I
Bro,
see you
he-
trying
he
to,
just
and we'll
traffics
get back.
women and rapes them.
No, he hasn't been convicted of
Allegedly,
anything. You're a
allegedly.
liar. So real quick, question for you, Soy Pill, because you were
Yeah.
speaking about the purpose of men and women. Pretty much you're saying that and correct me if I'm wrong, you're saying that, well, we shouldn't gender things. That's my whole thing. Your whole thing, the soy pill, is we shouldn't gender things. We should say, hey, here's a purpose for everyone. Here's a purpose for these people. But my question for you is, if you don't gender it, then how can someone see themselves in it?
I don't know. Have you never seen a woman do anything that you thought was like commendable in any way? Like, can you only ever see commendable behavior in people that look and sound like you? It's kind of an interesting question. I think it's very easy to see someone and say, "Hey, I respect that person regardless of their gender, and I want to embody their behavior."
That's
without.
not what that's not.
Well,
what I'm
you said, how do
saying.
people see themselves in it, right? Like if I say, hey, people should go have purpose in life, you should work hard, you should be fastidious, and you should bring home bacon, and whether or not I show you an example of a woman or a man doing that, I think is completely irrelevant to whether or not I've done a good job of
Quick
promoting
example. Soy pill.
Yeah.
If I say, listen, your mom tells you, hey, soy pill, I want you to go to the store
Shut up,
and
Mom.
get some.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, great. She says, hey, I want you to go to the store and get some food. But she
Okay.
doesn't tell you specifically what to get.
Okay.
And you bring back the wrong stuff.
This is a
Right?
weird analogy.
Stop
I
it.
understand
Listen,
the problem
stop it.
here,
Yeah,
but like, what-
it is a problem here. Let me finish it. She tells you, hey, soy pill, go to the store and get me some food.
get some stuff.
You go
yeah.
to the store and bring back some food. She said, this is the wrong food.
Mhm.
Well, you didn't tell me what type of food you want me to get. So
Right.
then you go back to the store. It
Mhm.
takes you about 10 tries to
Yeah.
go to the store. Then you finally bring back the right stuff. But if your mom would have said, bring back the chicken because we need that for the protein.
Mhm.
Bring back some blueberries because you need that for your brain to
Yeah.
operate good.
Mhm.
She tells you specifically what type of foods to bring back so she can cook and they can nourish your body.
And did you notice
right?
like none of those
So-
instructions, no matter how specific they were, had to do with whether or not I had a penis or a vagina, and then you could just
No,
tell me?
stop it. If I tell you, right? If I'm speaking to someone, and the analogy I'm making is this: hey, you should be men. You should be protectors. You should be providers. You should have emotional control.
Mhm.
You should love your wife.
Do you think women shouldn't have these things? I'm curious. Do you think that women shouldn't have these things?
Yeah, should women have more emotional control? I think they should.
I
Again,
didn't even
every
finish.
good
You guys
thing that-
cut me off.
Well, it's because
I
every good
didn't
thing you're
even-
about
I-
to
I
say,
didn't
regardless of
even
what it is, I
finish.
think can be applied to
I'll
both
go
things,
ahead
unless you're
and
talking
allow-
about a biological
David,
imperative.
Yeah, I
David,
didn't
go
even
ahead and
finish. Yeah.
Go
So I
ahead
know
and
that you
finish.
look at these things as being gender neutral roles, right? But they're not exactly gender neutral roles. So, like I said before in my opening, men have a natural propensity and women have a natural propensity to be attracted and repulsed by certain things in the opposite sex. Attraction isn't symmetrical, it's asymmetrical. So like you're attracted to certain characteristic traits in a woman and she's not attracted to those same characteristic traits in you. That's just life. Magnets attract, opposites attract, right? So what I'm saying is there's certain things that men need to embody as a man, and he needs to be told specifically by his father, you should embody these. So then he can go out there and embody them and find them. If you just don't tell him anything, it's like the analogy I'm saying he's just going to the grocery store and getting the wrong food, embodying the wrong behaviors, maybe embodying all these feminine type of characteristic traits, which women are not attracted to. So then this man grows up and he's involuntary celibate. He can't mate with a chick because he got all these feminine characteristic traits because he didn't have a father there to tell him, hey, I need you to identify with this. You need to embody this. So we need to gender things so people can see themselves in it.
Okay, I see
That's
kind of
my
what you're
point.
saying. I have a lot of qualms with it. Like, first of all, obviously,
I don't.
and
Well, please help me because
you don't.
I'm lost, man.
Well, so what he's
Yeah, I'm
trying to
sure
say
you
is,
don't,
look,
Wait,
there's a
TV.
biological imperative of attraction, and in general, because there are traditionally masculine things that women are. Tell me if I'm wrong, by the way, Cooley. Because there are things that are traditionally embodied by men, and most women find these things attractive. Therefore, we should promote that behavior because if not, you're going to have a society of people who will never be able to find a mate. Everyone's going to be despondent, and nothing will ever progress
Sure,
from there.
I
Is
think
that kind of what you're saying,
promoting
Cooley?
Andrew Tate as masculine is going to drive birth rates off a cliff. It's just gonna like no one should
Yeah,
listen to
Wick,
either
he
of these
wasn't
clowns
talking to you,
ever
man.
again.
Y'all on the
They're
same
just
team. He was
crazy.
asking me a question.
I thought this was going to be an interesting discussion, but it turns out that you guys are promoting Andrew Tate, and I'm like, okay, well, you don't
This,
understand what masculinity is on
bro,
the
what do
basic
you
level.
promote, Barney? Let me ask you, what do you promote, Barney?
Promote Barney. What
Yeah,
I
you
promote
look
is
like you
freedom of
promote
choice.
Barney.
What I promote is love of country, patriotism. What I promote, sir, is actual masculinity, right? So maybe sit down
tough
What's
guy.
and learn
okay?
from
Let
a
me ask
man.
you a
I'm sorry
question.
that you're
Wick
I'd like
TV.
to kick it back
thing.
to Soy because I don't think you were
What's Matt?
finished
Real quick,
talking.
please,
Hold
please.
on,
I want to
hold
just
on,
ask him.
because Soy was interrupted, and then the two of you can do all of this
But he was
after.
interrupted by his own teammate.
I
So
understand.
let me
but
answer
I
his teammate.
still-
Let me reply
Wait,
back
I
to
don't
what
want to
his
be cucked. I
teammate
want to
said.
interrupt my interruption. All right, can I do that? Can I keep
go ahead,
talking?
David,
Yeah,
David,
okay.
please
So,
allow
look,
Soy
what-
to finish his thought.
So this idea that, well, men need to be this very specific masculine role because as a society, like most women are attracted to this thing and this things like otherwise things won't progress. Is that kind of what was I accurate in determining that was kind of what your argument was, that if we don't embody these things, society as a whole collapses because of the natural things that women are attracted to?
I'm not saying as a whole. What I'm saying is there's always exceptions to every rule, right? So even if people
For majority. Right.
For majority, yes.
Right.
So even if we push a whole lot of propaganda, the crazy thing is biology and nature always wins. You can try to nurture society and to do some nonsense to go against their biological proclivities. You can try to nurture that, but nature in due time will win.
So then
right?
why are you worried about promoting anything if nature's going to win, right?
Well, guess what? That could take some years from now. I want my children. Do you guys have kids? Probably don't have kids. Probably never planted your seed in anything. And then you got Wick over here talking about you're not even a man. You're not even masculine. I got multiple kids, been planting my seed all the time. Mm-hmm. So anyways,
do you think that makes you a man?
Oh my God.
Okay.
Well, okay. Can I ask?
A man, Wick TV.
Do you think that makes you a man,
Wick TV?
Random women.
Who said random? What makes you a man, Wick TV? How do you know you're a man? Yeah,
so
no. How do you know that you're a man?
So am I a man if I impregnate your partner?
How do you know that you're a man?
I think one of the and I do appreciate this question in all honesty, because I think we do need to talk about what masculinity actually is, right? I think masculinity is self-control, responsibility, right? And that's what I think that a lot of forgive me for saying this, but your side lacks is responsibility, taking responsibility for one's own place in the world. It's not the evil woke or the evil feminism that is causing you problems. It's your choices, right? Take some responsibility, man up, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, and recognize that you will have to adjust to the world around you, right? You will have to adjust to how the world works and operate within there. I think men should be protectors and providers, but so should women in their spheres as well. I think that these are good traits that I want both my daughters to learn and my sons, my nieces and my nephews, my women friends and my male friends. I want them all to embody these traits, because I think it's important. When I think of manhood, I think that the biggest word that comes to mind is responsibility. And that's what I think that we need to be teaching, not gender roles or anything like that. It's, hey, be a responsible person, a responsible adult. Take responsibility for your actions. Take responsibility for your choices. And if things are, if you're struggling, figure out why and fix it.
Hey, Wick, I actually agree with you, but I do think that you need to stop being responsible to all them Twinkies and hit the gym, because you saying something, but you're not practicing what you're saying. We can see it. We can see that you are not practicing what you're saying.
Critique my physique next. Okay, I guess not. Cooley, could you point me to something that be what you would consider a promotion of a masculine trait that is exclusive or not exclusive, that is not exclusive to the current time period we live in? So something that you're like, oh, well, women are attracted to XYZ thing. I think if you look at a lot of the things that society today expects of men, I mean, now everyone's got like broccoli hair and skinny jeans. You probably wouldn't find that particularly masculine, but a lot of women are into that stuff. A lot of women are into these like girly men K-pop things. And you look across like all these societies, all these different times in history, and a lot of this, like what is masculine has changed all the time. I think the only like really through line is that men biologically biologically are the ones who are going to give the sperm, and women biologically are the ones who are going to receive the seed. And while you might have those biological influences kind of pushing people in different directions, gender-wise, of like, oh, you know, in the BC times we had hunter-gatherers because women weren't as strong. I think today, and you kind of mentioned this in your opening, today we do have all this technology. Today we do live in a modern society, and today we don't need those gender roles the same way we used to. That's kind of our whole point. So could you point to like a specific thing like that men need to embody that otherwise women won't like them?
Yeah, I think that there's a bunch of them. And if you're going to be a broccoli head soy boy or whatever, then you're just not going to do very well with women. And oftentimes when you look at this whole K-pop phenomenon, the one thing that they all have in common is that these K-pop guys have a very high social status. So that is what the women are looking at in those regards. If you get some random broke broccoli haired soy boy with skinny jeans, he's just not going to do well with women. And that's just not borne out by reality. But if he's a part of a boy band that's performing in front of 100,000 people, then yeah, women look at social status. And the reason why they look at social status is because those men are able to provide. And those men are guys who other people look up to, and women are inherently attracted to that feature. And those men have influence, and women are very attracted to men who have influence. So to say that that there is no real sort of like through line or commonality between what women are attracted to in regards to masculinity, that's just bullshit.
See, this is how I know that Wick's accusation of the van thing isn't true.
Hold on a second. Women are attracted to good physiques with men. Women are not attracted to guys who look like Teletubbies, okay? Women are attracted to men who have earning potential. They're attracted to high-status males. They're attracted to men who have some sort of a social standing.
Why do poor people have more kids?
Commonality.
Look, and this is to the audience.
They don't
if
have
you
as
want
much birth
women,
control.
you don't have to be a K-pop star, but being good at music, and I can testify to this, really helps. Just have a skill.
Well, save
right?
some
If
pussy
you're
for the
good
rest
at
of us,
guitar,
Wick.
If you're good at drums, right? Don't worry, right? You'll get yours. I'll save a few for you, okay? But look, there will all be of age though, so just let
Hey,
me know.
Soy
I don't know,
Pill,
you had to
can
clarify that one.
really,
ask the
real
same
quick,
question to your partner?
real quick. But like this idea that
I want to hear his
like,
answer.
status and things like that. Status is absolutely something that people are attracted to. But that's not just something only women are attracted to. Men are attracted to status as well. And again, like this idea that you have to be rich and things like that. All these help, but have a skill, have a talent. It really helps. Trust me.
What was the question?
Well,
Cooley?
trust
Hey
you,
Wick. Hey Wick. So the same
What's up,
question that the Soy Pill asked us. What would you do to attract a woman? You said music. Other than music,
Mhm.
what would you do to attract a
Other
chick?
than music, well,
Yeah.
it depends on the woman, right?
How
I'd
do you
find
get
out what
chicks?
they find attractive, and then I'd do that.
Generally
A
speaking,
ritual
how do you
mating
get-
dance is typically involved at some point.
Yeah,
Wick,
exactly,
generally
right? Like
speaking,
if
how
you're
do
good
you
at
get chicks?
unironically, learn to dance. You go to you learn some swing dancing, things like that. You go to a ballroom dancing place. Man, oh man, women love dancing. Yeah.
So
think-
women love
can I
dancing
point out the
and music,
absurdity of all
Wick?
this? Because like what we're all talking
Women
about
love
is
dancing
like,
and what?
no,
Do you
of
not
course
think
I'm
they
not.
do?
No, oh my God,
If
yes,
a
of
man
course.
can dance,
Some
do you not
women
think
like
women
dancing.
find that
But the point is,
attractive?
we're
They
talking in these
absolutely do.
No, I want
generalities
to
that
hear
are.
Wick keep
No,
on
I
spitting
wanna hear
game.
Wick.
Wick,
Yeah, Wick.
spit game. Tell us. Give us the
Like,
formula.
how do you
Subscribe.
approach
You
a
can
woman,
subscribe
Wick?
to my podcast. You know, you ain't getting
Wick
the
has
milk
status,
free.
okay? He's got this big
That's side
podcast with all
eye.
these big
I do
people
it.
on.
You got to
It's
pay
the
me
side
if
eye.
you want me to help you out, and I can help you out. I understand both of you struggle, right? But you can
No,
I can
Wick,
help you
I
out.
don't think that any woman on this planet would choose to lay down with you and allow her to pregnate you. Allow her
I
to
mean, you
pregnate.
don't think in general.
I don't
so
think
that's
that.
okay.
I
Wick,
truly
refute
don't
him.
think that. I think that
Leak your
you
nudes.
don't have the ability. So if you think about it, since the beginning of time, about 90% of women procreated, about 40% of men procreated. So there was a lot of men that didn't procreate at all. Wick, I think that you're going to be one of them.
Well, you can think
I
that,
truly
but you'd
think
be
it.
wrong.
Please let me know, what would you do and what would you say to court a woman? Because we're
Well,
speaking
real
about
quick,
gender
We
roles.
wait,
had
wait,
a
wait,
whole
wait, wait, wait,
conversation
wait,
about
wait,
that.
wait,
bro.
wait,
You
wait,
said
wait,
music
please,
and
please,
chicks.
please, can I
So
can I
look, if you
clarify
see
that
a
wasn't my
woman, real
question,
quick,
Cooley?
real
My
quick,
question
I'm gonna
was,
let this play out for just a couple more minutes on
a question.
dancing and spitting game, and then we can get
Please
back
do.
Tell
to
you
it.
what,
God, a
Let it play
question.
out.
So Wick, no, Wick, stop. Wick,
would you,
stop.
yeah, Wick, would you
Question to
approach them in the gym?
Here's my question.
Okay,
I'm gonna
ask me
give you.
questions.
I'm gonna give you the scenario and tell
gonna
me
pretend to be the
what would
woman?
you do. No. I'm gonna give you a
Ooh.
scenario and tell me what will you do to get the woman's number, and then get the first date. So you meet the woman at I'm gonna make it simple for you. Starbucks. What are you saying to this chick to bag her number, and then to take her out on a date? because we need to make sure you procreate. Matter of fact, I don't even let me stop. No, I'm gonna say it. I don't even think people like you should procreate, but I'm gonna still try to help you out to procreate. So go ahead, let me know how you're gonna get a chick.
Jeez, wow.
Well, I'm thank you for thinking about my procreation. That's a little weird, man. But
No, it's
okay,
not
if
weird.
that's
We're
what you
talking
wanna
about gender
do,
roles.
right? Yeah, okay, fair
Before,
enough. But
look,
look, this is the problem with these questions, right? Like you have to be in the moment. You have to actually be talking to a woman. I and forgive me, but I have trouble looking at you and then trying to spit game because I'm just not attracted to you, brother. I'm sorry.
no, you being weird now, bro. This is
Sorry.
how I
you're
know
being
You're the
you.
one that made
weird,
this
Wick.
weird.
No,
You
what?
just
You're
sat there
being
and
weird
you
right
said,
This is
now.
"Oh, I want you to give me your top tips on picking up women at Starbucks."
Oh
That's
man.
weird. That's weird.
But the ironic thing is here, we're speaking about gender roles, and before a nation starts, a relationship needs to start. So yeah, we can speak about it from the individual level of gender roles, and we can speak about it on the societal level of gender roles, right? So this is important in this debate. I need to know, and I'm sure the chat wants to know too. If you are so hyped up on we should abolish gender roles, tell me how you would pick up a chick.
don't
Do
think
you
we
even have
should
the ability to
abolish
get a
gender
girl?
roles. I don't think the
Again,
government
no one
wants
said
Raging
that.
Tomato
them.
has officially turned into a speed dating show. I will have 7 lovely ladies prepped backstage for
For
We
facts.
can do that.
to
Hold
run
on.
his
I'm gonna
game.
impregnate
If,
so many
if at some
people.
point you want, we can make a contest of this. We'll make a game. We'll monetize this shit. Okay? We can bring some women on,
You
have a
must
dating
hate your
show, and
money.
see who they
Oh,
choose.
no.
You must
You
hate
gonna
your
lose,
money,
bro.
Will.
Money where your
no.
mouth is, brother. Come
Yeah,
on.
I'll
You
definitely
think
put a
you can
lot of
pick up
money
more
on
women
that.
than me? Let's do
Yeah.
it. Let's take these shows. Come on, Cooley. You
Okay,
scared?
can I go back to the question I asked Cooley, which I promise you was not how do you pick up chicks? It was what was the traditional masculine role that you should tell someone to embody in order for society to progress that is somehow exclusive to this time, or that is not exclusive to this time, that has kind of been a perpetual thing throughout all of history.
Yeah, I mean, Jake answered it, but yeah, you should tell a man to embody certain characteristic traits like to be decisive. That's a masculine trait. Women are indecisive. They don't know what they want to eat. So a man should be decisive. You should also tell a man to be dominant to an extent. You should tell him to have integrity.
But can I ask a
You
question?
should-
Because I want to go through
I'm
some of these
just-
one at a time.
all
Like, do you think
right,
in the
all right, cool,
cavemen
let's
days,
go.
like they
One
were
at a
like, hey,
time,
do you
then,
want
sure.
saber-tooth or mammoth? And like the woman couldn't decide, or do you think they just kind of got what they needed because it was like a biological imperative to survive and eat? Like, do you think that those roles existed back then? The idea that they should be decisive?
Decisiveness?
Well, your
idea-
example is women can't
No.
decide what to
No.
eat, and that's why they're naturally like indecisive or
that
something.
decisiveness is a huge thing that back in the saber-tooth tiger
Yeah,
days
yeah.
and caveman days they needed to have.
Do you think
need
women
to
shouldn't be encouraged to
decisive.
be decisive?
I'm not saying that women shouldn't be encouraged to be decisive.
Okay.
Women are naturally not decisive. That's the difference. You get what I'm saying?
Do you
Men
think
are
that's because
more
of gender roles, or
decisive
it's like
than women.
biological?
Say that again.
Do you think women are indecisive because of gender roles, or do you think it's like purely biological? If we didn't have any societal
No, if
influence,
we're
they'd be born
comparing the two.
indecisive.
Yeah, if we're comparing the two, and I think that men should strive to be in a leadership position. So a leader should be decisive. A leader should be able to make a decision, a quick decision too. Sometimes at the snap of a finger,
Right,
depending
again,
on if danger happens.
I
and
think
stuff
women
like
should
that.
do this too,
So
right?
if you're going back to saber-tooth tiger days, caveman days, yeah, the man would need to be decisive to make a quick decision to save his children and his family.
And do you think women shouldn't be decisive of when to run and when to hide when the saber-toothed tiger is attacking them? This is, again, every single good
They
thing you're
should
saying,
be.
women
They
should
they
be as
should
well,
be, but
right?
guess
Like,
what?
which of these things
But
are
guess what?
exclusively men?
No,
That's what I
no,
asked
I
for,
was
is an
saying-
exclusively
nobody's
male
speaking
trait.
in
I
monoliths,
was- I
though.
was
This is the
listing
problem,
them.
Zoe.
Yeah, you're
No
looking.
one's speaking in monoliths. Like you're trying
Well,
to
then we
act like
agree,
it's just
because
that
I
men
think
just
as a
purely
monolith, we
100%
shouldn't
One at a
promote
time,
every man or woman do that
gentlemen,
thing.
You've been speaking in monoliths,
gentlemen.
and he's been speaking in monoliths, and he's been saying
Yes.
that, well, this is just something that is just completely, we're not saying that it's completely exclusive, but what we're saying
Okay.
is that outliers don't make the rule. We've actually made that distinction many times during this debate.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're talking about this, you yourself admitted before that women are weaker and less effective than men. So if
In
women
certain roles,
are,
yeah.
by and large, weaker and less effective than men, then that burden is generally speaking going to fall upon the man.
What
And
burden?
it should be good that men are able to actually take that burden
What
and are
burden?
actually able to run with it. And the burden of being able to protect your family. So if there is an intruder, the man should be able to go.
Yeah.
And sort
How
out the
often do you think
intruder. Just like
protecting
back
your
in the
family
day,
is
if there
happening
was a
to like
saber-toothed
people in
tiger,
America?
If there was a
Let him
saber-toothed
finish.
tiger, bro's going to pick up his spear and he's going to try and fight the saber-toothed tiger while the woman runs away if she has to. This is just a commonality throughout history. Men have to harness that ability. Sure, if there isn't a man around and the woman is just there with the children, like the home invader situation, then sure, the woman will be responsible for protecting the children.
Okay.
But in an ideal sense, we don't want that situation. We
Yeah,
want the
ideally,
man
like Wick
to be
said, we want the
protector, and
best
so do
person
you, so
doing
I don't
the
really
thing
get
that
your
they're the
argument.
best at, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we can say that everyone should protect their children. And hey, if you're the strongest
Oh,
person in the
days.
room, then you should be the one doing it. And when you say I'm the one
Oh.
speaking in monoliths, this entire time you guys have been saying women like this, men like this. And it's like, that's the monolith, right? I'm saying that
No,
there
we're
are
speaking
exceptions and
in-
they should be
we're-
able to
we're speaking
choose
in
other
generalities.
things.
You're the
Yes,
one
you
who's
are
trying to
speaking in
generalities.
generalities. And I'm saying that
to
generally
normalize.
you don't have to say all of these things are prescriptive to all of these people and that people should have the freedom to choose what they want. And we don't need to promote them and say, hey, if you don't do this specific thing, you're a bad man. If a guy, you know, I think if both of you would agree, right? If a guy doesn't protect his family, he's like a bad person, right? He's a coward. He's just not a good person, right? And if a woman did the same thing, she's probably also a coward, right? Now, you can say he has more of a responsibility because he would, you know, with great power, right? He would be better at it. But we're saying that you shouldn't promote specifically, hey, only men should do this and only women should do this. That's all I'm saying. And if you agree
Yeah,
with
this
that,
is
if you
just-
agree it's not a monolith, then we actually agree in this debate.
It's just a contradiction because you have yourself said that men are more effective, and if men are more effective, and if that burden is generally speaking going to fall upon the man, and you yourself just said that they're cowards and they're pussies if they don't do it, which is true, then we should be encouraging men to be able to shoulder that burden and do it the most effective way possible. So if that situation does arise, then the man can handle that situation. So yes, we should be encouraging men to be able to handle that situation. We're
Do you
not
think it would
speaking
be
in a
bad to
monolith,
not
we're
encourage
speaking
the
in a
woman?
generality. We understand that Game of Thrones lady does exist out there. There's probably some big old Russian woman who's 7 foot tall and she married a hobbit because that just is what she's into, and she's trained with firearms and she's trained with swords and she's an absolute killer and her husband's not. That probably exists in the far reaches of Russia somewhere. I understand. But generally speaking, the societal burden falls upon men, and you see this with the death rate in war. This is played out in material reality.
Why do you keep
We can
bringing up
try and
war
sort
when
of
it's such a
we
small
can try-
minority of men?
Well,
This isn't a man
well,
role.
because
This
it's
is a
the
soldier
most
role.
pertinent example of
What?
what we're talking about. It's
Okay,
the
do you
fact
think
men
that
actually
men-
do
a
shoulder
male
that
role
burden,
is joining
and
the
they
Navy
always have
SEALs?
throughout history. So you can try.
Hold on. Let Jake finish, Soy, and then,
I would
and then
appreciate
you
that.
can
Well, he's
respond.
doing his little show
Yeah.
here. I'd like
we
to
do
actually
need
have
to
a back
land
and
the
forth.
plane. We do need to land the
Soypill,
plane.
you have prattled so many times throughout this debate where we've just let you go on for minutes and minutes.
Yeah, and if
you've
you
switched from
listened,
topic
you
to
wouldn't have
topic
to keep
topic.
replying to it. You could actually
Go
just
ahead, Jake.
understand.
So, Soy, relax. So, yeah, what we're saying here is that it's actually just rather simple. What we're talking about is borne out in material reality. We see this every single day because there are wars happening around the world where men are dying, and it is men who are being conscripted. We see this throughout history. There has never been an entire army of women. Men have always fought the battles. We have always been burdened by this, and we understand that if our
Why do you
country
keep
was to
saying
go
we?
to war
It's not you.
tomorrow, you guys would probably also have to face conscription, just as they did in Vietnam. If there was a big war tomorrow, you guys would have your name in the ballot, and it wouldn't be women, it would be men. So men have to shoulder that as a collective, and this is borne out in reality. And we're
Okay,
not
so
talking
again,
monoliths, we're
can I
speaking
respond to this?
generalities.
Can I speak? Okay, so
Land.
look, how
Yeah,
like
go
you
ahead.
would you say that being a Navy SEAL is like a male gender role?
Yes.
Why?
How many Navy SEAls are women?
As far as I know, 0. There might be like some small
Exactly.
exception.
Okay,
I don't
so
think a
there
single
you
one.
go,
So,
soy pill.
so yeah, when 7 times 10 to the negative 4% of men are Navy SEAls, this is somehow a gender role for the whole gender, or is it, hey, exclusively men can be this very specific subset of this special agency? But, you know, most men don't do this. Just like most men don't join the military, most men don't fight in wars. Men do fight in wars, and in some places, they exclusively fight. But this idea that this is a male gender role is just ridiculous, because either you don't understand what I'm saying when I say gender role, or you have some conception that every male has to go join the military, like, which is not the case. Like, yeah, conscription exists, but they're not conscripting, you know, what, 170 million men. This is so stupid. Like, obviously, this is not a male gender role. Most men don't fight. Most men aren't in the Navy SEALs. A male gender role is, hey, what does society expect a man to do? And it's not join the Navy SEAls.
Yeah, and let's talk about reality for a minute.
No,
because we
hold on
talked
a second,
about
hold on a
reality
second,
when it
hold on a
comes
second.
to-
I have to respond to that. I have to respond to that. You could not have brought up a worse point. There are precisely 0 female
you didn't listen to a
Navy
thing I
SEALs
just
out
said,
there.
did you?
And do you know why that is? Is because biologically they cannot pass the test.
Mhm.
That
And,
is
can
something
you
that
pass
is
the test?
exclusive to males.
Can you pass the test,
It's something
Jake?
that is
I'd
exclusive
like to
pass the
turn it
test?
back
males.
to.
Yeah.
I'd
It
like to
doesn't
turn it
matter.
back.
Oh,
It's
to
just
doesn't?
non-argument.
It's almost like you're not less of a man for not being able to be a Navy SEAL, and like that calling that a gender role is a complete obfuscation of what a gender role is. And just because something is an exclusively male thing does not mean that it is a gender role. It means that only men can meet the criteria because it's a merit-based society and it's a merit-based
It's
criteria
hard to
for being
believe how
physical.
much you actually contradict yourself in one statement.
Do you not understand?
It's
Okay, what do you
So-
think a gender role is?
No, I'd like to turn
No,
it to
please.
Wick.
This
He
is like
was
the crux of the
waiting.
debate. He clearly doesn't understand my definition. Maybe
turn
that's
to
on
Wick,
me,
too.
but he thinks that a
Wick,
gender
did you
role is
have
something that
something to
2,000
add?
people do.
I-
So what the fuck is he talking about?
Hold on. Go ahead, Wick. Add in, and then we can let Jake respond.
I understand, but like, let's talk about reality for a minute, right? Because I don't think your side is engaging with reality and the reality that I see play out every day. Right? When we talk about like which has the burden to protect the home, I think that men have a duty to and responsibility to protect their family, but women also have a duty and responsibility to protect their family. And I think that if you're being invaded, right, if your home is under attack, then I think that the most successful households are the ones that work together, hand in hand, men and women working together to fight off the intruder, more than just a single man saying, women, go hide in the closet while I do my man stuff, because obviously 2 is better than 1 in this case. Like, look, when we talk about reality, we got to utilize all of our talents, all of our abilities, all of our individual traits to help the whole. And I think that, again, focusing on these gender roles and trying to strictly enforce them or heavily influence the society to push people into these roles, again, as I said at the beginning, stymies our ability to be productive. It makes us worse off. And we can see this in reality because the countries that have moved away from the more strict adherence to gender roles have outperformed by leaps and bounds the countries that have gone more strictly into the patriarchies and things like that. When you look at like the Middle East, for example, as most of those countries, right, have gone in very strict adherence to gender roles, and they're doing far, far worse than the more Western egalitarian countries. So when we look at what works, let's deal with reality here, okay? What reality has told us over and over and again in the last 50 years is that the Western world is winning. Egalitarianism is winning. Your ideology or whatever it is that you preach is simply ineffective.
Look, Wick, I think that one thing that we can definitely ascertain from that is that what Cooley said before about you not being able to reproduce is
course they
becoming more
can't
and more
respond to a
evident.
single
It's
thing I
Were you
want.
complaining
more and
about
more evident
NADHOMs
Hold
every
on,
day.
hold
This
on,
is
hold
actually
on,
this is
hold
actually
on.
very
Can't
important.
respond to it.
This is very important. You'll see.
They don't respond to this.
Listen,
I say because they know that they're wrong. They know that
Wick,
they're
Pardon me,
they need-
gentlemen. I'm going to eat up the screen now. If you don't play well with each other, then I just take my ball and go home. Okay, Jake, please finish.
so-
Cooley, I believe you had a thought to add in, and then we'll get
Yeah.
back to you, Wick. Okay.
Yeah. Cooley, you're jumping straight after this, but I was just going to say that, Wick, if you go salsa dancing and you put like a nice colorful shirt on, you and your girl out salsa dancing, and you get home, and then there's an intruder in the home, and if you say, okay, baby, let's share this role. All right, I want you to take. You see how lonely your seed becomes, okay? You see how lonely that seed of yours becomes, Wick, because women. Yes, you put the woman in the closet, my friend. You don't get the woman on the front lines. You put the woman in the closet. If there's a fight that breaks out in the street, she goes behind you. She should instinctively know to get away from the conflict as soon as possible and get
I don't know
far
why you're
away.
dating all
Have
these
you ever seen those
bitch-made weak
videos?
women
I
who
don't know
can't
if you guys
fight
have ever
back.
seen those
Let him-
videos
let him
where
talk
there's a fight
through.
happening in the middle of the street and the guy is having the fight and the chick tries to get involved in the fight and she's like grabbing him and then the guy gets knocked out because his chick was distracting him? That's you, Wick. That's you.
Damn.
Lonely seed. and you're
Don't
gonna
you
end up
watch these
KO'd.
videos, Wick? You
So,
could have
Wick,
such a
I got a
better world.
question for you, Wick. I got a question
Can I
for you, Wick.
respond to that before he asks?
Hold on.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
I-
Go
okay.
ahead.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
It's your
say
house.
If he
something
allows
good,
it,
Wick.
yes. If he allows
Okay,
it,
fair
yes.
enough. Then I'll say this, right? This idea, right, that yes, if women help poorly, then it goes poorly. Absolutely. But I like women what I'm attracted to is competence. Okay. I like women who challenge me. I like women who are able to help me be the best person I can be. And I know you guys are laughing at
No,
this
no.
because
So
you
someone
aren't
super
able
chatted they'd
to.
smash you. So clearly they've been proven wrong. The super chat spoke with their
They,
money. So
a mash wick. I don't know what a mash
I
is,
think
but
they
that's
meant to
weird.
write an S
I'm
instead
sure
of an
that they
A.
did, but spelling like thinking like anything really is
rejected by Wick. He
not
wants competent
exactly
spellers. Get the
in
fuck
their
out, chatter.
purview. But when it comes to exactly. If you're gonna actually insult me, make it funny at least. Make it interesting, right? And then I'll respect you. But this idea that like women have no place and should hide, right? Look, if they are bad at helping, then fair enough. But I want a woman who would help me defend my home. I
You know
want a
what,
woman
Wick?
who would help me defend my family. Because if a woman doesn't care enough about their home to help defend it, then that's not a woman I want in my life.
You know, Wick,
Hell yeah.
I agree with you. That's one thing we have something in common here, chat. I want y'all to know, me and Wick got this in common. I think that he actually does want and also need women to challenge him and help push him to be more masculine and more of a man because that's what he lacks at. So, question for you real quick, in regards to both of you actually can answer this one. What duties does women have that men don't? Because Soy Pill, you listed a lot of duties that men have. You talk about, war and stuff like this, and
Again,
the duty of
that's not all men.
protection.
So
And yeah, of course, that's not all men.
it's not even a
But
majority.
can you point out a duty? Well, the thing is this: men do have a duty to protect and to provide. If men didn't have that duty, we wouldn't live in America. That is true. America wouldn't be a first world country. It will be more like a third world country. We'll be taken over by another country because men wouldn't be in the military to protect us, right? So we do need men actually have to have that duty to protect. Just like in Ukraine, women are leaving, but the men, they have to stay there and they have to fight. This is what the government enforces men to do. So the government enforces men to adhere to certain masculine male duties. My question to you is, should the government enforce women to adhere to any womanly feminine duties?
So
Because they
again,
do enforce us.
when you
We
say the
gotta sign
government
up for
enforcing, are
selective
you
service.
talking about
Women don't.
right?
I think
I
women-
think
I-
women
if
should
I
be
may answer-
conscripted, if that's what you're asking me. Fucking
Yeah, I
put them
think
in
women
there.
should sign up
In
for
fact, put
selective
them on the
service,
front
yeah.
lines because I don't want to get shot. Put them in front of me.
Okay. So that's no.
I don't agree.
You're being
Okay, hold on.
disingenuous. Let's be
I
No,
don't
no,
serious.
I'm being
now.
serious about the first part. I
Go
do
ahead,
think that
Wick.
women should be conscripted in the same way. I don't think it's fair that you should just say, "Hey, these people."
Conscripted in what way? In the same
And
duties
to
as
go
the
into the
man?
military and do all
I
the
think
roles
they
that
should
they're
all
currently
be-
doing
hold
in the
on,
military, and which is a vast amount of roles and doesn't have to be the front lines, which is not a very large part of men, period,
who
but
are
also not a very large
conscripted
part of the
generally.
military.
Men who are
Go
conscripted
So
ahead.
in America.
Hold
at
on, I
least,
want to
men
give
who
it to
are
Wick. He was trying.
Men who are conscripted generally don't serve on the front lines. You guys understand that, correct? Right? Generally, in most combats, right? At least in America, I can't speak for other countries, but I can't speak for America, right? Conscripts who are drafted up are perform more backline roles, logistics generally, right? When it comes to should women sign up for the selective, have to be required to sign up for the selective service? Yes, I think they should. Do I think that women should be sent to the front lines? I think that if women wants to be on the front lines and can demonstrate a capacity to be at the front lines without lowering standards, then why not? However, I do think that in general, because men are stronger at average, that even if you keep the standards the same, more men will qualify for those standards than women. But I don't think that the government should be forcing women to have babies, if that's what you're asking.
what? Okay. So, so what I'm saying is this. I'm not saying that at all, but I'm saying that the government enforces men to adhere to some duty. And, there's women that's the exception. Like you said, I'll give you that. But are there any other duties that the government should make women adhere to?
Well, I'll answer this, and like I said, I think that if it became such an obvious existential problem that within a generation or two we wouldn't exist as a human species because people aren't having babies, I think it would be the time for the government to step in and say, "Hey, women, you have to have more babies." In the same way, I'm not really for conscription unless it is a existential and immediate threat. So in Ukraine right now, I would say that's an existential immediate threat. Their country is going to be taken over. I'd say World War II would qualify for that. I'd say Vietnam isn't, right? We're shipping all our people over to a place that they don't need to be to enforce our will because of some Cold War agenda. And I don't think you should conscript people for that. So yeah, in an existential scenario, you should draw on these biological imperatives that humans have and say, look, the government needs to step in and do something here, because if we don't, we'll all die. But that's a very specific scenario. And again, we're talking about normal day-to-day life. What should men do? What should women do? This is like so far beyond the pale of what like actually happens and what we should be encouraging, that yeah, in these specific scenarios, you can get me to say we should tell them to do their biological functions, but this is just not what's currently happening in a vast majority of places.
So you think that in Japan and South Korea, they should do that?
It depends on how bad it gets and what the projections are, but I'd have to look into exactly.
1.2. Let me tell you. So the curve, when you look at population growth over the last sort of like 100 years or so, there was an exponential curve upwards for a little while, but then now it goes exactly the same on the way down. So then you've got places like Japan and South Korea that are about 1.2 birth rates, and this is absolutely an existential crisis for the Japanese people and the South Korean people, right? And America is on the same trajectory, because you keep going down, and in a generation or two, maybe one generation, you guys are going to be in the same place there where it becomes an existential crisis. So you're saying that don't worry about it until the shit really hits the fan. The shit is inevitably going to hit the fan unless you do something about it.
No, I said don't worry about it unless you have some sort of anthropological projections that show when it would become a problem. Like with climate
so
change.
You shouldn't be proactive?
No, this is exactly what I'm saying. Look, if you can show the projections, like, look, if you don't do this by this time, like, we're going to have a problem, then yeah, I think the government needs to step in. Now, I would consider that we're not currently there. And even in places where we are worried about this, like I said, with Georgia, Hungary, or all these places where they're trying to promote traditional roles, it's just not working, right? Like, I think you'd have to be really, really extreme with it then at a certain point and say, hey, look, we're just forcing women to give birth. It would have to become some like Handmaid's Tale-esque thing, because the degree to which we're incentivizing it in these other places is not working. By the way, I didn't realize you were Australian, Jake, but now I'm even more insulted by the fact you keep saying we and having to go to the military, because you don't do dog shit. Like, you are fucking in Australia, buddy.
Wait. So just quickly, what were the last few wars that Australia fought in? Can you tell me?
I don't think there's any notable ones that I can think of.
You don't know? You don't know? Yeah. So you don't know that Australia fights in every single war that America fights in?
Right?
Good one.
Did you fight in these wars?
Fights in every single war.
Yeah.
The Vietnam War, the Australians got conscripted.
Wow.
The Iraq War, the Afghanistan War.
Why did we? That's probably why we lost, because we had all these fucking Aussies who think they're so strong on this.
If you're going to make claims like that, maybe make sure you have some.
I'm just saying you shouldn't lump yourself in. I'm not pretending to be in the military, and you're just like, it's my male gender role, and you fucking sit inside and podcast all day like a little bitch. But I do that too, so I'm not trying to pretend I'm better than you.
Ooh,
Yeah, so Soy Pill, it's funny that you say that, when I asked you that question, you went on this, long-winded answer, but you essentially said that, only like if it gets to an extreme where we actually need to enforce women to adhere to some duty and men to adhere to their duties and stuff like that, then we need to do it. So you would wait to pretty much, I'm saying that you're looking at things from a reactional standpoint.
Yes.
What me and Jake are saying here is we're looking at it from a proactive standpoint. And since influence is a very powerful force, if you influence the masses, right, to do these things, it wouldn't have to come where you need to be proactive and the world turns into Handmaid's Tale.
And wait, no, Wick, let me really quickly respond, because the problem is, again, you have to show me that somehow by enforcing these gender roles, we're going to now have replacement rates. What, again, if you go look at any of these studies, this is not borne out in the data. This is not promoting these things does not get people to have more babies. This is a problem widespread across the world. So yeah, sure, I think it would be better if we could just say, hey, socially, we should probably have some sort of, expectation of some woman to do this, because if they did, then we wouldn't get to this existential thing. But it's not happening that way, and this isn't going to stop it from happening. Let
me just really quickly give you an example. If you look at Romania in the 1960s, they wanted to address their birth rate. So what they did was they took away abortion and contraception. It went from 1.9 to 3.7 in a a few years. So yeah.
Okay. Well, if that were to be borne out, I don't know if that's what's happening in Hungary or Georgia, where they're trying these very, very aggressive things. It's really just not working in the same way. And I think we live in a different time than the 1960s. I don't think that's necessarily going to work. But hey, if that's what needs to happen, if it's an existential crisis, I understand. And that's why I'm saying, yeah, I prefer the people to have choices and be able to make their own choices until it gets to a point where the choice between, hey, do I want people to have freedom or will we cease to exist as a species comes up? And then I say, yeah, I guess in that trolley problem, I will throw away choice, because otherwise we will all die and choice won't matter.
But
that's when it matters.
Hold on. I did want to give Wick, and then back to you, David. Thank you.
Right, cool.
There are examples of governments in the modern day trying to incentivize their population to have more kids, right? And I think that there was a man, I forget if it was the Netherlands or Sweden. So forgive me if I get the exact name of the country wrong here, but they're, for example, saying, hey, if you are a woman and you have so many kids, you don't have to pay taxes for the rest of your life. And I think these are perfectly thank you. I think these are perfectly fine incentives to make. I think there are good incentives and there are bad incentives. There are good ways to promote things and there are bad ways to promote things. And I think that what Hungary is doing with the tax breaks and things like that are very good incentives. And I think that like when we talk about like these existential crises, I'll just ask you, do you think that the Japan, because you've mentioned that a few times, Jake, do you think that they are in a state where you think that the government should force women to have kids?
No, I don't think that there should be any force, but I think that there should be incentive and there should be government propaganda campaigns that incentivize women to have children.
What if that doesn't work?
That doesn't work.
Yeah, what if that didn't work?
If you just let me
If that
speak for
doesn't
more than
work.
7
Yeah,
seconds,
but your point
then I'll
doesn't
be
matter.
able to-
What if
then
it
I'll be
doesn't
able
work?
to actually extrapolate on the point that I'm making. I'll be able to build it out, right? So if you look at what they're doing in Hungary at the moment, what they did was they gave tax incentives to women to have X amount of babies, right? And then eventually, if they have 4 children or more, then they won't pay income tax for the rest of their life. That managed to flatline the birth rate for a little while, but it didn't actually manage to raise the curve. So in Japan and South Korea, what they're now doing is they're getting in immigrants from all around the world, and they're a very culturally homogenous country, so they don't want to be doing that. But what they need to be doing is to be having government propaganda campaigns and also incentivizing like family structures.
What if that doesn't work?
Families to look after the kids.
We're just gonna ask
There needs to be some sort of like a national.
Wait, can you give a
campaign
fourth
towards
example that's
having
like
children.
the exact same thing and then answer our question?
I'd
Yeah,
like
well,
to turn it
again-
to David because it was his turn. If you wanted to add on to that.
I mean, the question that I was going to ask was,
Wait.
because the thing is, I keep moving the goalpost so much. So let me just get it back on, I think the argument and the question and also the contradiction that you don't realize. But anyways, here we go.
Mhm.
So Soy Pill, again, you said that you are okay. You would not stop the promotion of feminism. You would not stop the promotion of feminism.
What do you mean
But
by
you would-
feminism? Hey, if you can't define it, I can't help you there because I don't know what you're asking me to say whether or not I want to promote it.
Egalitarianism.
That everyone should be equal in every metric, or that we should genuinely treat people the same.
Both.
Okay, no, I think we should not promote that. I don't think that you should force egalitarianism. I don't think you can force opportunity.
No, not force. I said promote.
I don't think we should promote the idea that everyone needs to have the exact same outcomes. No.
No, not outcomes. Well,
that's
okay,
what I
so
said.
not
So
outcomes.
if I'm
So
saying
not
we should
outcomes.
promote that we should treat everyone to some degree of respect equally, then yeah, I think I'll support that.
No, like men and women are equal. Pretty much,
By what
women, you can
metric?
go out there and do everything that a man can do.
Again, that's outcome, right? I don't think there should be 50-50 gender in every job. I don't think that women and men have to have the exact same amount of gold medals at the top tier of Olympics, right? This is not something I would promote if that's what you're saying feminism is.
Okay, so you wouldn't promote feminism at all then?
If that's what you think feminism is, then I don't
what
endorse
do you
that.
think feminism is?
Again, I'm not a feminist, so I'm not going to speak on
I
the like
feel
whether or
like
not I've
we
read
went-
all the literature, but I'm just saying I think that women
We
should have more
already did
agency and
the-
choice, and yeah, we're walking in circles. But I do
We
really
already
want
did
Jake
that.
to answer the question of like, again, what do you do if all this stuff you're promoting and saying that Japan and Hungary need to do doesn't work? Would you,
you
would
get
you
rid of
like, because I'll bite
abortion,
the
you get
bullet.
rid
I'll
of
say that the
contraception.
government should intervene when it becomes so dire that like they will literally not exist. Do you agree with that,
Sure.
or do you think they should
Yeah,
enforce?
you get rid of abortion, you get rid of contraception.
And what if that doesn't work? What if they don't have enough babies for replacement?
But I mean, you could just respond that to every single thing that I say. But we
No,
have
I'm just
seen
saying, what would you
areas
do?
in the world where these things have worked? We've seen it work in Hungary. We saw it work in Romania in the 1960s. And these things are incentives for people to have less children,
Okay,
to
so-
have more children. And they're definitely incentives for people to not have casual sex outside of relationships more. You can also have
I'm
cultural
not
stigma.
disagreeing with any of this.
You can have cultural stigma that stigmatizes people having sex outside of wedlock, etc. There are many different things that you can do, and it will be better than what they have.
Cool.
for
All right,
sure.
cool. So what would you do if that didn't work? I'm going to keep asking because apparently you can't engage with this hypothetical.
I am engaging with the hypothetical, and
Okay,
I've
what would
given
you
you
do?
all of the different things that you can do.
What
so
would you
then
do?
this-
What-
this-
when
this is
when
just
none
an-
of that worked,
this is
what would
just
you
an
do?
Infinite. you've
No,
just got-
it's the
this is
point.
just an
The point
infinite
is, if
regress.
government force is the only way to do it, would you accept it? Would you say that the government should force it because otherwise we won't exist?
What do you mean? Say that again.
If government force was the only way to perpetuate the human species, do you think the government should force people to enlist to defend our country against aliens? Do you think they should enlist women to have babies because otherwise they won't have enough to replace in the next generation? Do you think that the government should do that?
Well, there's a certain level of force that the government can actually do, and in terms of conscription, I think that is a duty that does fall on men collectively. But then also with women, you can't actually inseminate them forcefully, because then that would be
I promise you,
a
people
certain
have
word,
found a
right?
way for the
So,
entirety of humanity.
but yeah, for the entirety of humanity, people have had kids, and generally it's in times when there was more strong traditional roles and when there was stronger family structures, etc. So what we could do is, like I said 50 times, is all of these different government incentives and societal structures that actually incentivize.
I'm just trying to find
family.
out if
Right
you
now
would be
we have-
okay with
right now we
government
have the
force to
an-
make
we
this
have the
happen if this didn't
antithesis.
work.
Right now, we have the total antithesis of that. And the antithesis of that is that we promote abortion. We promote abortion as a means of contraception. We have to completely destroy the family. Divorce rate is higher than ever. Kids are growing
Hold
up
on,
in
no, it's
single parent
not.
homes. People
That's not
divorce
true.
rates. There might
Divorce
have been a
rates
time in
are
history when it
down.
was down
Divorce
from
rates are
when?
down from the
when?
early
Down from
2000s.
when? Down from
Absolutely.
last year? Okay.
No,
but
down
if you
from the
look at it
early
from
2000s.
you look at it from the 1950s, 1940s, when America had a stronger family structure, it's up.
But abortion's
Divorce rates
become
are up from
more
then.
common since then, so I don't
let me just
understand how
finish
this
off the
works.
point. So kids are raised in single mother households. People are pair bonding less. People are getting married later. Women are not having children until they're in their 30s. Women are going into higher education, into the workforce more, and all of these things are being incentivized. So you can keep on asking questions about, well, what if that doesn't work? What if that doesn't work? But I've just laid out the entire map for you. So take it and do what you will with it.
I'm
You
just curious
understand-
about what you
hold
would
on,
do in a
stop,
hypothetical
please, Lloyd, let
existential
me- I
situation.
gotta engage with this because
Let-
he said something that was just simply not true, right? When we talk about like the divorce rates, we have seen the divorce rates in the West, in America specifically, drop from about 11.1 to about a little over 7, I believe. The last time they checked was the last time I could find at least was like 2022, 2021, right? And so obviously, in our current society, we have found a way, whatever that might be, in order to reduce divorce rates. We do not need to promote traditional gender roles, because I doubt you guys would say we've been promoting traditional gender roles for the last 20 years in America, right? We do not need to do that to reverse to get rid of divorce rates. And this is kind of the key central point that I think you guys just have failed to address.
So you're going to pick
that-
up one
oh,
thing
if I
that I
may- if
said,
I may-
and
if
you're
I
going to
may-
say that there
if
was
I
a
may
slight decrease
specifically
in
actually
a certain
continue to
in
make
a
my
certain
point
time.
without you interrupting,
Go-
because you know that
go
this
ahead.
is
Go
this
ahead,
is not
Wade.
making you look good, right? This idea, right, that we have to, that we need to enforce or promote or influence, whatever word you want to use here, these strict traditional gender roles is just not true. It's not borne out by the data. There are other ways to achieve the goals that I think that we could even agree. I'll toss you this bone. I do think that there are things that we should do to society to make men safer, to make men more productive, to give them more purpose. But I think that we can do that outside of the traditional gender roles. And again, with the
Sure,
divorce
Wick.
rate specifically, this is some data that we actually have that we can show that we did not need to enforce gender roles in order to reduce the divorce rate from about
Sure, Wick.
11.1
Let me just
to about 7.
let me just grant this to you, okay? Sure, I'm going to grant you that there has been a slight uptick in people not getting divorced over a period of time in the last 20 years. Now, do you think that the divorce rates have gone up or down since 1950? Tell me that.
I think that they've gone down since the 1700s too, or up, I should say. Divorce rates have
So do you
gone
think
up
people are getting
since the
divorced
1800s
more
too.
He
now?
said,
If you could just
yes.
engage in good faith, do you think that they're going
I
to people
said
getting
yes.
divorced more now,
Yes,
He said
or
yes.
more in the
Yes.
1950s?
He said
Okay,
yes.
fantastic. Do you think that people are getting married later now, or do you think they're getting married later in the 1950s?
They're getting married later now because they're living
They're getting
longer.
married later now. Do you think that people are
Wait,
having
give
less
it
kids
another
now, or do
irrelevant
you think?
example,
Hold on a
please. 2 more.
Okay, Soy Pill, I'm actually not talking to you, but I know
You're not
that you
talking to
have impulse
anyone
control
because we
issues.
all
No, no, no,
understand
no.
this.
Wick
You're
TV.
talking to no one.
Wick TV, I was speaking to him.
Sure.
So, Wick TV, do you think that women are having less children now or more children now?
They're having less children.
Fantastic. Now, do you think that the birth rates are going down or they're going up right now?
In the West, they're going down.
Okay, so Wick, there is the map for you. Now you can try and nitpick one little part of it and say,
You
well,
have
there's
to-
been
you
a
have
there's been a
to connect
turnaround in
that.
divorce rates. Good, I'll just grant it for you. But I've got 20 things and you've got nothing.
No,
But no,
facts,
you've not connected a single one of
libtard.
these things to traditional gender roles. This is the failure of your argument. You have made all these facts, right? And I'll cede them to you that all these things are true.
Good boy.
However, you're positing that these are because of the traditional gender roles when there are a host of other factors, some of which you mentioned and ceded to earlier, like in Japan with urbanization and things like that. I think the technology has been a huge factor, contraception, etc., all these things. So to point and to tie these things specifically to gender roles, this is what you have failed to do in your argument.
Okay, if it's
understand
not
that, correct?
tied to gender roles, then what is it tied to?
There are a host of possible variables.
Again,
that
if
we
you can
go through.
prove
So,
some
for
sort of
example, it
link with
depends on
something,
the-
you'd win a fucking Nobel
Yeah.
Prize. Like you,
Cool, we
you
got a
don't have
link
any
already
study
in
that
my
links
opening,
things
like
at
I
all.
said.
Please let me
So it's-
finish. Right? It
Yeah,
really
yeah,
depends
Wick,
on the
you
data
spoke
point you're
enough. You
looking
spoke
for.
enough, and you're not
ahead.
really saying too much.
Hold
Well,
on. Let,
can I
Wick
bring this back?
answer
I have a
I
really
wanted
important
to-
question.
Yeah. So again, it really depends on the specific data point that you're looking at that we can explain these things. Like when you look at the rates of divorce, right? Are
Okay,
they
so we have a
higher
solution
now
and
than
you
they were in
don't.
the 1950s?
That's pretty much what you're
Yes,
saying.
because there are much less restrictions on it and things like that. This has nothing to do with gender.
Well, let me ask a question real
Soy,
quick.
go
Okay,
ahead.
go real
Because,
quick,
like,
real quick.
okay,
So if
wait,
we
Hold
wait,
on.
don't,
So
okay,
I wanted
people-
to add in.
I really
wanted
need
to add
to ask
in
this
and then
question
back to you,
because
David.
Jake, you were talking about like, oh, this is a absurd hypothetical, like getting the government to force people to do this. But the reason I ask is because feminism and this idea of promoting choice and women's rights and sexual promiscuity and all this stuff rose out of the culture that you guys are promoting, right? These traditional masculine roles of the 40s, 50s, 60s, 30s. Feminism came out and was appealing to women and even men at that time, in spite of the fact that you would argue that those societies were better or closer to what you want society to be like. So how then are you going to enforce these things when you have these incentive structures that in the past inevitably lead to feminism rising up and trying to promote these ideas that you think suck? It's going to happen again unless you have some way, unless you're okay with the government forcing them to do a certain thing. No?
Well, feminism rose up because of a lot of propaganda. Women, if you look
Why
back
was
in
it so
the
appealing?
early
Exactly.
40s and 50s, women actually would vote against it. They didn't want to be in a workforce. So what you're saying is it doesn't make sense. It's not rooted into reality.
What happened
of what
after
women
that?
actually want. What I'm saying is propaganda. So let's get to the root of everything, because manipulation happens when you focus on the effects instead of getting to the root of things. And Sarah, I know you tried to move off, and y'all tried to move off of influence, but we're not moving off. We're going right back, because that is the source of everything. Influence creates thinking. Thinking creates behavior. If you can defeat that argument, God dang, you win the debate. So since influence creates thinking, how you think and the actions that you are going to take, should we this debate, I keep moving the goalposts. This debate is literally about, should traditional roles have a place in modern society? It should have a place in modern society. And the reasons why it isn't, the reasons why people are moving away from gender roles is because of propaganda like feminism,
Okay.
which soy pill, you keep going up. You are a complete male feminist. You never
Okay.
really answer the question. You kind of like move away from answering the question, and I let it go, but I'm like,
I promise you I'm trying my
no,
best.
that's
but...
not happening anymore. It's not happening anymore. So
Well, listen,
first
if
and
you're
foremost,
right,
no,
if
first and
influence is
foremost,
so
first and-
important, Cooley,
first
then
and foremost,
your
stop
side
right
has
there,
been
Soy Pill.
absolutely dog
Stop
shit
right
at it
there,
for
Soy-
decades. So,
stop
like,
right
why should
there,
I fucking
Soy
side
Pill.
with you guys? Like,
Gentlemen,
feminism seems to be winning right now.
Gentlemen.
Stop it.
He has to interrupt. He's terrified of the
He got it.
arguments.
He's
David,
terrified.
go ahead and finish your
terrified.
thought,
Go ahead,
and then
Gilly.
Soy,
I'm
you
very
are welcome to
scared.
respond.
The low tier tactic.
Low tier tactics. And the thing is, your arguments, you keep making arguments like, well, should we physically enforce these things or not physically enforce these things? What I'm saying is very simple and true. You can't defeat it. We wouldn't have
Then
to.
why are we
physically
arguing about it?
Stop it. We wouldn't have to physically enforce anything, and the world turned into Handmaid's Tale, or something else, if we mentally enforce it with influence. But I'm telling you right now, there's an opposite influence that is influencing people not to adhere to gender roles. Okay. This is why you're seeing the decline in birth rates. This is why you're seeing the abortion rate. This is why you're seeing all of these negative effects, because of the propaganda that's pushed away from gender roles. We are arguing for gender roles. You get what I'm saying?
Oh my God, it's so much sense.
Guess what? Soy Pill, you actually agreed to many of the things that we argued for, which you already know. Men are naturally stronger than women in a lot of things. You know these biological truths, but for some reason you want to speak the opposite of the biological truths.
I haven't spoken the opposite of any biological truth. I think it's very clear what I'm saying is that, look,
you have.
Which biological truth have I spoken the opposite of?
One, you said that, well, I'm okay with women going into the biological truth that you spoke against. You said that, well, I'm neutral on, I think that, choice is everything. Well, what would you want to influence then? Because something has to influence someone from choosing something, but you're totally against gender roles.
I'm not.
That's
Oh
what
my
I'm
God!
saying.
You have. Apparently, you're not active listening, as you so have proposed throughout this entire debate. I never said I'm against the good things that come from gender roles. I'm just saying we don't have to strictly promote this for male and female. And I'll keep repeating that until you understand it. I'm not saying, oh, we have to do this, we have to do that. I'm saying that yeah, people having choices is better, and no, we don't have to say that men must do this, and if they don't, then somehow they're bad men. And I'm gonna keep repeating that. I don't know why you can't understand this. And I'm
No,
not
I understand
saying
that
men
clearly.
aren't stronger. I'm not saying that, oh, men aren't better at things that require strength. I'm just saying that not all men are going to be doing these things, and therefore we don't have to say you're not a real man if you don't do these things. So I don't understand what's so difficult about
Okay,
that.
so you want to restrict speech
Did I say that?
because that's what's going to happen.
It's
You said
crazy
that
how
we,
like I can watch the words
that's
like
what's gonna
travel a few
happen.
wavelengths over
Yeah,
to you, and you can just
great,
transform
great.
them into something
No,
I
no, no.
never
That's
said.
what's
That's
going
so
to
awesome.
happen. Well, I don't think people
You
should
don't think.
say to people, well, you if you don't adhere to these gender roles, that you're a loser or something like that. That's
Mhm.
what's going to happen.
Oh, it is?
Like,
Well, then what are
that's
you
what's
worried
gonna
about? Why are you
happen.
debating? If everything is such a
Wick is
biological
going to
imperative,
continue
if somehow
to not
feminism is
get
going to
chicks
lose because of
because
the
he
natural
adhere
hierarchy
to
of
this
men
gender
and
role.
women, why are you even
You
here? You
are
can just sit
continue.
back in your chair. You don't have to go
Gentlemen,
fight in the
I
military. You
think
can just
this
twiddle your thumbs
is
and it'll
a
all work out for you. So
wonderful
what are you worried about?
time to move over to our closing statements, and then we can read and respond to some of the super chats. And I'm seeing the chat. There's a lot of people already wanting to get in on open panel. So I don't want to uh, hold them off any longer. Okay, I believe, Wick, would you like to begin with your closing statement?
Certainly. So I think that we've made it pretty clear in this debate that while I have nothing against gender roles, and I think that I wouldn't want to abolish stay-at-home moms or anything like that. I think that we have amply demonstrated that egalitarianism is superior as a form of ideology and as something to promote. When we talk about dealing with reality, one of the points that neither of my interlocutors here have been able to address is the fact that every single Western world country who has gone further towards egalitarianism has outperformed by almost every metric the countries who have not and who have stayed in the more patriarchal, traditional kind of wavelengths. I think that when it comes down to it, it really is a freedom of choice, right? I think that if a man wants to stay at home and watch his children while his wife earns the money, that's okay. I think if a woman wants to stay at home and watch her kids while her man goes out and earns bread, that's also okay. I think that I should not be able to choose for them what they do. And the advice I would give to them, right? What sort of lifestyle should I live? The one that makes you the one that makes you feel most satisfied, the one that you want to do. Now, I think that naturally, without any coercion, without any force, without any pressure, this will naturally kind of lead to more men in certain roles and more women in certain roles. And that's perfectly fine. But we don't need to be promoting, right, or stymieing people going into these gender roles. If they are actually natural things, it will happen without our input. And I think that's okay. I'm Wick TV. If you like what I say or you hate what I say, you can find me on Wick TV on all platforms. Check me out. Thanks for having me. I do appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Wick. Soy to you.
Yeah, I don't think my opponents know what I'm even against because they don't know what a gender role is. I don't think men shouldn't fight in the military. I don't think we need to have a 50-50 military. I think that men and women should have the choice to be in whatever role they want. Most men don't fight in the military, so it is not a male gender role. It's just an exclusively male field in certain cases and a majority male field in others. And despite my jokes, I don't think that Jake should be shamed for not being in the military, maybe for being Australian. Since the introduction of more choice, things have been astronomically better than every decade these guys keep referencing: spending power, disposable income, quality of life, reduction of poverty, etc. It seems to be working out pretty damn well. Yeah, there are problems with current society, and yeah, we might need to address them, maybe in an existential way, but I just want to promote good behaviors. I think we don't need to do those in a gendered way. But according to them, it's the natural hierarchy of things, so I think we can all just sit back and let things play out the way they need to play out. I'm the Soy Pill. I make video essays on politics, Type 1 to end the deep state, and I thought that I would be the largest person on this panel and thus the most correct, although I see Cooley, you'd also work out, and Jake, maybe you do too. You're hiding your arms, so all my working out was for nothing, but thank you for joining. I had a good time.
Thank you, Soy. Jake, to you.
Yeah, I thought that our opponents' arguments tonight were quite frankly embarrassing. They actually never really gave a definition of feminism and what they really think that feminism is, which is interesting. And they were just intentionally vague the entire time, which is a very low tier sort of tactic. And they were constantly shifting the goalposts and constantly using all of these different tactics that are just quite frankly low tier. They even admitted that women are weaker and less effective than men, which I found really interesting because that actually just plays into our point that women, yes, they're less effective and they're weaker than men. And that's why we need men to have certain societal duties as a collective. Now, we never said that all men have to do this. We said that this is a collective duty, and we made that very clear. But they kept on going back to that because they actually couldn't contend with the arguments. So I actually really enjoyed this. I found that, like I said, the arguments from the other side were just quite frankly embarrassing. And it was an easy W for me and Cooley. Been coming for a minute, but yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Jake. David, to you.
You know what? Let's get rid of gender roles. Put me in a room with these two guys, and their only option is to fight me back 2-on-1 or call the police. But guess what? There's no gender roles, so they're gonna get some women police that show up. Guess what? Y'all both dying, and I'm killing a woman police too. That's what's gonna happen if you abolish gender roles. You get what I'm saying? That's
Man,
what's
I would
gonna
kneel
happen.
on your neck so hard there'd be paper
So,
murals of you in
at
New York
the end
City.
of
I'm
the
just
day-
telling you.
Oh,
I'd kneel on your neck so hard there'd
great.
be
This is
paper
my
murals of you in
ending.
New York City. Just saying.
How are they cutting me off? You're that triggered. You're that
I
feminine. that you're-
will say
you
it
know,
is
said you were going to
closing
kneel up.
statements. It's closing
Well,
statements,
He just said
gentlemen.
he was going to
David,
kneel up.
David, go ahead.
Appreciate you,
Just
Sarah.
be mindful of
Appreciate
the
you.
death threats, David.
It's you
Saying
know,
you're going to kneel on a black man's neck. Nice one, Rick.
yeah. But you know what? I would say these guys were very disingenuous with the things like they know these biological truths. They were very vague, like Jake said. They never really gave a definition towards about feminism. When it came to influence and stuff like that, they really didn't want to battle with that. Really didn't answer questions on that. It was like, let me just try to avoid this topic. They try to stick with topics that they're comfortable with, like moving the goalposts and always speaking about effects. Me and Jake was always continuously trying to will it back in to get to the cause of things, which is biology. But other than that, man, this podcast was cool. I appreciate all of you for having me. Shout out to Soy Pill and Wick TV. At the end of the day, my name is Cooley with No Fugazi Podcast. Give me a follow. Subscribe.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Just a kind reminder to our members, I'm going to drop that link shortly to the StreamYard link to a members only post, and you'll be able to see that there. You'll be first in line, and then anybody else behind that, I will drop it publicly here shortly. Okay. We're going to get through some super chats. Are all of the gentlemen, are you all staying for open panel?
Yeah.
I got to get out of here.
Well, I can.
Wow.
I can
Somebody
stay for a
manly
little
of you,
bit. I
Jake.
got
You don't wanna show
about
face. Come on, man. Stick
maybe
around.
like a half
Jake has
hour in me.
to nurse his wounds.
I think I've already had my way with these two gentlemen. Already beaten down on them hard enough. I don't want to spare them any
Why
more
do both of you want to be in a
I've gotta
room
go and-
alone with us?
I've got to
It's
go and
kinda
eat my
not very
breakfast.
manly
Got
of you.
to go and eat my protein, and I've had enough soy today.
Can you
if I'm
flex for
honest.
us? I want to see how big your arms are.
Why would I do that? Why would I be such a
Because I want to
homosexual?
see if I
Pretty
mog you or not.
muscular.
Honestly, we're
Do
wearing
you
a,
fit the gender
string
roles better
singlet
than
like
me? Show me.
yourself.
Show me how big your arms are, buddy. Let's see. Come on.
Fuck it. All right,
So
Man,
Bill, you are
gentlemen.
What a
actually,
weak
unfortunately,
ass little
unlike you,
bitch.
I'm not.
DJ
I'm not
Nuts,
Go
Give me
fight
the
an emu, you
five.
weak little bitch. Then go run and
Said,
eat your
has
protein and then don't do
Western
anything with it in bed,
culture
buddy.
had better relations between the sexes as they've androgenized men and women's role in society. Anybody's welcome to respond. If nobody responds, I'll just keep moving on.
What does better relations? I need to know more. Like, what does better relations mean in this context?
I don't know.
I don't know either, so it's hard to answer the question.
I think if you're talking about the idea that like men do have a loneliness epidemic, I don't think that's because men have been more feminized. I think that's largely due to the fact that men had a role that allowed them to get women, which was making money. And now that's not enough anymore because women make money too and they want a little more. Men don't have emotional regulation. They don't really know how to talk to women as a whole because people don't teach them how. And I actually do agree with Cooley that, fathers should have a better role in, emotionalizing and conditioning men to understand how to talk to these people. But I don't think it's exclusive to fathers. And that's only a gender role insofar as we have to counteract the gender roles that have existed, since then. And you can do that with everyone, mothers, fathers, whatever.
So you think a mother? So you think a mother can raise
I
her
think a
son
mom
into
would
a
help me
man?
get more bitches than a man. Yeah.
No. That's not what I said. I said, do you think a mother can raise her son into a man?
Raise her into a man. I think
Yeah,
definitionally, yeah. If you're saying can she teach him to be more masculine than a father could, that depends on
that's what
who
I'm
the mom
saying.
is and who the father
Yeah,
is.
that's what I'm saying.
It depends on the
More
case. I think in
masculine.
general,
It
a
depends.
man would probably know how to teach masculine things better if they were practicing more masculine things. Yeah.
Fair enough.
All right. Sam Slenderman with the big five says, Wick, what are the comparative odds where a man has to disarm a woman versus a woman disarming a man, and who can take more bullets before falling?
Sure, if you're talking about a close combat fight where they just round a corner and on each other, right? I think that a man's going to win that in almost every case. Who can take more bullets before falling? Like, depending on the caliber, you're not taking more than one, right? It depends,
I'll add,
right?
Wick,
Like, you're
also
not taking more than one.
women are
You're
biologically
going to
better
go
at
down, and that will
target
be
sport
it.
shooting. If you didn't know that, women actually have a better and more steady hand thanks to their, I don't know, estrogen
Oh, and
levels or
marksmanship in the
being
Olympics
less
and things like
emotional.
that.
I don't fucking know.
Yeah. There's
Okay.
some studies that suggest that, but it's
Jake, did I mog you
fairly-
into staying? You're still here.
Yeah, I'm going to stay
It's
for a
just
little while. I'm going to
Hell
stay
yeah.
for a little while.
I
Yeah,
appreciate
there's
it.
some
Thanks for coming.
interesting things coming up on this panel, so I'll stay for a little while.
And to the members, by the way, the link is pinned on a members only post. You can see that. Hop backstage. You've got about 2 more minutes before I drop it publicly. Rachel Wilson in with the big 20. I'm a certified firearms instructor. I've taught mostly
timing.
women. At least 70% of them can't load a spring loaded magazine or work the action on an automatic pistol or a bolt action rifle. Cuck team is Delulu, win Jake and Cooley.
I have
Yeah,
two
but
things
why
for
should we
this.
trust a
Sounds
woman's
like,
opinion on shooting?
yeah, first of all, it sounds like she's a dog shit instructor. Second of all, Rachel
True.
Wilson believes that women shouldn't be able to vote, so I don't care what the fuck she says. She's a dumb, measly woman. Get out of here, Rachel.
True. And she's a liar.
Wow, you guys are tough behind her back, eh?
Hey,
Oh,
come
she
on
can
stream.
come
I'll
on
call you a dumb, measly
anytime,
woman to your face.
anytime.
Oh, don't you worry,
Go
fellas. Don't you worry,
backstage.
fellas.
Come on up.
Don't you
it's-
worry, fellas. You're gonna you're
I've
about you're about to hear it. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah,
Don't
come
worry,
get your
guys.
husband to make your
Listen,
fucking arguments
oh
for you.
boy.
Stick
She's
around.
one of the weakest little
Stick
baby
around,
ass
fellas.
bitches that I've ever had the
Stick around,
pleasure.
fellas.
Oh, well,
It's
yeah.
ironic
Stick
that
around,
these two
fellas.
soy boys are speaking to a woman like that. Come on, man. And you
Hey, I
supposed to
called
be
you a little
masculine.
baby bitch too.
I
I'm
will-
egalitarian.
I
You're the
will
one who
you'll
says
get
we have
there.
gender
Flag
roles.
too, don't worry.
Let's
That's
be
why you're a reproductive dead end, so
respectful.
Hey, I'll impregnate your wife too. Don't worry about it.
Gentlemen.
Oh,
Rach,
yeah. We'll
very
take turns.
nice lady. I don't appreciate we calling her names. Raw Dog with the big 20. You served in the chair force. I can tell you from the real combat sides, women were not able to do what we did overseas on the ground. I saw it firsthand and had to clean up the messes. That's the polite version. And then Cool Barracuda says Moss Wick, MOS. MOS Wick, former Army 68W PSYOP saying women did good in range qualifications, disingenuous, or you were just buns. Lower standard for BS like Ranger School, they can't pass SOF requirements. Woman and war equals instant L. And you're welcome
Well,
to
my
respond
MOS,
with-
I was a cryptolinguist. My target language was Mandarin Chinese, at least for the first half. But full disclosure, I'm not very good at Mandarin Chinese, so I became a crew chief. I worked on the KC-135 airframe.
Well, could a sexist man do this? Go on, Wick. Speak a little Chinese for him.
可以说中文？有一点儿。Yeah.
Robert Tamita with the Big 10 to say thank you for the stream, Sarah. And thank you, Robert Tamita. Always polite. I'm trying to find them as quickly as I can here. Millennial Mike with the Big 20. That absolute stud from the fake country of Australia is bodying those two soy boys. Win Rattlesnake. Super chat, your gracious host who is doing the Lord's work tonight. We need more traditionally strong masculine men. And then let's see.
Australia is fake.
Crimson King with the Big 10. Masculinity has not changed. Soy boy just spewed a bunch of word salad.
Cool. I challenge that person to come in and give me a consistent definition of masculinity throughout the thousands of years that humans have existed.
All right. And a question Sam said, Wick, would you take your own advice, man up and just accept it if society moved back to Christianity, woman at home, and laws against abortion?
So, would I take my own advice? I'm not sure what he's referring to there, but if people want to be Christian, they're more than happy to. I'm not an anti-Christian guy. I think that we lost a lot when we moved away from religion, actually. But one of the problems I see in today's society is that these so-called Christians, right, have basically killed Christianity, have skinned it, and are wearing it like a suit. They can't explain. They don't follow the teachings of Christ, right? They don't follow the words of the Lord, and instead follow podcasters and influencers, these graven images, these false idols, these wolves in sheep clothing. So I would love a return to actual Christianity. But what we have today is just this false kind of malnourished, uh, just this fake version that's out there. And it's
Christianity speaks specifically about gender roles in many of the passages. So that's a contradiction to your entire worldview if you want to move
Yep.
back to
hold on.
Christianity.
I've said maybe you guys don't understand. Maybe I'm not using English. I slip into Chinese, but the whole point throughout this panel is that I don't have a
Womanese.
problem with gender roles. I have a problem with strict enforcement of traditional gender roles that you all don't seem to understand what they are because you put up people like
And
Andrew
the
Tate as an example of
Bible-
masculinity. And I have a real big
The
problem with that.
Bible Christianity speaks about this
I don't think
in
you
many
understand
passages
Christianity.
specifically. What are you
Frankly.
talking about?
Wait, I don't know. How do you? Is that how you like inform your gender roles? Coolly, like you're like because the Bible said so.
No, I'm rebutting him.
Oh,
He's
gotcha,
saying
gotcha,
that, well,
okay.
I would move towards Christianity.
Which is
I'm letting him know that, well, Christianity is for the promotion of gender roles.
Mhm.
I don't think you know enough about Christianity to speak on it, frankly.
Ah, man.
Ooh. Get him.
Ooh,
It
all
isn't a get 'em,
right.
it's like you never read the Bible. I can tell you never read the Bible, or you
White
read the
man.
Hold on.
Bible
You know I was a
with, like, your
missionary for a few
with like
years.
your feminist
Oh, okay.
glasses on. So you read it through a feminist
understand. You
lens
just
where you
don't know
really
what you're
didn't get
talking
the
about.
message.
Got it.
All right. Airborne Animal with the Big Ten says it is obvious that Soy Boy and White Van Wyck have not had to deal with real violence. If they had, they would not want their woman to be anywhere near it.
Yeah, sorry. I
So-
want my woman to be able to deal with physical confrontations, and you want them to go in the closet, that's where they're gonna kiss girls. Okay? Do you want your woman to get lost to another woman? I don't think so. I think she should be out there beating the shit out of the guy while I kick his face in. All right? Like, just train your woman to fight. It's not that hard. Well, except for Rachel, she's not doing a great job.
Okay. And sorry, these are coming in. I'm doing 10 and up or questions of anything less. FB with the Big 10. Jake won the debate. Game over. Spyro with a big 22 2 points. Wick, who gets the lifeboat? Number 2, if you are in a scenario where you need women to be forced via government to have babies, congrats, gender roles. The soy boys lost.
Yeah, it'd be cool if like our opponents would engage with that point, but I do think it's funny that it's like, hey, if you're in a scenario where you need women to be forced via government to have babies, congrats, gender roles. It's like, yeah, that's kind of the whole point we were making, where it's like, yeah, if you're in an existential crisis that doesn't currently exist, maybe you need to step in and do something. But we're talking about modern day society and not like, hey, like everyone's about to die because aliens are coming, and how do we force people to have babies? So, also, by the way, that's not a big 20. That's Canadian monopoly money.
True.
Fair.
Which is
Fair.
look, I'm not for oppressing people, but Canadians, I make an exception. Okay.
Oh, careful. We have a pretty, not large,
I know.
but
I have a lot of
extensive
Canadians that follow me too, and I don't know why. But
yeah. Maybe they're just
Because
bored
they're
with
not natural
Canada.
leaders. Look at their debates. They were so boring and weak. They needed an American up there to show
Fair
them how to
enough.
govern a country. Maybe they should be the 51st state.
Rachel says with the big 20, Jake is correct. Russia also had to make abortion illegal and promote natalism in the 1930s because there were 3 abortions for every live birth, and they were on the verge of collapse. It fixed the problem.
I'll be
Russia
nice to
had a lot of problems in the 1930s. Okay, right? We're talking about a society that was struggling with revolution. And the growing pains of the USSR, basically. Yeah, to point to a single factor for the verge of collapse that they were on is just kind of silly.
Yeah, I want to throw a bone to Rachel, and say, well, first of all, like, why am I listening to you, dumb woman? But also, like, yeah, maybe if this is true, if we could bear out that, like, every time you do this abortion thing, if you ban abortion, that will, fix the problem that we're seeing in all these countries, then I would say, yeah, maybe that's the case. I doubt that it's that simple, and I would posit that she doesn't understand, and it's a lot more complicated than that. But that's just because she doesn't know what she's talking about and shouldn't have an opinion. So I can't really take her seriously. If Andrew comes in and repeats it, then maybe we can talk about it.
All right. Scurvy Derby Schmumman with the Big Ten. Yo, Wick, divorce rates are down, but has the marriage rates stayed the same?
Got the data right here. The U.S. marriage rate in 2012 was 16.6 compared to 16.7 in 2022, according to the American Community Survey. During the same period, divorce rates dropped from 9.8 to 7.1. There you go.
All right. And last one for now, and then we'll open up the panel. Timbo himself with the Big Ten says, who would I follow as my leader? Jake, Cooley, Sarah. If the other ladies were an option, I'd run to the other side. Oh, my. All right.
I'm strong and faster than him. I wouldn't let him get away.
All right. Are we ready to open up into open panel dumpster fire? The link
I got about
is
30 minutes, by the way, and then I got to.
perfect. So what I'll do is if anybody has questions directly for you, I'll allow those to come through first. That way we can expedite your and make your time worth something here. All right, here we go.
Yeah, I can't believe I actually got Jake to stay by just flexing and being like, what are you, a little bitch? That was pretty funny, but these cutscenes are very manly. It's making me want to switch sides. Okay. This is epic.
All right, let me just express some rules here for everybody so we understand. I am Sarah. If you hear my voice, that means you should probably shut up. I will let you get through your talking points, ask your questions, so on and so forth. But if you start talking over each other, I start getting very irritated. All right, floor is open.
Yeah, I won't stay very long. I just had a question for each debater. Starting with Wick. Wick, you were saying during the debate that all these Western nations, why are they outperforming everybody who doesn't follow or follows a patriarchal society? Which of those Western nations, besides the United States, outperforming China, Wick?
Outperforming China. Do you think that China is a country which promotes traditional values?
Yes, and the traditional patriotism.
not.
Yes, it
I
is.
think that China, you just don't understand. Like the
Oh, I
PRC,
don't
for
understand.
example, had mandatory abortions for most of its existence,
Yeah,
right?
so what? It's a patriarchal society is the point. You said if it's
Wait, so you think abortions
patriarchal,
are good?
you said if it's a patriarchal society, that all Western nations are outperforming all patriarchal societies. Can you tell me which Western nation's outperforming China, Wick?
So America for the first all.
Yeah, I said other than America, Wick.
Don't
Can
use
you
the
name a
example that
single
proves
one?
them wrong, Wick. That's
Can you
mean.
name a single one besides
Other than
America
the ones
that's
that are true.
outperforming China?
I think the EU, right, is largely. Look, would you rather live in the EU or would
Answer
you
my
rather live in
question,
China?
Wick. Can you
I'm
name one?
answering your question by asking you one. Do you think that-
Asking me a
would you
question is the
rather-
opposite of answering
would
my
you rather-
question, Wick.
This will answer your question. I promise.
Okay, so you're not going to answer my question. All right. So I'll
Well,
ask
you
this
will
my
allow me
second
to answer
question.
it.
Okay, answer it then,
Would you
Wick.
rather
Which one?
live in- Would you rather live in China?
That's asking me
or
a
would you
question.
rather-
Answer my
rather live
question.
in
That's
EU?
asking a question. Answer my question, please.
I think that we can understand that most people would rather live in Western
Oh,
societies. Than
That's not
live
what your claim was. You said they were outperforming
Yes, they
Wick.
are.
That's a
And
lie,
look-
Wick. How are they outperforming them, Wick?
Well, we have a better standard of living. We have a better trajectory of.
What?
We do have a better standard
What?
of living in the
What
West.
what
There's
you
a better
mean?
standard of living.
Wait,
The average
you mean with
person
like the
has more in
massive
the West than does in
massive
China.
mental illness rates, the
Hold
huge
on.
divorce rates, all of these things? That's a better standard of
Do you
living.
not agree? Let me ask you this question: do you
Mhm.
think that the average
You
worker
said these
in the
countries are out.
European
You
Union
said China.
performs
You
better
said that they
than
are
the average worker in
outperforming.
China?
You said that these countries are outperforming
And
all
I'm
patriarchal
illustrating
societies.
how.
How?
Again, the average worker in the European Union and America and the West in general has a better
Mhm.
standard of living, makes more money, is more wealthy, and is healthier than China.
Okay, and what about let's move into some other criteria.
Let's move on
Would
from
you
that.
Oh
say
Just run the fuck away from
So
that
Andrew, you're
point.
conceding that Wick was right
no,
there?
no,
You're
I'm
conceding that Wick owns
contending.
you?
I'm literally
There's something
contending.
wrong here. Both Wick and
Literally
Andrew.
Hold on,
shut
hold
up,
on,
dude.
Both
hold
Wick and Andrew
on.
are old.
Literally
Hold on,
contending
Nate.
with your
Hold on.
fucking
Wow,
argument.
Andrew got bodied again.
Do you know what?
Wick
Do you,
3,
do you
Andrew
guys?
0.
Let's move into the criteria, Wick.
go.
What about mental illness rates, Wick?
You haven't even addressed that one. Why should we move on when you haven't addressed that?
Yeah, I don't agree that those are the metrics only for a
just
healthy
moving the
society,
goalpost.
Wick.
Yeah, you're just
You're
moving
just
into
moving
something
the
that you
agree
can
that
fight on.
those-
You're a
when
little
he said
scared to go into the
when he
metrics that
said-
prove you
Okay.
completely
he said
wrong, right?
One at a
outperforming,
time.
when he said outperforming, he
Mhm.
was talking about GDP and money, and we know it.
Mhm.
And he could not respond because he knows that China's bodying all of those nations
Hey,
on the
Andrew,
on
would you
the
rather live
economic.
in China
Hang on,
as an average
would you
person or
stop
live in
talking
Europe?
so I can make the argument?
Please.
Well, yeah, but your argument
anyway,
sucks. So, like,
Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know why he couldn't contend with it. All he did is say,
I did.
"Well,
I
the
bodied it. I
standard,
didn't just
the
contend
standard
with
of
it, I
living." Hang
contended.
on, hang on. He wouldn't let me respond though, Wick. Just because you have a slightly higher standard of living, let's say, for the
Slightly.
average worker, right? Those same nations that you're talking about, they still have massive abortion rates as well. In those Western nations, they're under replacement rate. Their mental illness levels are way higher, and the general dissatisfaction reported by the populations is generally higher in Western nations than in any.
Usually because they
Because
have
we have
mental
higher
health
standards than
programs.
those
Asian
low-tier
nation.
Chinese
I'd like
standards.
to see.
Also,
he's-
China's like 60th on like countries for happiness under like every Western country. So like,
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
people
China-
probably like
Problem-
living
you know
here,
what the
but like,
biggest problem is with the happiness index is you take countries
China's
with like some of the
fertility rate.
highest suicide
Let's talk
rate and
about
say they're the
birth rate.
happiest.
China's birth rate is not above replacement rate.
It's
China's
not
having
above. No,
huge
no, no.
issues
China's
when it
isn't.
comes
I
to
didn't say it
fertility
was.
rate.
I didn't say it was.
Fertility.
So Andrew,
I
what's
didn't
your
say
what's
it
your standard
was,
for
Wick.
So Andrew, what's your standard for accepting these metrics? Because you gave a
Yeah,
metric
yeah.
for mental health.
Yeah, so
And-
well, we're going to
and
start.
You
We're going
expected them to
I'm
accept
trying to
that,
answer
but
the
then they
question.
gave you a metric for happiness, and you didn't accept that.
Yeah,
So
well,
what makes,
no,
what makes your
no.
standard
First
better
of all,
than theirs?
First of all, when you're talking about happiness metrics, right? Baked into some of these happiness metrics are bizarre shit like you can have access to healthcare or things like this, which are universalized through the state, right? But it doesn't actually measure this idea itself of happiness. They just bake these things in. Same thing with
Well,
like
I
you
would
don't think
argue
people with
your
access to
metric of
healthcare
mental
are
health
happy,
is-
buddy? Like what?
Your metric of mental health
Bro,
has the issue of having baked
I'll tell you
in-
what. Am I allowed to
mis-
make an argument or not?
I
Go
thought you
for
were
it.
done. I apologize.
Yeah, how could I be done when I'm in the middle of making the argument?
I don't know how you finish.
Yeah, well, I usually
Apparently
finish
in
when
Rachel,
the argument's done.
unfortunately.
So anyway, there's multitudes of metrics for which you can use in a happiness index. The UN tends to bake a bunch in. They just bake a bunch in and grant to themselves that these are metrics for happiness. I don't know why they do this. Maybe there's not another good way to do this, but that's what they do. If you
Well,
look at
that's
the
sort of what
Nordic
you're doing with
countries,
me-
if you look
sorry.
at the Nordic countries, for instance, the Nordic countries will often be cited as the happiest nations ever, even though the suicide rate is high, skyrocketing. Only recently started coming down, right? They don't even report that and bake that into their metric, for instance, for happiness. So it's like,
Well, you're
hang on,
baking
hang
in-
on,
you're
hang on,
baking-
hang on. I'm
If I
almost
can
done.
make
I wanna
Almost
respond,
done.
You've been
please.
talking
Almost
for a long
done. Almost
time.
done. Because I only have one other question. So my other question is to Soy Pill. So Soy Pill, you were trying to corner Jake by asking him this question, and the question was just this: Jake, what would you do if none of these things worked?
Mhm.
And you were obviously angling that you wanted him to say, well, we would like open up, I don't know, like grape cages for women.
No,
That's
not even.
basically
I was
what you're
actually trying to just get him to say the same thing I said. If it's
No.
existential, then we should do something like that, and if it's not, then we won't.
Would
But
you do something like that? Would you open
if it
up
was
grape cages
existential,
for
I would
women?
open the rape cages because otherwise we're all dying. Do it.
Now,
Yeah,
Jake,
but Soy Pill,
now, Jake,
why do you
hang on,
think...
hang on. I'm
Go
almost
ahead,
done, man.
go ahead,
Now,
go ahead.
Jake, would you open the grape cages?
Sorry, no, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't.
So you'd
I
let
don't-
everyone
I don't
die.
know. It sure sounds. It sure. Well, okay. Hey, by that same metric, then, Soy Pill, would you diddle a little boy to save humanity?
If it would save humanity, I'd do it as many times as I had to.
I kind of figured you would,
I
bro.
disavow.
I bite the
disavow
bullet.
The rape case.
Look, hey, if you want to
It's
kill
a-
8
it's a
billion
point of
people to not do
Have a
something
wonderful
awful,
evening.
go
This
ahead,
is
buddy.
proof that virtue signaling gets us nowhere, right? Like,
See you later, guys. That's all I needed. Thanks for
Bye,
listening.
Andrew. I have an average IQ and have always
there's no
publicly
point in
stated that,
caring
Wilson.
about
Thanks for
something
dropping
like
in.
that if
But
it
can we
means
just
we're all gone
acknowledge-
anyway. So that's
Yeah.
really stupid.
Soy
Can we just
Pill
acknowledge,
to appear
like, he was
on
just-
Chris Hansen's To Catch a Predator very soon.
Yeah, and I'll be
I
a
can
hero
see
for
that.
saving
If I
humanity.
may- if I
Thank
may
you
just
very
real
much.
quick.
All right,
If-
I don't want to talk about
I
diddling.
mean,
Yeah.
you people want
But
to.
if I may-
people
if
want
I
to.
may just-
People want
Go
to
ahead,
shove gender
Vic. Go
norms
ahead,
down the
Vic.
throats of
So
kids.
I
Go
think
ahead,
that,
Wick.
like, can we just acknowledge just at least with the China point how wrong Andrew Wilson was, like, by every metric.
Wick,
here.
shut up. No
He
one
was
cares. Hey,
simply
Soy Pill.
incorrect.
Soy
What's up?
Pill.
Like,
So,
I don't know
got
who
a
you
real
are,
question.
localism, right?
You're
I don't
an idiot.
get
Shut
it,
up, dude.
right?
You're
But
clearly
the adults
retarded.
are
We don't
talking,
care about what
the
you're
men are
saying. You make
talking.
no points. You
I,
just talk blah,
you know,
blah,
you need to
blah,
ask
blah,
your
blah.
wife's boyfriend.
Hey, I got a
for
real-
your
I got a real
age,
question.
Hold
Soy
on,
Pill.
hold
so
on,
you can
hold
do
on,
that,
Soy
hold
Pill.
on.
localism. You're gonna let me
Stop.
finish.
Go ahead, Wick.
Yes, you're going to, as I said, you're going to let me finish, right? And you're not going to interrupt because that's how this works. You understand that, right? You understand the dynamics at play here. Good.
You're a
Now that
deranged
we've gotten
retard.
that
I
out of the
understand.
way,
Stop.
right? Now that we've gotten that out of the way, let's talk about, right, like this idea. This is a frustrating
He
part.
says
you wouldn't say
nothing.
none of that
He
to his
says
face.
nothing.
I can cite
I would
facts,
say all
I
that
can
to his
cite
face.
figures,
No
I can
chance.
cite all
He
these
says
things that are
nothing.
actual
Okay,
real
you're
things,
gonna keep
tangible,
it. Hold
measurable
on. I
things.
apologize. I have to. I'm gonna put you backstage. You're gonna go learn some manners because when I asked you to stop, you didn't. I'm gonna bring up Ryan because I know you are
We
respectful.
need to
when
bring
I
in
asked you.
Gail as well. I
Well,
think Gail's
it's
back
a little rich to complain that you got cut off and then bloviate about how awful the person is instead of getting to your fucking point.
Go ahead, Wick.
Sure. I'll be very brief. The frustrating part of this conversation is I can deal with facts, figures, statistics. We can point to things that are actually happening in the real world, and they don't address it. They don't ever actually contend with these things, and that's just frustrating to me. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Wick.
there. All
Anybody
right, Sarah, I've got to dip out, but it was nice, absolutely and completely and utterly eviscerating these two nerds for the whole entire night.
Thanks for
Cooley,
being a good
to
little
see you
boy and
again. It's
staying
been
when
a
I
while.
asked you
Good to
to. I
see you,
appreciate
Sarah,
it.
Sarah, it was an absolute pleasure, and you guys have enjoyed. Maybe bring up Gail instead of me, Sarah, because I think he's a
I
good
see Gail.
replacement.
He's ready.
Yeah.
Hey,
Thank you,
Wick, I got a
Jay.
question for you, Wick.
The right wing is not being replaced at a fast
Wick, I
enough
got
level,
a
Sarah.
question
You
for
gotta
you.
increase this. Come on.
So, Wick, you said that you would adhere to some of the Christianity values and stuff like that. You think that America and society should move towards Christianity. With that being said, Wick, should women obey their husbands and be subservient to them?
I think that people should follow the words of Christ, right? And I'm not a Christian, to be
No,
clear.
no.
Whoa,
Answer
whoa.
But
the
I think that
question.
I am answering the question. So no, right? I think that this
No,
is
well,
a
that is
standard.
against Christ. What are you talking about?
Again,
What do
that
you
was
mean?
that was the words of an apostle. That
No.
was
What
the
are you
words of an
talking
apostle.
about?
That
Yeah,
didn't
it was
answer your
commissioned by
question.
Christ. What are you talking about?
One
Wait,
at
I
a
can
time.
I think I can
know
bridge
what
the
he's
gap.
talking about if
This
you let him
guy.
answer.
Can
Yeah.
I try to bridge the gap, Wick? Look,
Well,
I know the
can
Pope
answer
just
the
died,
question,
and
right?
I'll have you guys know that the God speaks directly to me now, and he said that women don't have to do that anymore. So
When I talk about following Christ, I mean Christ, his words, his teachings, like the Sermon on the Mount and things like that. I'm not talking about the apostles.
Well, how do you interpret the words of Christ? How do you know your interpretation is correct?
What do I? How do I know my interpretation is correct?
Yeah.
Well, Christ gave a good example on how this is true, right? Because he gave a way, criteria to decide whether or not someone is speaking truth or not. Do you know that? He
Yeah.
was very
Well,
specific.
I mean,
Well,
it's
hold on.
not
Do you
just
know
him,
that?
but
I'm
like,
just
for
asking you,
example,
Gail.
Paul.
If
Yeah.
'cause-
Well, I've read the Bible. I've read the whole Bible.
okay,
Have you?
then you would know the answer to this question.
So in
Yeah, you
regards to the
judge
Old
by the
Testament, we
fruits,
should
but
just
like,
so
Yeah,
we should just
by their
get
fruits
away
you
with
shall
the
know
Old
them.
Testament.
yeah, I like the
Well,
fruits of
Christ
sexual
fulfilled the Old
society,
Testament.
and I see low birth rate. So what are you
wait,
talking
guys,
about?
I'm getting something right
Well,
now. God's
Christ-
saying both the books are irrelevant, and we should stop talking about this. He just
Yeah,
told me
so
that.
it's-
Actually,
it's-
you should
it's-
be
it's-
reading
it's-
the
it's-
Christ
Well,
fulfilled
no,
the
it's
not a
clearly
conversation
relevant
for you,
because
so
Wick.
it was
No,
a
God
conversation
just
for
told
you.
God just told me it's not
All
relevant.
right,
Okay, he's speaking to me
gentlemen.
directly.
Rachel with the Big Ten added in. They don't have the hand strength, you absolute spoon. It has nothing to do with instruction. Also, you couldn't beat me in a debate if your life depended on
You're
it.
not
That was
allowed to speak. You
referring.
don't believe in the 19th Amendment, Rachel. But I also
Yeah.
don't believe you. I think you are just a terrible, terrible instructor.
Can I
Because
point out why
everything
this is
else
a
you do
weak
is terrible.
Yeah,
Why would
I
you
can
be any
speak to
different
that a
as
little
a
bit.
trainer?
Can I have a quick
All
moment to
right,
Real quick,
that was
hold
weak
on.
just one.
Excuse me. I said
I
if
have a
my
chance to
voice
respond to
is
that?
talking, that means yours is not.
Well, you
Go
usually let
ahead,
people-
Mel,
Sorry.
please. If you wanted to
Um,
respond to the super
I
quickly.
think that's a weak argument because, first of all, anyone who can, it relies on trust me, bro. It's anecdotal, which is the weakest form of evidence. But also, if you can find one woman whose hand strength is strong enough, then that shows that women are capable of doing that. It's not an absolute truth. And therefore, since it's not an absolute truth, that doesn't mean we can condemn women to saying you'll never be able to load a gun.
Well, to be fair to Rachel, she said that it's like 70%. But my stepmom's also a firearms instructor, and she does that assessment. Just she laughed when I told her that. So I think Rachel's potentially just a bad teacher. So, and that wouldn't surprise me,
K to the Swiss with the Big Ten. I'm invoking the name Andrew
He
Wilson.
missed
Yes,
it.
you
He
said
came
it.
in. He made
showed
dog
up.
shit
This-
arguments, and he's gone.
These were from earlier. NS Crisis with the Big Ten. I know a certain man who's about to come on who knows more than enough about Christianity to let you know. Yeah, that was pretty.
I was already on, and like I said, God speaks to me directly, and all and
Hold on.
every word that I say going forward is the direct word of
just-
Christ, and we should all listen to me.
Just real quick, I'll be
Go ahead,
very
Rick.
brief. If anyone wants to debate me on Christianity, the teachings of Christ, I'd love to have that discussion. It's something I don't get to use a lot in this space, unfortunately. But I would
Ooh.
absolutely challenge anyone who thinks that they know
Yeah,
more.
There's
yeah.
panel.
I guess
Hell,
my
that is
my
your
first
first
question.
I
Yeah,
asked you a question and you failed at it. So I mean, who would want to debate you if you can't even answer?
Actually,
a
you
simple
did. You
question?
did.
Cooley,
You
you're
actually
not a
did.
good debater either, bro.
Well,
actually
it's that, and it's also I'm just wondering why should I prefer the teachings of Wick and his interpretations of Jesus Christ over Paul, who is a direct apostle of Jesus
You
Christ?
shouldn't. You
who
should
saw
listen
Jesus
to
Christ
me,
in
the new Messiah. God is speaking to me directly.
Soytail, nobody's talking to you.
God is
Okay.
speaking to me. I told you, Gail.
No, you be quiet.
Calm down, Soytail. Calm
I
down.
can't hear a
Calm
word
down.
any of these.
This is so stupid. Oh my god. I'm here for it, though. I hope you guys are having a
This
good time.
message is sponsored in part by.
Am I allowed to show this?
All
Why
right.
did you play that? Wick
is
almost bust a nut
enough.
live on TV because you
Enough.
played that. Wick
Because
got
that's
his little schmeat
why.
and started
That's
beating off.
why.
You
You
played that.
guys
Why do I always
all
think about
get
Wick
distracted
Wick
by
is
nice
excited right now
booty.
because you played that. Wick face is red because you played that. That's the only booty that Wick ever seen in many years because you listen, Sarah, you just
Cooley.
made Wick day.
How come you're the only person here who didn't figure out that that's your cue to shut the fuck up?
Who said that? Someone without a camera,
That
right?
was Mel.
What dork said that? Some dork without a camera?
I'm just saying I have better panel etiquette than you
Oh, it
do.
was the dork without a camera.
Oh,
Come
man,
on.
Brain
So-
Rot with the big 5 says Cooley and Jake did awful in this debate, especially Cooley. He just asked questions but had zero arguments
I
and
need to
resorted
defend
to
Cooley.
insults. Next time, get Andrew. Cooley, do you
Well,
want to
Brain
respond?
Rot-
Wait, can I
Hold on,
defend
if
Cooley? I want to
Andrew-
build a bridge.
I
Andrew made
really-
far
I
worse
really wanna
arguments
make
than
this-
Cooley did,
the
okay?
fuck
So
up, all of you.
Please.
Stop it. Who did I ask? Can anybody tell me who I asked to respond to this super chat?
I think you
Myself
asked
and
Cooley.
I.
I think that was Cooley.
Thank you. Thank
Yeah.
you. David, would
You're
you like
welcome.
to respond?
I mean, Amber, this is his opinion. But I think Andrew Wilson is a great debater. In regards to me asking questions, I've posed my arguments in my opening, and then I also restated some of my arguments, but they just couldn't answer certain specific questions and would move the goalposts. So that's
Because
what
your
happened
standards
there.
for answering
So
were
the person
bullshit.
that sent the super chat most likely has low IQ.
No,
So
your
there's
standards for
another
answering your
insult.
question.
Yep, there's
No,
another
your
insult.
Your name is
standards
Brain
for
Rot
answering your
Central.
questions were bullshit. Not every question can be answered with a yes or no, especially when you keep moving the goalposts after they give you the answer
Who's
you want to hear.
talking? Dude without a camera? Oh, no wonder why your camera was
Yeah,
off.
and I'm
Look at
also
the
better at
coke
debating
that's
than you.
sinking through your
I don't need a
pores.
camera to debate, but
Oh,
unlike
that
you,
that isn't you. My bad. Dang,
I
that's
just don't need a
Were you
camera to
were you
debate,
trying to make
unlike
a
you.
comment about me here? Is that what you're
I
trying to
was
do
like,
here?
God dang. Who put your camera on if you speak? And only females want to hide their face. And not the good
No,
females like
if
Sarah.
you saw my
I'm
camera
talking
right
about
now,
the
you see a
whores.
big finger, a big
Aw,
middle finger
thank
for
you,
you. That's all you
David.
see.
I don't
Got you,
hear that a
Sarah.
lot.
So
I
was that
don't hear
directed at
that a
me,
lot.
Cooley?
Oh,
Was your little comment directed at me? Because if it was,
I thought
I'm not
I
going to
thought
take
that was
anything.
you speaking. I thought that was you
Okay.
speaking.
All right.
maybe you
No,
should
that
have.
was
We're
I'm not
debating
now.
this. I just
I'm
want
not
to.
now.
I just want to point out we're fighting right now, and we haven't even picked a topic to fight about. That's
I
just how
know.
great the panel is right
All
now.
right, Duck, go ahead and throw out something then.
All right, I will throw something out. Andrew, while he was on, and he's not here to defend himself, so I'm not going to say anything about Andrew in particular. But one of the things that he missed that I didn't hear either Wick or Cooley talking about is that in the United States, we often think of gender roles in terms of institutions. We want to ask questions about how women participate in systems of education, in democratic representation. We want to report to the world our per capita GDP. We want to be able to break down those stats for males, for men and women. And I know Melanie might not like this, but we also might talk about that in terms of what types of roles and jobs people do. And so
Why
I
wouldn't
don't
I
think
like
it's
that?
possible to talk about gender roles without thinking about where people are actually being a man, where people are being a woman, or where they're trying to ditch that label in the first place.
Wait, Duck,
So
why
if I
wouldn't I like
may,
that? Duck,
if
why wouldn't I like that?
I don't know. We'll take it to Discord or something, but I think we're in a spat right now. Even though we disagree or we agree 99% of the time, I
don't see
I
no, I
think
don't
I'm
see why it
still
has to go
really
to
affirming
Discord.
a lot about gender there.
I don't see why it has to go to Discord. I'm saying instead of artificially making certain jobs only for one gender or another, we say, okay, if you're a woman and you want to be a construction worker, do that so long as you feel fulfilled doing that. I doubt somebody who's not able to do a job will feel good at doing it and will want to keep doing that job. So all this is going to do is lead to natural selection in the workforce.
Well, Melanie, Andrew's a professional
Nate-
debater, actually, so that's not true.
Well, I do want to address Nate's point directly because I think that we did talk about men's and women's roles when it comes to protecting the home, and I don't think that's an institutional thing that we discussed. In fact, other than perhaps
No, but it
the
wasn't.
military,
It was intended
other than
to.
perhaps the military, I don't think we discussed institutional gender roles much at all. Most of the time was spent talking about what men and women should do in the matters of the home.
But I'm saying that's a problem, Wick. That was my point.
Why?
That was the point I was making.
That it's a problem to discuss it specifically when it comes to things in the home. Are you saying that we should discuss it more on an institutional level?
Yeah, I'm saying I don't think if I was thinking about having this conversation with someone it impacted, I wouldn't be thinking specifically and directly about like someone like, okay, if you do laundry for 10 hours a day, that's something that me and you would talk about. But if I'm trying to decide on like a social level, I'm also interested in knowing about like what types of jobs you might have applied for. I'm curious like what level of education you finished with. Like I want those facts and figures.
Well, I think it's perfectly fair to talk about it in a multi variety of ways, right? And we just didn't get to that, so I'm sorry we disappointed, but maybe next time.
I'm still really happy. I don't know if you can tell I'm a ray of sunshine anyways.
I can tell you
You kind of
exude
just talking,
sunlight,
like you
okay,
brighten
sir?
my day a
You're
little
one of the
bit.
most
It's
happy
like,
people that I've met
I'm about to
today.
get going, Sarah, but I appreciate you for having me
Yeah.
on.
Thanks for
And
coming. It was fun, Cooley.
good debate.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll do
Can
this
I-
another time, man.
Thank
Cooley,
you.
can I-
very
can I
much.
Thanks,
ask you a
Sarah.
really
Hit,
quick
hit me in a
question?
DM, Sarah.
Wait, will you flex before you leave, Cooley?
Peace.
Careful how you say that.
Cooley, give us a flex before you go. I feel like you go to the gym. All right, look at
Real
them
men
running
aren't afraid of
away.
flexing.
I-
Real men
I-
aren't afraid of showing their muscles.
Yeah,
I do wanna say
yeah,
this.
I'm doing it.
Maybe Scotty, right? It's Scotty, right?
If
Locals
I
is
can
back.
actually cut in real quick, I only have a couple minutes left. I just want to address Wick's point because I never got to answer this question. Why should I listen to you about Jesus Christ rather than Paul?
So I think that you should probably listen to both, and I think that most of all you should listen to Christ. But let me ask you this: is Paul infallible?
I believe the words he wrote in the Bible are going to be sacred scripture. They're inspired text from God. So
Fair enough.
not every single
think that-
action Paul ever took was infallible, obviously, but
Sure. Right. Well, we all know Paul's history, right? Before he became Christian, right?
Yeah, of
This
course.
is so boring.
So
I
he
hate
was
these
a
things.
fallen man. He'd be
This
the
is
first to tell you
such a
that.
dumb debate. Religious
Okay,
is
we get it.
boring.
You went to church yesterday.
Well, he asked me a question. I'm trying to address him. Okay. If you're not interested,
isn't
in
the
conversation,
topic.
that's fine.
Well, he's trying to ask this question because it's
Yeah,
come
I'm just-
up, Mel. It did come
He
up,
wants
Mel.
to ask the question. I want to answer the question. So please.
And I
right?
want to hear
Okay, well,
Wick's answer too.
It's not going to be Wick who rerails this train, apparently.
My God. Okay. Right? Can I not have a
Well, just
conversation? If you don't want
just
this to be in
relax.
this
I only
conversation, hold on,
I only got like 5
okay,
minutes
yeah,
left.
yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm gonna head out. So.
We'll be real quick, right? If you want to have a more in-depth
I,
conversation,
here, let
just
me
leave
just throw this out there. Everybody always says, I only have a few minutes left, and act like there's a sense of urgency so that they get to have the mic for all that they want. It never
Jake.
means jack shit to me when you say that either on screen or in the
Wrong.
private chat or whatever. Just let that be known. Nobody gives a fuck when you say that, okay?
Okay.
I say
I'll
before I
just
get
I'll
kicked
just
off
make
most of the
I'll
time.
just make the argument right now. Then that's just perfectly fine. I would value Paul's words more than yours. Firstly, you're not a Christian. Paul was. Secondly, he had direct connections to the apostles. I mean, I think it was Second Peter, where Peter, who was the most mentioned apostle in the Gospels, said, "Hey, listen to Paul. He's right about things." Which is why, okay, why should we appeal to your interpretation rather than Paul's of Jesus' words?
Well, again, by the fruits you shall know them. And well, yes, I think that most things, Paul's probably got the right idea. I think that in the specific question I was asked regarding should women be able to speak at church or should they obey their husbands, I think that we have moved past a point that we were in the biblical times. And I think that when we talk about Christ, about his specific teachings to treat others how you would want to be treated, the golden rule, right? I think that that supersedes anything that might contradictory that Paul might say.
And then last question specifically. I mean, if we're going to judge the fruits, I would just look at the various societies that operate under traditional Christianity, which is basically most of human history after the Roman Empire, at least in Europe and America.
Oh my God,
And you
shut
see
up.
these are successful societies that have successful birth rates, and they prospered in some cases. Is that not judging fruits? Is that not showing that traditional gender roles
It's like,
produce
oh,
good
the
fruits?
Christianity, like
do you think I'm
inner working debates are
anti-Christian?
so fucking boring.
No,
It's
I'm just
like,
wondering. I'm
it
just
doesn't
wondering because you're
matter.
attacking Paul on this point, and
Doesn't
it's
matter.
clearly
Go
showing, at
start
least
your own
in a
religion
lot of
like
these
every other fucking
societies,
person who has
with
a
traditional gender
disagreement.
roles,
According to your
it worked.
perspective, according to your
Well, we
conclusion.
can look at Europe after the printing press was invented, and we had the rise of Protestantism, and we had basically 200 years of war and destruction in Europe, which was why a lot of them fled to America to found America. So,
God is telling me right now
mixed
directly to move
bag.
on, Wick. It's saying next question. It's
Yeah, I
saying it
mean,
to my head.
that's all I have. Thanks for having me on.
You're welcome.
Bye, Gil.
Well, with that, then I think I'll probably just say one thing and then bounce off. It seems like there's like plenty of progressive representation on the show. I don't want to overpower the panel, but I'll just say my opinion on the topic. If someone wants to live traditionally, it's awesome. Knock yourself out. But if we act like that's the default setting for society, I think that's where the problem comes in. Because those roles are generally not designed for freedom; they're designed for control. And most people did not choose them historically; they were assigned to them and enforced on them. And if people want to cosplay the 50s, that's fine, but don't enforce on others and pretend it was a golden age, because for a lot of people it was a cage. And I think roles should be earned, chosen, or negotiated, not handed down like a script. Tradition can be cool as fuck, but not when it's again assigned to or forced on people. So that's all I want to say. I'm Radical Coder. It's good to see you, Sarah, and Soy and Will.
Hell yeah, Ryan. That was great. I appreciate your comments.
I do want to say this to Soy Pill, because I can tell that I'm probably going to disagree with most of what you, Wick, Nate, obviously Mel. I know Mel and I we
Obviously.
good respectfully disagree on a lot of stuff. But I thought you made a great counterpoint when you talked about in the debate where when they were talking about the time when there was gender roles, and you said, yeah, but look, we had also and I think both of you guys mentioned this, where there was feminism became a result of that top-down control, right? Within the culture. And I think this is something that a lot of traditional red sphere, manosphere people kind of just miss on this point, which is that people don't realize that the there was a lot of birth rates happening in the 50s, but there was a lot of underground abortion rates going up out of in the stratosphere in that time as well.
Yeah, and all
As a
the
direct
pent up
res- as a-
40s come was as
Yeah.
well a big influence. But yeah, I agree. I mean, obviously I agree. You're saying my point, but yeah, it's like feminism came up during these times that they want to go back to, and they have no way to enforce that feminism doesn't happen. And clearly this appealed to people. And I think their only answer to that was, oh, well, it's because of propaganda. Well, it's okay if so propaganda can completely dominate your entire world structure and society, then it sounds like you have a shitty society that's susceptible to an idea that's that's more appealing to people, which is freedom of choice for women and men. So
Right, and I think that's the problem. Whenever there's a prescription for how to get back to the good old days, and it's built on a enforcement structure where they don't understand that things become reactionary as a result of that. And I think this is something that gets missed a lot in that conversation. And I just wanted to say, as someone that tends to be on a more of a conservative sphere, I thought that was a great point that you made.
Thank you.
Justin,
Can I bring up
do you mind
something?
if I jump? Can I jump in between? Sorry,
You've
real
already
quick. I
jumped in
only
once.
joined-
Ian talked over me
I know,
once.
but
This
they
is my
missed
turn.
something really important.
It goes one
that
for tit for
really
tat, right?
Hold
my
on,
brain.
hold on. Mel, go ahead, and then to you, Nate.
I just want to make a simple point, free for anyone to respond to, of course, but Nate also wants to go next, bear in mind. The argument was made, and I also find this to be a weak argument, that women are slightly weaker than men, or men are slightly stronger on average. That's not an argument for essentially making women totally powerless, right? Like a slight difference in power does not translate, does not follow into now women should just be domesticated into the household, not have any rights, can't vote, all this shit. Like, those are two totally different arguments, just so people are clear on that.
Yeah, they kept bringing it up like it was like, well, you
argument.
admitted
I
to
can make a
this.
better argument.
Pardon me for just a moment. I'm going to DJ Nuts. I think you've been the quietest on panel. I'm going to boot you, and here's what I have to do, only because Grid actually has a priority seat on this panel. I'm just going to boot you, kick you, let him come in, and then you'll have to come back next. All right? Not saying you can't be here, but I need a seat. Nobody
There-
else click the link to jump on. It is only for Grid and Grid alone. If anybody tries to jump backstage right now, I will immediately boot you, and I might even just ban you for not following instructions. All right.
Get 'em.
K2, the Swiss says, none of you low T Sallies have the guts to 1v1 Andrew right now. And if anybody does want to go up against him, I'm happy to set that up
If
for
he
you.
performs the
Look,
same way, I'm totally down. That was very
I've
easy.
had one-on-one debates with Andrew Wilson a couple times, right? If he wants to go again and try to make it a hat trick for me, he's fine to do that.
I
He
would
just
listen
needs
to
pick
Andrew
a
talk
topic.
for 2 hours.
That's
I'm not gonna lie.
well, that's cute. How about you fight me first while I'm on this panel? I actually have a fucking argument for you guys, huh?
Hold your argument, Chris, and I will let it come right back to you. Clayton Turner with the Big Ten says, will someone tell Brett and Hitman Hart and Oscar from Sesame Street that we're all good? We're all good, the definition of manhood. And then Chef times Tommy is enjoying their new membership. And Sarcastic Saint says, Ryan in the back for being a fake man and sounding more like a little girl. Mel sounds more manly than you, and Sarah acts more manly than you. Okay,
I'll
fair
take that
enough.
5
Ryan,
since Ryan left.
I will accept. Well, it came in just a little bit ago, so I did miss it. I apologize.
I want to hear from Phil. Hi, Phil.
And
Hi.
pardon me for just a moment. I'm going to let Grid take over for the next 60 seconds while I go and tinkle. But Chris, I want you to go ahead and bring up your argument.
Oh,
Thank
hi,
you.
Grid. How's the
Take
family?
over.
Well,
All
just
right.
control the
Guys.
panel.
Yeah, it's very simple. Is there one gender role that's responsible for reproduction? That's the case. We need people to have a society. That's the whole fucking argument. Men can't have babies, women can. That's the need for gender roles.
That's
it's very
amazing. You
simple.
totally like dissected
I
our
thought you were
entire
going the
debate. That's
opposite
awesome. You
direction.
just cut
Can
through
you
it.
dispute
just,
that? Can
did
you
I
dispute
ever
that
once
with an
say
actual
that
argument?
women were the only
No
ones
one's
who
If a
were
woman
arguing
getting
has
against
role
two,
women
play?
having
can I respond to Chris because this was my argument. If a woman has 2 kids in her lifetime, that's 18 months of actually bearing the child. Childcare exists. Therefore, the woman doesn't have to spend her entire life dedicated to a house.
Okay, if there's one gender, I'm going to say it again. If there's one gender role that can have babies,
Say it
that
again.
means it's important because without babies, no people. Very,
Hey,
very
Chris.
simple.
Hey, Chris.
Somebody
Do
to
you think
dispute that
all women need
argument.
to have babies?
The problem is, are gender
Chris.
roles important or
Chris,
not?
do you think
You
all
guys
women
need
should
to
have
make an
babies?
opposite
I have a simple
argument.
answer,
Chris, do you
Chris.
think
He's just
all
on
women should have
repeat, so Grid,
babies?
why don't you go ahead?
Chris, if you'll entertain me, I have a simple answer. I like cooking with onions and garlic. My wife doesn't. That's it.
That's I don't
Okay,
care about
this
your
guy looks
preference,
like a
bro. Make an
fucking
argument. Can the
Hunger
2
Games,
fucking Nancy's in the top left
what
corner
are they
make an
called? Like the
argument?
capital
They're
people.
the
You
ones
didn't make an
debating the
argument
shit.
to what I said, Chris. You ran from my argument.
Bro, you don't even make arguments. Come on my show. We can fucking argue. I want to argue with them
Hey,
because
Chris,
they're the
do you
ones
think,
actually
do you think
debating
that
up here.
every woman should have kids?
Bro,
Birth rates are down.
Dude,
We need birth
wait,
rates
hold
up.
on.
It's
This is
very
so crazy.
simple. What does that got to
Maybe
do with
I
gender
asked this
role?
wrong. Let me try this slower
I mean,
this
I
time.
think you and John should have
Yes or
a
no?
date
Do you
just
think
to
that every
hilariously
woman
talk about
should
birth
have
rates
kids?
for the next 20 minutes?
If possible, yes. If possible, yes.
Okay. If you think every single one should, then technically it's a gender role by your definition. I disagree with that gender role.
Oh, that's a good argument, bro. That's a good argument.
Well,
I
my
love it.
argument is that I
Hey,
think that
complete in
deprives
the
women
corner.
of
Do you want to
choice,
go
and I think
next?
the world
Just
is
a
better
moment.
when women
Allow
can
me
choose.
to interrupt for just a moment. Andrew said he'll debate right now.
Oh,
Wick,
boy.
I leave that to you. If you want to debate right
I
now,
did say I had about 30 minutes. I'm a little over
Oh,
time, but we
that's
can do it
fair.
tomorrow.
All these
He's gonna
low-T
run.
men leaving.
Okay.
Yeah, we can probably do it tomorrow.
No,
if he wants
well,
do it
to be
tomorrow.
fair, any original panelist has the right to leave the open panel when they want. And it's also not considered rage quitting because I completely give them that option in advance. So
Yeah.
he's not rage quitting. It was already determined earlier. And so, yeah, but I will reach out to Andrew on your behalf, Wick, and we can set something
You
up
can
if
make
you
that
want.
happen if you'd like.
Sure.
Sure.
I was upset that
before-
the other panelists left because I feel like I'm on the more trad
God.
side in terms of the things that I like live out in my own life and the things that I generally accept. But also I found Wick and Soypill, friends of mine, very convincing, and a question I didn't hear the original panelists answer super well that I would love to hear maybe the more trad people here answer is try to balance for me this question of nature and nurture, where I feel like I heard the original panelists saying there's a strong role of propaganda, right? That pushes women towards things that make them have less babies and do things that they think are ultimately bad. But it seems like they think stop short of propagandizing them into things they actually find fulfilling or satisfying, right? Where even me as like I would assume relatively more trad in my own personal life, I just think over time, like, yeah, women find things satisfying in different cultures and situations that they don't in other cultures and situations, find men attractive that they do or don't in other situations. I just didn't feel like, I don't know, those two things didn't come together for me in a way that was satisfying, where like over here we have the propaganda that's pushing women away from everything that will ever make them happy, and somehow they're just like totally ignorant of this, that they just don't know that they're actually freaking miserable about all their choices that they're making in this like new free society.
Phil,
I
you
don't
are
know.
too
Does trad
smart to
people
not be on our side. Get over here, man.
reconcile
Come on.
these things?
Let me drag you over, Phil.
And
More like Chad Catholic.
DJ Nuts with the big 5 already crying about it. If you want people to not talk over each other, maybe don't kick them when they try to follow your rules. Guess what? Grid spent $10 for me to boot anybody I wanted backstage. That's my right. That's how we play here. If you don't like it, fuck off. All right,
Sounds
back to
fair.
whoever was talking.
Yeah, so two things, because I want to Eucharist. We love Eucharist over here. He's my favorite conservative. He's someone I really respect, and we spar on occasion, the Council Nicaea and all things like that. But I really respect him, so thank you. I think it's an interesting thing that I would like to hear an answer on that I didn't. But the second thing I have to say is I do have like 2 minutes. So if anyone has questions for me,
All
not
right,
to take
perfect.
over your panel or anything
I'm
like
gonna
that.
take a
No, it's
but just
masculine
okay.
bathroom break.
if any has questions for me, now's the time, and I'll address them as quickly as I can.
Wick say I was his favorite conservative.
No, well, Eucharist is my
Said
favorite.
Chris. Yeah. So Wick, I actually did have some questions for you. I'm glad you brought this opportunity up front. You said that you are a Christian, yeah? Is that
No,
correct?
I'm not a Christian, but I was raised Christian, and I
Okay.
do consider I try to follow Christ. I do have some personal, like, I'm agnostic, I guess, if you'd want to say, because I'm not sure, right? But I do have some things, but I do think that the world would be a better place if everyone actually followed Christ.
Okay. So you believe in Christ, but you're agnostic to the existence of God? Is that a fair thing to say?
Are we
that
back
what
on this
Christ-
again?
Sure, come on, let me actually.
Well,
have
he
a-
only has the 2 minutes, right? So I can't ask him
Yeah,
too much.
sure. I think that the things that Christ taught and the way that he lived is good, and that people should emulate that. He was the great exemplar, and I think that as an example, he should be followed, regardless of whether or not he was divine. That's a different question. But the question was his teachings, will it make people better if they follow his teachings? I think that the answer to that is a resounding yes.
So you see Christ as just like a great moral
I'm
figure. then.
agnostic. I don't know.
Yeah, but you view him as a moral figure, essentially.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, yeah, fair
Well,
enough.
I've got
All right.
an argument that's not based on religion. If you guys can hear me.
Yeah,
Yep.
we can hear you.
All right, thanks. Yeah, this is for Wick and Soy Pill. Like, you guys have been saying the entire time that you just don't believe in enforcing gender roles. This is the slippery slope where society ends up going down the drain because not we, but the people who end up pretending, oh, it's really good if you can choose and stuff, is what's better for society. Just one example is I cover combat sports on my channel, and nobody aside from the really delusional ones would argue that women's MMA or women's boxing is just as good as men's, because it's not, nowhere close. And this is because women don't belong in athletics typically. So having this brain dead idea that it's really better if women can choose, that's why you find that this is the point. One of the points Chris made earlier. You have so many women who are depressed because they've been told that they should be pushing for careers. They've been told that they should be pushing for things, not having a family. And this is why women are depressed. And you've got Republicans in Congress right now. Mark Dice did a video on this the other
Are you
day.
going to ask us a question, or are you just going to do your own little show here?
Yeah, I would
Okay.
say land the plane.
Yeah, okay. Having this argument that it's better for society if women can choose, when you're presenting a role, an idea that is completely bad for women, you're giving them an excuse to make a choice which is just objectively bad.
Well, first of all, that's not a question. Second of all, if women want to choose to be depressed by joining the workforce and suffer under our capitalist overlords, I think they should be able to. And it sounds like you think we should force women not to work, and I disagree completely. I think that's worse overall. And when we did that, feminism came about, and it made them have the right to choose. So it's probably going to come back no matter what. So
women can have children and work afterwards, bro.
Yes,
Bad
Phil,
argument.
you're deflecting again, because you're saying that it's better for them to have a choice. This choice, as I just explained, I could have summed it up better, but I just explained this choice of them going into the workforce is not good for them. That's why they are depressed.
Right. So should we force them to not have that choice, right?
Yes.
Hold on.
Answer your question. They shouldn't. It should be
They should not be allowed
encouraged
to
that
work.
they don't go into the workforce because they're not happier there.
Sounds
They're
like you're
happier
advocating for
being
choice because you don't want to force them not to
Hold
work,
on.
right?
Can I ask a question just real quick? Fight Sports Talk, is that your
Go
name?
ahead.
Fight Sport Talk, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think that people should be allowed to choose things that make them unhappy?
Yes, but in situations when it is proven to make them unhappy, it is proven that they are not happier in the workforce.
I think you're all agreeing with yourself a little bit there because you don't realize you're advocating for choice.
This is why you're interrupting, because you don't want to hear my answer.
And it's because your answer's not good, mate.
No, I want to hear his answer. Give him a second.
When it is proven that a choice is not what makes them happy, in this particular case, women being in the workforce, and it affects society because therefore children don't have the kind of upbringing that they should have, it should be encouraged that they choose the better option, which is not going to the workforce, it's raising families.
Well, so
Makes
I want to
sense?
hear
Just to
Chris expand on
clarify.
his women can go into the workforce after they have kids thing then, because it sounds like you guys are fundamentally opposed. Chris is saying, well, yeah, they can have kids and then go into the workforce. So it sounds like Chris is open to more choice than fight.
No. Do you understand? Rachel Wilson was a housewife and then she worked afterwards after raising children.
Sure.
Do you guys understand that?
Yeah.
The whole
Turn your
argument
down
is gender roles in society. Did you guys forget the prompt you're here to debate?
Yeah,
No.
gender roles exist for a reason.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
saying it sounds like Fight
And
Sports
these
Talk
guys
is saying
are
women
ignoring
should
it.
not be in the workforce, and you're saying if they have babies first, it's fine, right? So I'm just trying to reconcile these two things between you guys.
And also, who the fuck cares about happiness? Who cares about that shit? So we all just let everybody live in little tanks and inject them with fucking opiates so they're happy all the time.
So
Who cares about that? That's also a shit argument.
Just because you're miserable doesn't mean everyone else has to be.
I
right?
love you all.
Hold on, Chris. What is going on with your mic? Are you operating off the right mic? It sounds like it's.
I'm not on my laptop. I had to call in through my phone because I couldn't get access to the link. So I had to take my chance to get on the call.
Okay, I'm just gonna
Fair enough.
turn you down a whole lot more because it's coming in super loud.
No, so
All right.
question.
I
guess
have
it's
to
about
go. I
happiness.
love you
it-
all.
oh, sorry.
I'm gonna
Hold on,
give my essence aura to Phil, and Phil will represent.
I don't think he
the
wants it,
entire
but
world.
okay.
I love you all.
So,
Wick,
so
I'll see you
Thank you,
Thursday,
Wick.
right?
Bye, Wick.
So fight sport. I guess I just want to clarify. Your frame of reference is that you are okay with them choosing. You just want them to be encouraged to make the right choice in your purview. Is that right?
Yes, and this is not in a opinion I'm coming up with. This is fact. Women are happier when they're not working, particularly when they've got children. And
I think
the
anyone's happier
argument,
when they're not working.
Yeah.
Look, yeah,
the
listen,
Yeah.
I don't know if
ultimately,
I can back that one up.
ultimately,
Yeah, working
the
has a lot
argument,
of stress to it.
hold on,
yeah.
hold on. The argument that you can do both, you get kids that have a mother who is only half on the job, which is just anybody trying to make the argument that
Yeah,
it is okay for women who half-ass
I-
raising kids is brain
Can I,
dead.
as a conservative, make a statement on that real quick? Would you
Yeah,
mind?
I mean, by all means,
Can I do
please.
that? That's the most illogical thing I've ever heard.
Yeah.
And while I love to beat Soy Pill down on the rare occasion when we actually face off with each other, you're not doing that right now. And here's why.
Okay.
Women have always worked. Period.
Yep.
Since the dawn of time. They gathered, they gardened, they ran entire fucking households, which, by the way, isn't easy.
Proverbs 31.
Now, right, and there was and we can't even say that the Bible says that women shouldn't work or shouldn't own property or anything else, because the Bible, in fact, reinforces both of those things. Now, the question would be,
Hello. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, my mic wasn't working before. It is.
Yeah.
now.
Oh,
Continue.
We can hear you now. We can hear you now.
Grid, real
Glad
quick,
we could make
God
it on.
just told me that was a really good answer, and I respect it.
No, yeah, I think it's. I think it's a great
By the
Continue,
way,
continue.
Soy
Well,
Pill.
I can respond to.
God told me that Razor Fist already nailed the sunglasses look. So just
God just told me
FYI.
that you're lying, actually. So.
Okay, so
At any rate, it's
I can
an interesting
respond to
thing that we always go back to this idea that women would be happier in the home all the time. I don't disagree, but by saying that they don't want to work is that's a bad argument, because
Well, this is the argument. This is the argument that I was making. They're being encouraged not to work. It's not that. Look, I believe in freedom of choice. My values are very conservative, so they should have the right to choose. The problem is that they are being encouraged not to work, and it's actually been encouraged that women can half-ass being mothers, which is terrible for society. You've got kids who don't have the proper upbringing because the mothers are thinking, well, maybe I'll be happy if I go start a business and only half care about raising my kid, and maybe give it to somebody else to raise. That's a terrible idea.
I think the point you're trying to
so
make.
I wanted
let me run this by you, and let me see if this is the actual point you're trying to make.
Okay, then I'd like to
Sure, Grid, and then
smash it
me.
after.
Yeah, I think Grid was gonna clarify the same thing I was. So yeah, go ahead.
So what you're really talking about is the fact that modern women are able to sub out almost all of their responsibilities, to where even if they run a household in the modern world, they really only work a couple of hours a day, and they're really kind of bored, and then they, of course, that's when they want to go out and get jobs and things like that, and that's because you drop your kids off at school, the husband goes to work, we have washing machines and all kinds of things to help clean up around that. Well, now we have robots to do the sweeping, and you really don't have, there's not a whole lot left that is a typically, what would maybe be called woman's work. I personally don't call it that. But at any
Grid's
rate,
a feminist.
Huh?
No,
Grid, you're so pro woman. You're so pro woman.
You know what it is?
But
You know what it is?
you
Is that I
are.
just don't think that women are capable of doing some things. And
Oh, there we go.
You're so pro women, Grid. All right. So I just sorry to interrupt the circle. Sorry to interrupt the circle.
My wife doesn't get the very much.
Okay, so I think what's important to identify here is that imposition can go either way. And I think if you're a woman growing up in society, there are women with a natural proclivity from the day they're born to till they have the realization of gender roles. Their role and their goal in society becomes to have a family and to flourish. And that they are faced with imposition to say that if that's all they want to do, they're selling themselves short, and that they should go out and get a job because they could potentially have a wonderful career doing something. The opposite exists as well. There are women that are not built on that. And so the middle ground here is choice, right? Because the imposition from either direction, when women will choose what they want to choose, women are depressed because during formative years, when they're coming into the world and they're trying to make key choices about their life, they're shamed for not wanting a family immediately, and they're also shamed for not wanting a career. It's coming from both angles. That's the key point here.
Neve, that's a
So,
good point, but
Neve,
I do have a
my-
question. When you turn the light on, do you get flashbanged from your like all white room?
I'm a bit of a
Wait,
minimalist. I'm a bit of a minimalist.
I will say that that I would
Sorry,
say that
John.
gender roles, though, and then I think this is where a religious aspect comes into play, because
Right.
most of people who affirm traditional gender roles have that basis on a religious standpoint, and I think that's something that needs to be understood. That if you're going to promote a certain traditional view, those things are baked together. And
Bluesby, you got
what
me.
we have is we have people who want to now either try to force that worldview or try to completely annihilate it, which goes to kind of what your point is, Neve, that there's pressure on both sides to try to have, and that was kind of what I got from what Jake was trying to say, was that, hey, that's propaganda, but then what they want is just more propaganda from another perspective to try to promote what they think is upstanding gender values. And I think either of them is either way is bad.
Things like feminism and highlighting the necessity for choice. This is a symptom of religious imposition. So even if you carry through to your conclusions, for the next 15 to 20, 25 years, you get all of the religious propaganda, you shame women back into the kitchen and back into their birthing roles. We'll be in the same place 100 years from now. I guarantee it.
Are
It
you
is
in
a
a kitchen
symptom
right now,
of
Neve?
the overwhelming issue that it comes with religion.
Neve, are you in a kitchen?
Sounds fantastic.
John,
I'm in a kitchen.
Neve, I have a question.
Sounds fantastic.
John, I think you made a really good point. I think you made a real good point, John, about how people like Jake are saying that we need propaganda on the other side to get women back into quote unquote traditional roles. I'm kind of calling for the same thing, because the propaganda has been so one-sided in the other direction to push women out of being mothers. And responding to Grid1's point earlier, I'm not against women working full stop. I agree in freedom of choice, but having the idea that
wasn't at my actual
but
point.
contextually on like a timeline, if we talk about Christianity being the norm for like
I'm not
hundreds and
making a
hundreds of
religious
years, if we have, no, I know you're not, I'm just trying to contend with what you're saying. If we've had Christianity for hundreds and hundreds of years, and if for 50 of those years, I think Rachel tried to say the last 50 years is when we changed something. It doesn't matter to me. But if we look at the big timeline, okay, if this amount of time we've spent talking about, women's freedoms or the freedom of choice, like contextually, is that really lopsided? I don't think
Neve,
so.
It is.
Well, in 50 years, it all got
hold on.
flushed down the toilet.
Chris, hold on real quick. I
just
love
to
that,
respond-
Neve. Just really quickly, I love that, and I kind of piggybacking off of what you and Grid was saying. You're saying that there's pressure on both sides, and if you really believe that, do you think, and of course in regards to choice, do you believe that there should be pressure on either sides, or would you just remove the pressure in totality?
I think
And
that there should
before,
be.
I apologize, Neve. Before you answer, Sarcastic Saint sent the big 5 to say UK in the back for gaining a soy boy's essence. Go take a quick bath or shower to wash that smell off. All right, fighting sport talk. I'm booting you to the backstage. They booted you for now.
So
Hmm.
I just
I'd
to
like
answer that.
clarify just a couple of points. First, I don't think this is as divided as we like to make it. First of all, I think that most women at some point, women go through stages just like men go through stages where they may not want kids, they may want kids, whatever. Just for example, my wife, and I feel safe using her as an example, mainly because she's not going to watch this. And
She's probably my number one fan, only because she knows you come over here.
Sure. And so when
What a bizarre thing to say, by the way.
when my wife was younger, and she wanted to be a professional, that's what in her everything in her life had kind of prepared her for, but she's not obviously from the U.S. And so it's a different mentality, a different worldview. And so when we had our first child, she didn't know what to do. She was lost. And so it really fell to me to do that because she didn't have that background. And so she worked a lot and that sort, which was fine. I was there. We have parents. We have, takes a village, as they say. With our second child, 10 years later, my wife absolutely hates to not be a part of my youngest son's life. Like, she is absolutely in it. She is completely done an about face in her career to some degree. I mean, not maybe my perception is an about face. She
Where's
may
the
not.
anecdote going, Greg?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Well, the anecdote is that I think that women go through stages in life, and it's not as simple as saying, well, women shouldn't do this or women shouldn't do that. Just like it's not the same to say that men shouldn't do this or shouldn't do that. At one point in time, I was a complete degenerate. Like really complete. And but I'm not now. I changed my entire worldview. And so while we like to argue these as very finite things, I just don't think they are.
Here's the thing that I think is important, because what we end up doing is when we talk about the issue of gender roles, we're going to be forcing a worldview into this perspective. And I think, to me, either way, I don't like this idea of top-down overbearing type of legality that would come from a quote unquote Christian worldview that says we have to legislate these kinds of things. Just like I'm not for all of the amount of pressure that we're getting and all of the propaganda that we're getting from the left to try to like enableize women to just completely ignore their natural roles. And I think what's important is that what we should be asking is how, if we really want to advocate for something, if there's something to be said about the organic position that we have as individuals in that conversation, rather than trying to use an institutional.
I do want to address Crisis' question. He did lob it at me. Crisis, if I understand it correctly, you're asking me if, sorry, can you rephrase it? Because you were talking about that pressure going both ways.
No problem at all. Yeah, so you were talking about how kind of women are shamed for not wanting a family immediately, but simultaneously being shamed for not, going into a career. So my question for you is,
guys, I'm sorry, this is not nearly as interesting now that everyone's being so cordial and not annoying. I hope we get into a shouting
What
match
would
soon.
your ideal be?
Chris seems like he
So
could
I
be
think a
stupid
failure
enough
of
to have a
both
fun
movements
conversation
is
with.
we spend too much time focused on the other side. We spend a lot of time slinging mud. And so when it comes to self-actualization,
Why do you want
if you have a
someone to say
leader in your life,
Hupenfaten?
effective leaders will look at your traits and your strengths, and they will do what they can to nurture those strengths. And so all I'm saying is that we should be reinforcing things that actually exist. If we have women that have leadership skills, things like grants, scholarships, enabling women to continue to seek out that education is an example of that. But we don't necessarily need to be shaming women in the home. The flip side of that would be,
Hubbard,
a
that's so
woman that
true, but
wants a
unfortunately,
family,
I think that
and maybe
buys
she
into
can't
the
create those set
gender
of
role
circumstances that are
dichotomy,
necessary
and
for
like
her
I
to
just don't want
have,
to say like, oh, women are
maybe
better,
a
men are better at this, and then argue
whatever
about
life.
that. It's
And we can support
kind of
that
deflection
mother
from the point
through,
that I just don't
government
think
support, incentives,
they should do it.
X, Y, and Z.
Sorry,
We
Corman,
can
you're
do
true.
both. And it's that we're too focused and too threatened by each opposing side rather than, focusing on our own sides.
That's a beautiful story, but only one side's being pushed in modernity, right? One side's being pushed that's glorified, and one side's being shamed.
Well, your
It's
algorithm is
None of the progressives on
your
here list this
algorithm is
I have to go,
crushing
guys. You guys have been great. Soy Pill,
good.
you weren't there the other night, man. I was looking forward to debating you.
Oh, for the economy one, yeah, I had to step out for that. Sorry, but yeah, I had to go pick up your kid like you left last time, so we should keep cycling that out, and maybe we should get our wives to do it, and then we can have like a full 3-hour debate.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. So at any rate, I'll see all you guys later.
I agree.
Bye.
Hey, Greg, I do want to say I
Bye.
appreciated your opinions today. I never expected to hear some of the things you said, and I think they were good opinions.
It's fair.
Well, okay.
I like Grid. He's very grounded.
One of the points I was going to make. One of the points I was going to make earlier to I forget who made it. Maybe it was NS Crisis about about why people like me and Jake are calling for propaganda. It's because it's been, again, so incredibly one-sided to where women, it's not.
Oh,
not a
yeah, actually, I do
terrible-
have a point
it's
for
not
that.
the worst thing. Yeah, it's not the worst thing in the world for a woman to go out and work. Again, I support freedom of choice, but the idea that when during the first 3 years, which again, anybody except a brain dead idiot will tell you that the first 3 years are the most important of any human being's life, that it's okay for women to focus on work, especially when they don't need to, when the husband makes enough money for the household, instead of focusing all of your energy towards the child. That is ludicrous, and that's what's ruining society, which
But
again
how
is why
likely?
Look,
How
I don't-
frequently? No, how
example of you.
frequently? If we look at average household income, how likely and how frequently does it occur that the one person in the household makes enough money for both people? Like, it's actually it's a lot less likely than you would think.
No, I
Thought this
understand
guy was
because of
gone.
inflation, because of how the economy is and stuff. It is really,
Now he's
really tough.
back.
But that doesn't mean that there are parents who are working when they don't need to. Women, again, when it is pushed and publicized in society that women should be looking to go out and be girl bosses.
Wait, do you think
and by the way,
anyone is
this-
making that argument here? That
Yeah,
women, when they don't need to work, should.
Well, the guy in the corner, Soy Pill, because
What's
he's
the
been
argument I'm
saying-
making?
argument.
Wait, I
So-
want
He's
you
been
to tell me
saying
my
this-
argument.
He's been saying this entire time. He's been saying this entire time.
You're
boil it
punching
down to
ghosts,
is
my
this, right?
friend.
Wait, no,
Here's
no. Let him
sport.
say it.
Here's-
Let him
here's-
say my argument.
I'll let him, I promise. But just to address what you were saying in regards to kind of where I was going, you're saying that only one side is really being pushed here. And I guess if you're looking at it from your own point of view, you're going to see whatever your experience is. But there are plenty of people that will give you an opposite experience to that. Now, do I necessarily agree with that experience? Not entirely. That's kind of why I'm asking, Neve. But ultimately, what it boils down to is this: I don't think counter extremes work. That's the truth of it all, right? It has to be some kind of gradual process. For example, I'm biracial. There's plenty of extremes back and forth, white and black, right? On both of them, you can see it. It doesn't work, right? You just go back and forth, and it never ends. Right,
Crisis,
so you gotta have some
I agree with
kind
what
of-
you're saying. I'm not
Yeah.
in favor of extremes on any side, but there are extremes when it comes to saying, look, women need to get out of the workforce and get into the kitchen. That's the saying that goes around because of the damage it does to a child when you've got women. Again, if they need to work because things are expensive, etc., then I get it. I mean, I grew up in the early 90s when this stuff
Wait,
wasn't.
Fight Sport. Can I ask you a question?
That sounds
Can I ask you a
great.
question, Fight Sport?
Yep.
Do you think that like
Cormancy, the answer
isn't
is
it the
no,
case
they
that
don't.
we need to question traditional gender roles like after the point that people have had kids? Like under this
No.
framework?
I don't think so.
Why not?
Because it's been proven again, traditional gender roles are what's better for society. So
what?
By what metric?
Oh,
How's that been
Yeah, the
proven?
only
What
metric
happens
you
when you're-
used, Fight Sports, was women's depressive rate. But I mean, you fail to bring up, the average happiness of people, disposable income, poverty rate, all the other things that have been exponentially better after we have introduced women into the workforce. And yeah, if women are sad working, get on the fucking line. Everyone's sad working most of the time, and that's why they quit their jobs or don't want to work at all. But that has nothing to do with whether or not they should go have babies, which again is a very small part of being a woman. They actually live many years without giving babies, and then once the babies are out of the house, they live another many years not doing anything with babies.
Right, and that
exactly. So what should be
that becomes the
incentivized
low
and
hanging
installed?
fruit for sure.
Okay, I can answer one. Okay, Ivory, did I answer your question? Because you asked me, should we question traditional roles after a child is born, correct? And I said
No,
you
like
did.
let's say you get past this 3-year period, can't we start questioning gender roles after that point?
In my opinion, no, because women, again, if you want to elect
Why does
to
the
go
3-year
work,
period matter? Why you bring it up?
because it's the most important.
The key development time.
But you're
but
saying,
you don't
you're saying
care,
we
yeah.
still don't question the
It is
gender roles even after the 3-year period. So what is it? The 3-year period doesn't matter. Like, why are you not questioning gender roles in general?
Because I'm not saying that women shouldn't have any choice. I'm saying, yeah, if you want to go,
Okay,
if you
so
have
then
to work.
that means we're questioning gender roles.
I don't get what you're saying. I'm saying that women again can choose to work, but I'm not making a religious argument. I'm making an argument of what's logical and what is best for society.
He's
the most
saying
important
this. He's saying this.
Most
You brought up a specific point, and when he asked you what the relevance of that specific point was, you said it wasn't. That's what he's critiquing. It's
The
not
problem
necessarily
this whole night has been everybody sitting on a fence so hard they got wood all the way up their ass. Nobody's taking a solid
Chris
stance
coming
on
in
anything.
with a
Okay.
very
Well,
important
I
Look,
think,
contribution.
I
Way
think,
to
I
go,
think,
Captain
I
Chris.
think, I think, I
Joyful,
think,
I
I
was
think,
sensitive.
I think it's reasonable to fence, post, squat, whatever kind of concept, because not everything is always black and white. We can say this is this, that is that,
Have
but
you seen Neve's
it,
background? It's very
Well,
white.
and all respect to my friend Chris Lestrange,
hold
I
on,
think.
I wasn't
Oh, I'm
done. I
sorry.
was
I'm sorry.
interrupted, but I wasn't done, and I'll hand it back to you, John. I think it's reasonable to say that we can go out saying this is always this way and this is always that way, but we always forget the human element. People make up their minds and do different things based on their own experiences, their own this, their relativism, all of this different stuff. The way their parents raised them, or maybe someone just fucking pissed them off, or they had a traumatic experience. All sorts of things get thrown into the mix of the human experience, the human element, and we forget that sometimes. So no, it's not all black and white, and we can sit on the fence. Okay, back to you,
But on
John.
the other hand,
I
on
was
the
just
other
gonna,
hand,
I was just
we
going to say
came-
that all due respect to my friend Chris, that it's low hanging fruit to be like, if we don't advocate this type of idea for gender roles, we'll be decimated. There'll be no
John,
more people. And the problem is that the
is
population
it true?
rate is population. Well, it might have some variance to it, but
Yeah, that's the problem.
But I'm not saying it isn't. I'm saying that's not the whole tantamount. That's the low hanging fruit. That's what I'm saying. That's the obvious thing to pick at, because
It's a
that's not
debate.
the only. That's just
John,
part of what makes up the question of gender roles. So.
You can't
no one's
blame
John,
the
disagreeing with the
literal
fact that we should
fucking
promote
Wait, can
women's
I
caveman
answer
for
John?
being
It's
Hold
a
on, hold on,
John.
hold on. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Neve.
I
I
can't
believe
hear.
Neve. I believe Neve was trying to interject as well, and then back to Chris.
Well, it was just too rational. We weren't playing both sides when you identified all of the nuance and the unique circumstance. And I just wanted to reinforce the idea that on the other hand, you have people that literally look like fucking cavemans, like Chris, just trying to reinforce birth, baby, birth, birth, baby, birth. You just
Chris,
you can't
Chris
ignore
is
the
far
irony. You
more
can't ignore the
stunning
It's
than a
very
irony.
simple. Can
caveman.
I
I'm gonna have
respond
to
to
push
John
back on
quickly?
that.
Go ahead,
So
Chris. Go ahead, Chris.
And
it's
strong.
very
Women,
simple.
weak.
We are
Bunga,
arguing
bunga.
for should gender roles be promoted in society. Right now, you guys are promoting ambiguity. If it's promoted, where does it say there's a law saying women can't work or this? It's not the case. There can always be rebels and outliers. You guys are going, because there's an outlier, let's define all of society on the outliers.
You should be
No, how about
promoting
we
hair
promote
wax
gender roles?
instead.
And if somebody wants to deviate from that, they do that. There's no law.
That's
They're not
what
going to get
questioning
locked
gender
up for
roles
doing it.
means. That's exactly what questioning gender roles means. It means that they're a valid person for rebelling against the standard
Doesn't
narrative.
matter what gets promoted and whether we
Bunga
should
boy,
promote gender roles.
good.
No,
Does
we
anybody
should
read the
promote people
debate
living
topic?
as an individual. That's what we're saying.
It's,
Did you
if
read
you're
the
an
prompt of
individual,
the debate topic?
Well, the prompt is actually
Go ahead, Crisis.
yeah. Well, the prompt is actually, should traditional roles still have a place in modern society? It's not necessarily saying like, do they have to be the only thing there, right? So it's not necessarily as black and white as you're saying. There's still room for nuance in the prompt of the debate.
You know, he's
the male
right.
has always been the
always-
person who
there's
has
always
to go
move-
out. Excuse me. I didn't say the word. The male has always traditionally been the person who goes out and make the money. That would be a gender role. Now a woman can make money on the computer just like a guy could.
Bluesby,
More
you
money,
got me
she
again.
can move
That was
around
funny.
more because of modern
This is so
society and
boring. We're just
technology.
relitigating the first
I think
hour of the
these
debate.
things need
It's
to
like
be
that no one
revisited.
watched it, complaining about no one
Actually,
reading
I'm
it.
actually
Y'all
I
didn't
have
watch
a-
what the
I have
fuck we were
something for
saying,
that, actually.
apparently.
Joe, you said that making money was a traditional gender role.
Yeah, man make money, woman stay home with the kids.
It
That's
used to
been a
be. It
tradition.
used to be.
Okay,
exclusively.
I would like to contest that. If you go back to our original ancestors, right, like the way back,
Money is a new thing.
you had the guy with the stick going out and killing to get the meat and whatnot, but the women were still out gathering herbs and stuff like that. There wasn't necessarily an economy, right? The idea of money isn't necessarily put into traditional gender roles.
And in
Money's
fact,
new shit.
And I would actually say that a lot of the problems that we have with where gender roles have come is because of overt capitalism that has happened when we saw mass consumerism hit in the late 50s, and they started marketing for the wives makeup, and they started marketing for kids for things, and it was all about, because there was a point when advertisement was, everybody should go get themselves a Coke for the whole family. It was all family one oriented. And then in the 50s is when we started seeing them advertised to demographics. And that was part of the reason that spurred that on. So long before there was ever people going, hey girl, you go out there and get a job and you be cool, or before there was any of that, we already saw these kinds of things beget with that type of thing. And so one would argue that as a result of the technocratic society that we've developed, that the gender roles were completely then changed forever. And I think a lot of the traditional gender roles that we're talking about that are based in some of those values, you can't really get back unless you go back to an agrarian age. So
All those anime avatars.
Society's never going back to where it used to be. That's just part of evolution. But a point that Soy Pill made earlier, he said that I wasn't bringing up exact statistics. I mean, I could bring up statistics, but you would just ignore them like you did with Jake.
No, I'll try to listen. What statistics were better in the 50s, and what should we strive for? Yeah.
Well, again, he already brought up statistics I would have brought up. I'll bring up another thing. This gender pay gap. The reason why
He's bringing one up.
What?
Let him go.
Yeah, the reason why the women don't get paid as much is because, again, they don't do it. And this was debunked back when I was a teenager. It's because they don't work the same hours, et cetera, when they have kids, they take time off, et cetera, all that stuff. So this is just, again, further evidence that women don't have the same role in the workforce as men do, and they shouldn't because of, again, the word tradition.
Well,
so
wait, I'm a little confused by that, Fight Sport, because I acknowledge, yeah, there's a gender pay gap. I think it's much smaller when you start controlling for some of those things. But I think a big part of it, first of all, like, yeah, for the same, like, wages, like, people do sometimes work less. There are little factors here and there, but the problem is that a big one is that maternity leave is a huge thing, and the expectation that a woman at some point in her future will take off some time to raise a kid and deprive that company of a worker is something that I think causes them to be paid less. And obviously, if they do that, they shouldn't be paid as much because they're not working. And the way you solve that is kind of having more of an egalitarian thing where you say, hey, paternity leave as well. If a man has a baby, he can also take that same exact time off, and then you don't have to worry about, oh, is this woman going to leave in the middle of anything, because both of them are able to do this. And
do you know what solves that for companies? Mom staying at home, you fucking dillywag.
Exactly.
Or we could just do that. I mean, I forgot. You're right. So Chris, every time Chris jumps in and has something very interesting to say, I really appreciate
it. If you don't mind, Wicked Wally in with the big five says, I thought Soy Pill was Radical Cooper in cosplay. Now I have to have an existential crisis instead of laughing. Good night.
I'm assuming that's a compliment on my physique. Thank you.
K2 keep on trucking with a big five. So when robot wombs start to become a thing, how important will women be? The CCP proved they were second-class citizens.
I think
Brian,
men are better
stop
than
talking
women.
about your physique. You can't even show your eyes on cam.
China views all citizens as second class because
I was about to say let's not point to China.
They don't recognize human rights. So that's that's the end of that argument. And Soy Pill, you keep arguing for egalitarianism.
What is wrong with paternity leave?
In what way?
Paternity leave. What is wrong? It's like that. That's
good. I'm not opposed.
While we're trying to understand what maternity leave is, no crisis in the back for not actually understanding traditional roles and why they are necessary. Why do most kids run to mom and not dad?
Yeah.
That question is to the panel. Let me put you back to the back. Melanie, you've made your way back up. And Eucharist, you'll be up next.
It's my time to outshine Neve.
I hate you. Immediately no.
That's very hard to do since Neve literally has a white background and is very shiny on this panel compared to all of the dark backgrounds.
Hope you bought all the chrome, Melanie.
And also, I don't have my Furby. Neve is a very, very respectful person, and that helps with shiny.
It's 6 a.m. here, Sarah. I can't control when my sun comes up.
I would just before we get to the super chat, which I assume we're going to talk about. Can you guys hear me? Okay, I'm unsure if it's
Yes, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
You're good.
Yeah. It's just my thing wasn't making a lot of movement. I did
That's what
actually.
she said.
I did primarily come in to talk about the stats that were talked about earlier in the initial debate. Sadly, of course, both of the people who brought up these stats have left. So I'm unsure, how much really fruit I'm going to get out of this. But I do think it's important to note I have no clue where that 99-1 stat came from for the Ukraine-Russia war, men casualties. As far as I know, there's no official measurement of non-civilian casualties of that war. We do have a measurement of civilian casualties, and it's about 50-50. It's a little more in favor of men, and sometimes, it's like technically, I think for every 10 boys that die, it's one girl, but that's children specifically.
Well, Bortz, I think you're falling for the bait here, which is they're saying, well, men have to fight in the military. That's a gender role. Men need to embody that. Men are stronger biologically. But the whole point, and they never addressed this, was most men aren't doing this, and it's not a gender role. It is a specific role for specific people to specifically go in the military, and some incredibly small fraction, less than 1% of the population, is going to go into the military. So to argue about this as it is a prescriptive thing that we should tell men to do is just ridiculous. Yeah, some people have to do it. Most of them are going to be men, but this has nothing to do with whether or not we should enforce this or prescribe it or encourage it. It's just silly. They love bringing it up, though. I don't know why.
Yeah,
let them hang with too much time on that too. You
because
know
of
that you shouldn't even been talking about that military shit, and you let them keep you over there for way too long, in my opinion, in that debate. It is not a big deal, and y'all let them keep y'all over there.
I
no, bro, because the point is, if we don't promote gender roles, then we have dudes like you sitting in a fucking pink tank top with sunglasses on. You don't even have chest hair, bro. This is what happens. This is where it leads, bro.
It's actually a pretty good look, Chris. Why are you scared of that? Is
Yeah,
that some,
let me
like,
see your
homophobia or
physique.
something?
I'm scared, bro.
You're scared?
I'm scared. He
I'm
has
not. You're gonna
sunglasses
die on the way
He
over
can't
here with
show
your
his eyes on
your
that,
chain
bro.
smoking ass, capital fucking Hunger Games looking ass.
All right.
To get back to my initial point,
Yeah.
while I appreciate your interjection, Soy, it's okay. I'm sorry, I sound rude. I know.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
You don't at
but
all.
I think it's important to bring up these things because it shows that they weren't actually researching the things that they were saying. They don't know what they're talking about beyond this point. And I'm also going to bring up the fertility rate in Armenia. We had, I believe he said that now we are at 3 children to every 1 woman or something like that. Their point is we've really ramped up birth rates in Armenia. That was for a very short amount of time. I believe at around 1970, they fell back down below 3. And then now they're at 1.8, I want to say. Let me check my stats real quick. But I
Replacement is 2.1, right, Bortz? Did you happen to have that off the top of your head?
What'd you say?
Is the replacement rate, is it 2.1 per woman?
So I don't know exactly what you're talking about replacement rate wise. I have the fertility rate.
Gotcha. I'm just curious. It's not like a contention. I remember reading that.
Point is, they clearly were being very picky and choosy with their stats there, measuring from 1972 or so. And beyond that, we do have, and I think this was made a big deal out of, birth rate in general was a really big thing during this debate when I feel like it really shouldn't be. We're focusing a lot on this birth rate thing when one of the countries with the highest birth rate is Afghanistan. They're currently at 4.8. And that's supposedly good, but we're running, do we really want for our model country to be the country with the highest birth rate when that country is currently being run by the Taliban? We have these countries where women are being forced to, have children, to adhere to these strict gender roles, and they're just simply they're not functioning well as societies, even if they are functioning well as breeding machines, so to speak.
So are you equating birth rate with extremist Islamic terrorism or extreme that kind of thing? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, Bortz is just saying that in order to have this replacement rate, you might have to be incredibly dogmatic and lock people away and keep women out of the workforce.
Thank you, Mel.
Thank you, creamed crop.
All right, I just want to mention we still have Eucharist backstage. I have What the
Hey,
fuck?
Was that a
that
sound?
was not
Somebody's
a
cat, somebody's cat spazzed out.
Sports is
and hit
also
some
in the
pots and
kitchen.
pans.
Soy.
All right, I have Eucharist backstage still waiting. I have, is it Let the Water Kai, Lee the Water Kai, Lay the Water, Leth Waterkai, LETHEWATERKIA. He's backstage hanging out. And I also have, back from the other night after his debut, I have Abe Dinkus. Abe was really fun.
Amish
The
cat.
Dinkus
Zero.
show, the Amish looking fella
Yeah.
with the Abe, but this time he's wearing his Abe Lincoln hat. So I really want to see him, but we have a full panel. So you know what
Sarah.
to do.
So what if you want, I can bounce. I actually wanted to talk to the other people and give Jake and Cooley shit because their arguments weren't great either. So, but I can bounce off for a bit and start my day if you
Chris
want.
is killing
Also,
the
wipe
grift.
your phone camera off next time.
They don't
I
get
know,
it,
you got a little
Sarah.
blurry. They don't get the grift,
don't
but
get
yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Oh, okay, well, no, I'm gonna stay. No, I'm gonna stay. No, I'm gonna stay for the grid.
And then speaking of the grift, Robert Demita, the kindest gentleman in chat who always says thank you for this stream, sends another 10 for Chris tossing out the word scallywag so casually. Kudos to you, Chris. Thank you so
Yeah, Chris,
much.
I want you to
Can we
like
can we do a
rob
2 for
the
1
ship I'm
deal?
on as a pirate. I think that would be a lot of fun. You really embody that kind of like phenotype.
I am, dude. I'm a gay pirate that's scared of the water, bro. Do you want to go? Like, you don't want to get in a roast battle with
You
me.
scared
dude.
to do
I'm not roasting you. I meant
A
that
gay
legitimately. Like, I
pirate,
think it
a
looks
gay
cool.
pirate.
Tomato, fierce and red, juicy curves,
This message is sponsored in part by.
For all you gay pirates out there, and don't forget, I have the horse clip still waiting for you. If you want that, gentlemen, you know what to do as well. If you'd rather just watch the horse clip over and over instead of listen to these jerk offs sit here and argue about what women should or shouldn't do in the kitchen or what men should or shouldn't do to protect their house or whatever, we can just sit here and
Apparently
watch
they should
horse
stream
clips
from
all
the
day.
kitchen.
Yeah, and if I
Bitch,
could,
at least I
that-
have a
that is a-
kitchen.
That is a
I
perfect
do
point,
too. What does
Sarah,
that
for
mean?
what Soy has been arguing this entire show. He's been saying, because Soy, you've been talking about egalitarianism,
Mhm.
and Jay brought up the example earlier of your house gets burgled,
Yep.
and you
can
that's a
keep
cute
talking.
cat, by the way, and you say to your partner, "Oh well, sure, I'll do this amount to get rid of him, and you do this amount." The guy should step in.
I think the woman
You-
should do everything in her power to fight back as well
It's-
as me.
That is complete deflection. It is on the
How
man.
is that
to
deflection?
do- It's deflection because it is on the man, and you arguing,
Why
well,
is
in
it
this
on the man?
scenario, it doesn't. It
Why is it
shouldn't
on
be
the
on
man?
the man.
Wait, why is it on the man? Tell me. Is it because he's stronger?
Because of gender roles. Because of gender roles.
Right, exactly.
And
So,
apparently
so
a
wait,
biological
hold on. Can I please
imperative.
respond to him? Because look,
Yeah.
like, yeah, I'm not arguing that. Like, theoretically, let's assume that my future wife is going to be weaker than me. I hope so, because if she's bigger, it's going to be really hard for me to do anything with her. But the problem is,
damn
if you're arguing that, yeah, I might be better in a fist fight than my future wife if my house got burgled into, of course. Now, if you're saying a woman should never, ever, ever have any agency in the situation to actually help in any way, what if she has a bat? What if she has a gun? What if she has some sort of great equalizer that enables her to help me?
this is a
Why the
complete
fuck would I
non-argument.
ever say no?
No,
She
that
shouldn't
is
help.
the
It's ridiculous.
This is a complete non-argument. You're saying, well, technically in this scenario,
Yeah, in a very
general-
realistic scenario where my wife has a fucking gun, which I'm gonna let her have, she'll be able to help out. What fucking
because of-
hypothetical are you like? Are you
Yes.
thinking what scenario you think I'm being unrealistic
okay,
with here?
You could make a hypothetical about anything. You're saying,
Okay.
well,
So in your
hypothetically,
hypothetical, we have to Rochambeau and equalize the work, which is something I've never said. And in my
Rochambeau,
hypothetical,
let's
a more
What?
realistic
That is,
thing.
Let's
no. That is complete opposite of what I've been saying. I've been saying there is men and women are not equal in the workforce and never will be, aside
Okay.
from a demented world made by people like you.
Great. I'm so glad that we have to watch this again. I'm sorry. I thought this might happen when I previewed
This message is sponsored in part by.
part of it.
To
was
keep
lovely.
on trucking with the big two, just so you can all look at the horse.
Okay,
video.
so
I'm
please
disappointed
tell
in
me,
you,
That's
Jake.
the
Fight
booty.
Sport,
argument.
Fight Sport Talk, can you please tell me what you think I'm advocating for then in this burgled scenario?
You're advocating for a demented world where women and men are completely equal.
Did I ever say that? Because I promise you that's not what I want.
Yeah,
That's not
yes.
what he
When
said.
we've been talking about this entire show has been about gender.
No, he
Actually,
just
you know,
said
if
the
you watched
verbal
it, you know that
scenario.
there was a specific moment when they said,
did.
"Do you want every woman and man to be exactly equal in society?" And I said, "No, I don't think we can promote this like the exact same outcomes for everyone. I don't think we should have 50-50 roles and everything." Well, it's deflection. I'm telling you my real opinion. I don't care if you don't understand it. I'm telling you what I really think right now.
This is why I say your idea of your way of thinking is completely demented. You're talking about well, because of this hypothetical, it should be equal for men and women.
Which hypothetical?
We're talking about. I'm not making a religious argument. I'm making a realistic argument.
Okay,
in
which
logic,
realistic hypothetical are you talking about?
You've made hypotheticals for every single.
Do the
scenario.
burglary one. Do
Okay,
that
so
one.
in
I
a
wanna hear
burglary
you.
scenario, do you think it's
burglary-
wrong of me to say if my wife can help, she should help?
Yes, because
Why?
you're.
So okay,
because
so your house is going to get broken into.
You want-
5
you want me-
guys
do you
come
want
in,
an answer?
and your
Do you
wife
want an
might
answer?
have
You
the
just gonna
capability of
talk over me.
defense. You're fucked.
Do you want
My
an
wife's
answer?
got a gun with 6 bullets in it. She's going to take
can
3 of them
answer this
out.
within
Your house is
seconds,
fucked.
but-
But you're in New Zealand anyway, so whatever. Like you don't have as many guns. I don't think so. I'm just saying that I think I have the more effective household, and you seem to be advocating for a role where women get locked in the closet, wait for their men to get beat to death with a baseball bat, and then they come and beat the woman to death with a baseball
Bro,
bat. So
how is promoting gender roles that? How is promoting gender roles
because you
that?
guys don't want your wife to fight back. I don't know why. I want my wife to fight back because I'm going to make sure I've got a very effective wife.
you're straw
You guys
manning,
have,
bro.
You guys have
Chris,
bitch-made
I'm
wives.
not
That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. Sorry, every point you just made was a complete lie. I've never said that women should be locked in any closet.
I'm sorry. Well, that was said in the
men-
debate. I don't know if that's what your
because of-
opinion is. I apologize.
Because
Nobody
of-
said that.
Someone said that in the debate, yes.
Because of traditional roles, men should be above women in the workforce. Men should be out
Above them?
earning women.
Period. In the workforce,
because
even
women are
about
not equal in the
nurses and
workforce.
shit.
Women are not
Above
equal in
women
the
everywhere?
workforce.
I can't hear
I
you.
mean, I don't know if you've got that through your head yet, but
No, I
women are
can't
not
hear you because
equal
what a
in the
Joe
workforce.
Cool said. Could you repeat it, please?
Women are not equal in the workforce, so men should always be above women in the workforce.
So do you
At
think
home,
men should never be subservient to a woman boss or manager?
Absolutely not.
sounds like-
Why?
Woo! I thought
Like,
that.
for example,
men
you've
should be-
demonstrated a severe lack of knowledge in many topics,
You
and I
want
would
an
say
answer?
any
You want
educated
an answer,
woman
you
should
just-
probably be the person who controls what you do
don't
in the
want an answer
workforce. But
because you know that I'm right. Because
no, it's because what you're saying is so fucking stupid that I think there's so many women in my life that would love to tell you what to do at your workforce because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. So yeah, I think if a woman is meritocratically better than whatever it is, for example, you are in the workforce, then yeah, I think they should be above you. It's just common sense.
Yes,
I want the best people in the best job. If you're just gonna DEI put men in every single leadership role, like good fucking luck. My society's gonna outcompete
You don't even
yours.
understand DEI, brother. What the fuck are you saying?
This guy wants DEI for men. He wants diversity and inclusion for
You're
men.
not really good at comprehending
Again, Soy, you're
arguments, I'm sure,
strawmanning
at this
everything.
point.
Soy, you're
That's not a
strawmanning
strong
every
person.
single
That
thing.
was
Did you or did you
100%
not just say women should never be in charge of a
what that
man? Did
is.
you not just say that?
Well, if you could listen for a second, I said that men. I said we should put the best people in the positions in each.
And if a
workforce.
woman is a better
And
manager than a man, should she be there?
You said no.
in scenarios where women are better suit a industry better than a man, like in childcare, for example.
What if she's a
yeah,
better
women should
programmer?
be
You've
in
got a woman, she's really good at managing programmers. She's better programmer than all the men. Should she be a manager of the programmers?
I guess so, but those
Okay,
are
cool. We don't
extreme-
disagree then.
You just don't hire that man and find a better man, bro.
You're picking out the
Soy.
0.1% of a scenario. I'm talking about in general, and you're
Yeah,
saying,
in general, the best people should be in the
0.1%,
manager
he says.
roles, I guess.
Is this tiny percentage where maybe a woman is better than a man?
Yeah, it's almost like
therefore
you shouldn't speak
everything
in these
should count for
broad,
that?
sweeping generalizations that are easily
I'm
debunked with a
speaking in
single
general because of
example.
what is-
Yeah, you're
what is
speaking
in-
fucking
what
dumbass
you
shit
do
that
is
doesn't
you bring
apply
up
to everyone, and
exceptions
now
and
you're
use that
asking
as
me
a
like,
descriptive
hey,
for
well, what
society
about...
as a whole.
Time, one at a time, children.
Yeah. And I bet Soy Pill thinks that that submarine that went down when that had all those women in it was being managed pretty well too.
So I both cried when Katy Perry landed off of the Blue Origin, bro.
I did, but only because it didn't blow up on the way back. So.
I just want to prove, like, someone accused Soy Pill of making a bad argument. I'm going to show you a bad argument. So apparently, biological imperative means that when a woman's home alone and someone breaks in, wherever that man is, he just teleports there so he can defend her. Right? That's what I'm getting from his fucking arguments.
Or talk, would a same-sex household be twice
Just
as
red
safe by your
herring.
logic? Like, if you follow your logic to your conclusion,
Yeah, wait.
would a
Should we
house
all
with
have
2
gay
men be
marriages
twice as
because they're
safe?
twice as
That was
effective at
dope,
fighting
Pete.
back?
That was dope.
They're twice as safe.
Yeah, it's twice. A gay household is twice as safe as than a straight household, right?
Maybe
And
I can help.
Millennial Mike and with the Big Ten to say Big Ten for Sarah to create a cutaway video that shows a hapto. What's a hapto family?
If
Happy,
It's probably a slur.
Dude, turn on fucking PBS, watch Little House
Instead
on the
of
Prairie. You'll be good.
promoting degeneracy, you're better than that, you tomato. Actually, I am better than that. That's why I don't have my ass out on the screen and tits everywhere.
True.
Tell me
So
you stopped
yeah,
at Petticoat Junction without saying it.
but I am no fool to know that sex, drugs, and alcohol and rock and roll and all those fun things are marketing 101. Booty sells. So here's the booty.
No one's watching for this.
This message is sponsored in part by.
Sarah, I just want you to know every time you play one of those clips, I lose 10 chatters, so it's actually anti-promotion. I don't think people like it. Maybe it's because my whole chat is gay. I don't know, but
Okay, so there's.
Well, I've got one for the gayness if they want.
No. We don't need that.
no,
And
please don't.
sarcastic Saint with the big
feeling
sign.
pretty gay.
Say, Joe, will you share one of your blunts with Neve? Because it looks like Neve needs one or share a few with Sarah. She looks so
quit.
stressed. Damn,
quit.
Mel in the back. All
No,
right, Mel.
Neve
in the
absolutely.
back.
I don't think Neve would let a single she wouldn't let a cigarette in there. Like you can see like the cleanliness there, like a single spot on a single thing, and there'd be like this OCD cleaning thing. She wouldn't even eat like a granola bar, one of those nature.
It's
valleys,
okay,
'cause it
bro.
would
You
create
never
too
have
much
to
of a
go
mess.
work on a car in any mechanic workshop or on a farm. It's okay. You can keep your fingernails clean. Calm down.
Sport talk. I just want to. I just think.
have Lee, the water Kai, and Abe Dinkus still waiting patiently backstage. It is up to you, chat, to bring them up here. The only
Or talk.
person you can't boot is Soy Pill. He's an original panelist. He cannot leave.
He's got him.
Okay, sport talk. Are you consistent though? Are you consistent in your belief? Is a same-sex household safer than a heterosexual one? Are you consistent?
No.
Why not?
What scenario are you talking about? Like,
We're talking
is so
about
easy. A
when
gay
one man
couple
loves
defending the
another man.
burglary. What happens?
And one man loves another man, and they have a child, and somebody's breaking into that house. Is that house twice as safe?
That counts as 2 half men, which is still 1 man. So no.
Didn't you
Okay,
say you
thanks,
were
Santa.
gay?
Yeah,
What about
No.
polyamory?
Chris just spoke for me. That's exactly
This is
what I was gonna
important.
say.
This
Like,
is
Wait,
important.
yeah,
No,
shouldn't we
because the other
wait,
one has
this
a
is
man
true.
and then
Shouldn't we
plus a
promote
woman.
polyamory?
Matt.
Because then there'd be so many more gay men in the household to defend. It would be the
Yeah, make more
strongest
money.
family
Yeah,
household.
you want that promoted. Don't lie. You want that promoted.
Okay, all jokes aside, sport talk. Are you consistent or not?
Yes, I'm very consistent.
Okay,
Chris
so what's
just
your
answered-
answer?
My answer is exactly what Chris said. I'm talking
Okay,
about.
Men are
no one's
happy
listening
if
to
they're
Chris.
gay.
This mic sucks. What are you saying?
I was about to say, I'm talking about a scenario where there's at least one man at a house.
Mhm.
So
Okay.
Okay, what if there were
okay.
2 men at a
Yeah,
house?
one-
Is it twice as safe?
that is such a nonsensical argument. You're trying.
Why?
Do you think
It's
gay
not
people don't live in
hypothetical.
houses? Where do you think
Engage
gay
with the
people live? Like under a
hypothetical.
bridge?
Nonsensical because of
Engage.
this. Like you could-
Engage. You're running. Engage.
Yes, you're running,
I
pal.
can answer this if you just stop talking for a second. You're asking me a made up scenario. Like I could pull up
Okay.
any hypothetical.
You've never-
What if-
Then don't
what
love
if-
that.
Wait, no.
what
What's
if
his
you have-
hypothetical? Go ahead. Go ahead.
What if you have a scenario where like 3 guys are flatting together? Is that scenario safer than
It's 3 times
a
as safe.
scenario where
3 times as safe. Yes.
By your logic, that's
See, I'm answering the question. Now you can answer. Are 2 gay men twice as efficient as a straight couple?
I would say probably not, because gay men typically are not as strong as straight men.
Have you ever
Whoa.
seen
Your argument
What?
is like bioessentialist.
Yeah,
It's
what?
man
You
equals
think-
strong, women equals weak. What
A
do you
gay
mean?
man equals not as strong. Bro,
Okay,
you should
is
see
the
the gay men around
weakest-
here in San Francisco. They are strong.
Okay, is
alright?
the weakest gay
Nah.
man more
Nah,
effective
Chris
than
knows
the
about the gay man in
strongest
San
woman in the situation
I didn't even come
with a
in-
house?
No,
argument?
you know what's funny though? The thing is, strength doesn't come down to it. It's like with that Sway Pole dude. If I get him on a mat, I'd crush him, and I bet you he's bigger than me.
You want to get
So
with
it
a gay
doesn't even
man on a
really
mat? Hell yeah, dude. Let's
Yeah,
do it.
Yeah, I did not come on the show to debate homosexuality. I came onto the show to debate traditional roles, and every scenario I bring up proves that Soypill's arguments are
Cool, you
completely
can leave then,
redundant.
because apparently I'm just utterly defeated by your consistent and immaculate logic. So thank you for coming on. It's been super fun.
All you do is you bring up hypotheticals and say,
You
well,
brought
this
up a
1%.
hypothetical about a man and a woman
I'm
getting
bringing up-
burglarized, and
I'm
you're
bringing
like,
up real-life
actually,
examples.
if the woman's there, she's going to do a real bad job, and so she
I'm
should go in
bringing
the
up real-life
closet.
examples. You're bringing up a 1% scenario and say, well, this proves.
Hey,
that
gays are way bigger than
So
1%. I don't know how many of them are married, but look, all I'm saying is,
I
if my wife can fight, I wanted to fight, and your bitch-made wife can go off and fuck off to the festival or whatever the fuck she's doing, all right?
How are you even hearing what anybody else is saying?
Oh, we just unraveled Sport Talk's
I got
worldview
kicked off.
just now by accident.
I got kicked
No,
off.
you just asked me an irrelevant question. I
We
answered it,
asked
and
you to engage with a hypothetical, and you're
It's
floundering on
completely-
it,
it's
and that's
completely irrelevant. I
okay.
came here to talk
You're just
about-
not consistent.
All
You're
right,
not
wait. Can I wrap
consistent,
this
and
up with a
that's okay.
question? Fight Sport Talk. If a woman in your house, your wife, if she could help you by fighting, should she or no?
The man should be.
If she
able to
could
do
help you,
himself.
should she or no?
This
No,
dude
she
just
shouldn't help.
Okay, if she could help, yes, yes, in the same
Cool.
way.
All right,
that
cool. We
female
agree.
men-
And also, gay men are twice as
If
efficient.
you stop talking over me, I'll just add
It's
some
because you have nothing
context.
interesting
In
to
the
say,
same-
dude. I love your
in the
accent, though.
same-
New Zealand's
Make a
awesome.
Because
point
my
here.
arguments
if you
ruined
want to,
this.
actually, I don't care. I will make a point here to. Somebody's got an echo. To say why it's important for the woman, like if let's say somebody breaks into your house, and the man needs to go do his duty and protect the house. The reason why the mother should be taking the children and walking away and finding a closet or running whatever it is because you are actually protecting the future of
What is
your
she gonna
family.
fucking? Hey, look, if that man doesn't succeed, if the man doesn't succeed, that woman is going to be trapped in the closet with two useless fucking kids. Okay,
Hold on. Jiminy Crickets. I mean, I'm not saying everything's perfect. In utopia, yes, it would work that way, but it is for her to take the future of your family and remove them from that situation. It could be a closet. I mean, the best bet is to escape and go find a neighbor's house or try to get somewhere where it would be safe or whatever. Not
Sarah,
everybody
if
has
she
a
could
safe
fight,
room.
wouldn't you
Don't
want her to?
understand the argument, Sarah. It's not
Well,
about the women helping the man.
Okay.
She shouldn't be. She shouldn't be fighting. She should be last resort.
Yeah.
To have to fight.
Sarah, I hope
She
you
should have to
fight.
leave.
I would want you to fight. All right, so my wife's going to be able to fight. Your guys' wives, they can be, these wheelchair-bound, completely useless people. All right.
This is the point I was going to
By
make.
the way, I don't think all wheelchair people
No,
are
it has
useless,
nothing
but
to do with
specifically your wives.
uselessness. So you think that women are only useful if they are like, Captain Marvel smart? Like you're
Yes,
just
that's exactly what I meant. How did you know?
Yeah, there's some
This
bullshit
is-
there.
The point I was going to make is yes, women in a hypothetical, maybe women should help in the same way that on the battlefield, female medics help the wounded. But they
Did you
should
say
not.
the
That's
love of
not
the
a
battlefield?
hypothetical.
Yeah,
They
these
should
aren't
not be the first-
hypotheticals. These are out there in
battlefield.
real scenarios.
They should they should not be the first ones to try and take down the attackers. That
Okay,
is the
wait,
man's
hold on.
job.
Maybe we can
And
find
it's
some
like
agreement
Swoy,
here.
keep
Yeah,
going.
if your man is stronger than your woman, and she, if for some reason you have to
They
line
are
up to fight,
stronger.
if
They
I,
are stronger. I mean,
in
I
general,
understand
sure.
men
I'm
like
just
you
in this
are.
hypothetical
No,
scenario. I don't know what's going on, but yeah, they should do it.
Sport talk. Hold on, chill, please. Soy, please continue.
Wait, who?
I
Me or
didn't hear
Fight Sport?
you. I was telling Fight Sport talk to chill.
Oh, okay.
but Soy,
I'm
you
saying,
wanna-
yeah, if you have two people, one of them is stronger. Let's say it's the man in the scenario, and in general it is. And they had it. First of all, if you had to choose which one gets to fight the burglar, obviously pick the stronger, more capable fighter. But if it's also some line, like an airplane, where you got a line of fighters lining up, and if he defeats the first one, then yeah, okay, the woman should go second. I'm just saying, if a woman is capable of helping in a fight against a home burglary, she should absolutely aid. I don't think that's that confusing or complicated.
No, she shouldn't. Sarah
Right,
nailed
and
it.
your
Take the
family's
kids and
gonna get
leave. It's
fucking
not about the
burglarized
man.
and
It's
then
about
destroyed,
protecting the
so
kids.
good job.
That's what the man's doing.
Sarcastic
Who
saying
invented
in
this?
with the
I wanna
big
hear from you,
five to
Chris.
say
He's smart.
fight sport talk in the back for blabbering and making no sense. You gave me a headache, so enjoy the timeout. Sarah, can we see Chris versus Soy Pill? Well, you have to pay an extra for a 2v2. You can't get a 2 for
No
1
free
here.
rides, buddy.
Yeah, I'll fight him. I'll fight him.
To the back for
Fight
a
me.
second. Lee the water. Kai, you were
He's got a
up.
smoker's lung. He's not gonna have the stamina. He's gonna hire
Bro,
out.
I'll send you a video of me doing tricks on my BMX while I smoke. You just a bitch,
Oh,
bro.
lame! Stop it.
I do want to say this though. I do think Ivory made a great point with when Fight Sport was making an argument about when you said after they have kids, and he had kind
This
of
guy
doubled
does
down on the thing. And
BMX.
this is kind of the problem, which is what I'm talking about, which is if we're going to talk about gender roles just in the case of having
Family
kids,
mother.
that's the low-hanging fruit here. And we're not able to
Very
actually
good.
get beyond that, then it's kind of a moot point all around. So.
Very
All
good, Pimp. We
right.
need to move around a little bit.
OXCatXO. Oxcat, as Mel told me, says, anyone to the back. I want to see Abe Dinkus guy. All right. Soy Pill, since you were the original panels of the evening, would you like to pick someone to kick to the back?
Oh, that's mean. I don't.
Huh?
That's mean. I don't know. I don't know if anyone here deserves to be kicked necessarily. I
Not
can
your
tell you who
tank top
I'm the
brethren.
most annoyed by, but also Chris is making me laugh, so I kind of wanted to tell me more about his BMX tricks. So
All
I
right.
don't know. I mean, don't make
pick
me do it.
someone.
Okay, I am going to pick
I can remove it.
Boars. I'm gonna pick you. I'm sorry. Nothing
I haven't
personal.
gotten to talk at all, but
You talked a lot, boys.
Yes.
Just hang back,
I'm
kids.
sorry.
We're gonna bring Abe Dinkus up. All right, he made his debut
Oh
the other
my
night on
God.
panel.
I
I'm so
love this
excited.
man.
And he actually went and
Wait,
got that
can you
hat.
put him
Look,
next to
y'all,
Chris though?
God save America.
Let me.
Very good.
And I'm proud to be an American.
For squall.
Do not lie, Abe. You will break my immersion.
Appreciate
We
the
did-
emancipation, my dude.
He built this city.
Thanks for the justice, bro.
Sarah, let me grab for you. Guys, send in dono for Sarah. Let me fight Soy Pill.
I can't
And
do
then
BMX tricks, dude. You're gonna win.
get some entertainment going. Let's go.
Fair enough. Enjoy the grift. Yes. All right. Go ahead.
The new
Whoever.
guy. One of the new
Abe,
guys,
what
go
say
ahead.
you?
Abe, you are muted. By
Abe,
the way.
you're muted, Pimp.
So there's a whole
Thank
lot
you.
we're not paying attention to.
All
in
right,
this
so
oh, go ahead.
I would say two things. One, I think every human being is seeking purpose. Most of all, every human being is seeking purpose. Now, I mostly agree that gender roles are to the benefit of society. Overall, I also think that free choice is very important. I'll say my wife was taught most of her life to be a girl boss, completely, all out. She watched her mother do it. Her mother's now in her 60s, single, and has to live with me because she can't keep going.
Skill issue.
She has no support system either. That's not saying that's everybody. Obviously, everybody's got their own individual circumstances that they have to live with. But I don't think it's healthy to push anything on anyone.
I like this guy. He's honest.
Yeah.
Honestly.
How was the guy who
it-
pushed
It's the hat.
freedom on half the country? All right, man. Come on.
Just saying, we have to get along better, man. Like this edging at each other all the time is stupid.
Now
Like,
it's house
you wanna get
divided.
something
House
done?
divided. Modern
Work together.
saying. Let's go.
I'm agreeing with Abe to a strong degree, but what I really kind of wanted to get at is why can't we treat people as individuals? Each individual has a strength. So if a woman happens to have strengths that a man doesn't have, why shouldn't they be utilizing those strengths based on traditional gender roles? So
Hold
if a
that
man
thought,
is a better
Ty.
cook, a better so many other things, or if a woman happens to be a champion kickboxer, who should be protecting the family in that instance?
Yeah.
Like we all have different strengths.
Who dropped? All right. Hawk's cat sent in 20. She's prepared for the grift today. Soy
I don't
and
know.
Chris,
Let me get this.
we're
on.
going on a speed date, gentlemen. I hope you enjoy.
I need to fit in more with the panel. All right, what's going
What's
on?
that?
What are we debating?
Oh.
I like your hat, bro.
Thanks.
I don't know.
I like your
think we're-
mustache, but yeah, I don't like your opinions. So, what
Okay,
exactly
well, I'll
is your,
actually.
what's your
Sorry,
biggest?
bro. I
What's
came
your
in
biggest?
grumpy. I woke up to you guys' bullshit, so I'm like easing into it now. I'm better now.
Okay. Yeah. No. What's your biggest gripe with what we were saying in the debate? Because it sounds like you actually disagreed a lot with what was going on in the other side. So, like, what's your biggest issue with me? Because you brought up. Well, actually, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, the other side didn't really make good arguments. Like I said, the one commenter actually made a good point. They kind of just asked questions the whole time. So the thing is, you kind of did well with the arguments, even though I don't agree with them.
Thank you.
But mainly, dude, the prompt is right. So, should traditional roles have a place in modern society? To have a modern society, only the females can reproduce. So that gender role needs to be promoted. Otherwise, no modern society. Can
Right.
you
So
contend
I
with
remember
that?
that was the first thing you brought up when you hopped in. And my issue with that is, yeah, obviously, some degree, some portion of the population of women do need to reproduce, or we'll just go extinct. And like I said, if you have some existential crisis where you've got the birth rate so astronomically low that, hey, the government needs to step in and do something about this, or just promote it because it's clearly an issue, yeah, maybe we should be promoting
Okay,
that.
but
The
where's
problem
that
is, wait, hold on,
threshold
please let me
breaker,
finish
dude?
and then I'll let you respond. But my problem is, what I don't view that as a gender role in the same way I don't view, like, men being able to inseminate as a gender role. What I said was a gender role at the beginning, and maybe I didn't make this clear enough, and so this is not your fault. But what I said was a thing that society says, hey, you need to do this, or you are not a real man, or you're not a real woman. And I think that plenty of women can make the choice to not give birth, and that's fine. Obviously, if a majority did that, that would be bad. But I don't think that means that we should say, hey, you have to do this, or you're not a real woman. I think that there are negative consequences to, like, the people pressuring women, like, hey, when are you going to have kids? Like,
You
hey,
gotta
like,
land the plane at some point, bro.
that's it. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying we don't need to
Okay,
promote this as
so-
you need to do this thing.
So taking it in order, firstly, you would have to stipulate a threshold breaker for when it's a problem. Right now, all
there must
countries
be.
are below replacement rate. So you have to run the math on when does it really become a problem, because you have to address it beforehand. People take time to become adults. So you need to think about that if you're actually doing problem solving. Okay. Next, if you don't promote women having children, what do we see now? The result is now we have a problem with birth rates. If the promotion is on working and stuff, they lose their fertile years. This is a problem. The gender role should be promoted of being a feminine woman to have children. After that, they can do whatever they want. Nobody's saying some of them can't work. We're not prescribing laws right now. We're prescribing societal oughts.
Influence, as
females
Cooley
having
said, right?
children. You can't dispute that. You've even agreed that you can't dispute that. So then kind of the debate is done if you can't give another argument
Right. Well, I
to
mean,
it.
if the debate is just, hey, is there a certain point where we face an existential crisis in society, and then say, should we not promote them to have kids at that
Right
point?
now.
Then yeah, I would say obviously at some point you're gonna have to bite the bullet and say, look, I don't like depriving women of choice. I also don't like pushing things that they need to be pushed. But if it's literally that or the destruction of everything, then yeah. Now I might contend whether or not that's effective. Like I said, in a lot of these countries, well, they are promoting these gender roles. It doesn't seem to be working. It doesn't seem to be changing anything. Now, I guess Rachel and a couple other people brought up the abortion thing, and that is a legal thing where, hey, maybe if we ban this will work, or maybe if we're like Israel and we have this hyper nationalistic society, maybe that will work. I'm not saying that that's never the case, and if that's the debate, then yeah, I guess. But I think the more interesting conversation is, one, when does it happen, and two, how effective is it? And it seems like, one, it's not that effective, at least in a lot of these places. And for the first one, if it is an issue now, and we're seeing that, but I don't really think that you can. I don't know what kind of person studies
Believe
this.
the last math on most of these countries, especially China, is 40 years, dude. How long does it take for a new adult population to come in effect? So it's becoming time now where this is becoming a problem, bro. So the thing is,
Sure,
we need to
I
think
agree,
about.
but I'm questioning whether or not, again, if it's effective, and two, like, it's a problem is not, hey,
I
we
don't care.
must
No,
do
but
this,
that
right?
doesn't contend with the argument whether how they're doing it right now is effective or not. The problem is, like I said again earlier, was that the promotion right now is do what you want, do what you will, doesn't matter, none of this matters, just do what you want, be a girl boss. It's not promoting being mothers.
Well, so
that is looked down upon
isn't
where
half
the
of, like, the
working
American
is promoted.
You think, like, what do you think about, like, the fact that, like, half of American culture is promoting this kind of, like, hey, women should be, in the house having kids, and, like, it doesn't seem to be, like, resonating with most people. Like, this was kind of the train of logic I was following, that, like, yeah, like, we can advocate for this, but, like, people, once you give someone the choice to not do this, a lot of people will choose not to do this, and it might
Dude,
be a
if I was
problem.
making these arguments in a bar with my friends, it would have no impact. Now I'm doing it on the internet, it's better. Johnny Schmo in the street yelling about it doesn't mean shit if the majority of media is pushing a certain narrative. If it's pushing a left-wing goal boss narrative from music to media to every element of majority of the loud society is pushing this. That's the problem. It doesn't matter what a dude on his farm is saying while
Okay,
he's
no,
raising
I get what you're
chickens.
saying, Chris. But then I guess what I'm asking, and like the more interesting conversation is, what do you think we should be doing, right? Like, should we say, hey, you can't make this kind of music anymore, or hey, let's make our own music that's pro-natalist? Like, this doesn't. There seems to be a market for it from people like
What
you
we
and
should
people on the
do
right,
is
and it just
I
doesn't seem to be
I
panning out.
stipulated that, bro. I stipulated that. What we should do is promote mothers and promote the gender role of being feminine and being women,
Right.
not trying to be like men. Because also, dude, if all the women become men, right?
Yeah.
Guys that are attracted to females, what
But
do
how?
they have
How
left?
do you do this? How do you promote this? Like, what do you think should be happening? Like, let's say you, Chris, you become Donald Trump. You switch
Propaganda
club.
right now, what's destroyed
Right?
it is
How?
propaganda.
Right? Like,
so we need a
what do you
counter
do?
propaganda
But
of propaganda.
how? Like physically how? Like, or like what is actually going to be happening?
Okay.
Like, I understand propaganda
Incentivizing
can
it,
change
yes. Some
people's
of the
mind,
countries
but I'm
have
like,
made laws to incentivize people to move into this direction of children via, tax breaks or these kind of situations
Okay.
that arise. That helps. But you need the problem comes in with already the schooling system and then the promotion of higher education and all of these things.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing you're saying is giving people a choice, right? The whole thing of happiness has become a very strange thing where we're promoting happiness. And like I said, if you take it to the furthest extent, that means we should all just be drug addicts being pumped full of dopamine and
Right.
endorphins.
But could
to
I
keep
not
us
also
happy.
say, like,
Life
we
isn't
could,
about
hook everyone
happiness.
up to milking machines and make sure the birth rate's like 20,
What really
but like,
makes you happy at the end of life, the best stories you tell in life are shit situations you survived. Not times you were happy lying on a beach drinking out of fucking coconut. It's the heady situations that you look back on and appreciate, because struggle is important for life. So it's not happiness that's important for life. It's performance and purpose. So we need to find out what's the ultimate purpose for different gender roles and should strive towards that. Not happiness. Happiness is bullshit. Most of the world is not happy, bro. And trying to
right. But
achieve
again, like, it
happiness,
sounds like
we
your
pump everybody
propaganda
full
is
of
to say,
antidepressants.
but like, how well do you think this message is going to resonate? Like, hey, I want you all to do something I know won't make you happy, but it's for the good of society. Like, do you really think people are going to buy into that? Because I don't think any amount of propaganda is going to get people to buy into this at all.
I mean, you're saying, are their preferences going to be guided in this direction? Again, that I don't care about that, because again, I don't care about the happiness. I don't care about any of that.
Right, but you care
If
about
there's
your
an
message
actual
spreading, and I
societal
just don't think this will work.
things in place to push people in that direction.
Yeah.
That's how you achieve it. If you leave things up to when people want to and not want to, bro, it seems like you gym a little bit. You don't got a lot of muscle definition, but anyways, that's fine. You're just big and
Let me
bulky.
see
You're
your
probably
flex,
really
buddy.
tall.
Let me see your
Bro, I've
flex.
got a jacket on. Am I going to take
Well,
my
take
clothes
off your
just at a
jacket
strip
then.
club,
Okay,
making
you're
money,
calling
plus
out my
I'm not
physique.
gay?
I want to see what I'm up against.
Nah, I don't have to promote it like you, bro. It's also, why
I'm
do you
only
have
doing it for this
sunglasses
debate.
on,
This is
bro?
not what I normally do. I gotta
But
embody all the
anyways,
masculine
listen.
roles.
So yeah, it doesn't matter, bro. The point is that you have to push people in directions. If you care about what you want, right? You would never go to the gym, bro. Because you don't want to go to the gym. You
I
go
do.
because you force yourself to,
No, I
right?
do it because
That's
I
how you
actually
get people
really
to
like
do
it.
shit. You
I get
force
like a
them.
dopamine rush at the gym. It's a lot of fun. But I understand the point you're making. Like, the point is
Yeah,
like, yeah,
you gotta
you do
force
have to do
people
things
to
you
do
don't want
things
to
that are
do.
good for them. The same reason parents tell children not to eat sugar. You have to force people not to do bad things. If you leave it up to them, one day they're good, one day they're bad.
You said sugar. Were you calling for me?
Hey,
Let's see. Let me get everybody back up here.
Yeah, just last thing, Chris. I mean, I understand you have a prescription, you have a worldview, you think we should do this. I just don't know how realistic this is. I don't like the idea of pushing it if it doesn't make sense, and I don't think most people are going to choose it. But I understand your point, and I appreciate you vocalizing it. So,
cheers, bro.
It's interesting that we keep talking about replacement rates and all this other fun stuff when, especially in America, we don't incentivize people having children. We don't
Why
want
do
to
we
give
need that?
health care because
Why
if
do
you
we
don't
need more
incentivize
kids?
people, oh, we don't necessarily need more kids. It's just that's the argument they keep using. We can
Okay.
definitely just let people immigrate, but we also have an issue with allowing people to immigrate. So, like, taking that off the table, looking at the idea that if you want these children to be born, if you want to remove the right for people to have freedom of choice when it comes down to having children and not allow people to get abortions, want to limit the birth control, all these other things, you have to incentivize people to want to have children and make sure that they will have time off, that they'll have money for housing, all these different things. So
Makes
those are the
sense.
first things you should do before forcing people to have children based on laws.
yeah, I agree with that. Well
agreed.
said.
And And one of the major problems is, again, what Chris pointed out repeatedly, and that is the propaganda that's been waged against traditional families. Because of that, we're going to need propaganda in the other direction to push tradition. And yes, that does mean to an extent. I know this is going to sound controversial. To an extent, women are going to have to be shamed to not go into the workforce in the same way that men are constantly shamed, or they should be shamed for being weak, pathetic little couch potatoes who can't defend themselves and can't work out. And the kind of men that Soy keeps talking about, where the woman is the stronger one in the household.
Wait, can I ask a question, Fight Sport?
Actually, I want to dive into that.
Real quick, Sarah, can I ask a quick question?
I want to nudge.
Go ahead.
I want to nudge something in there real quick. Women are very reflective of their surroundings, and I actually have kind of been pondering on this thought for a while, because I feel like men were never like, it was shameful to be a weak man. It was shameful to not take care of your family or your children, and so on and so forth. And then somewhere along the line, we got to this point where it was okay to just walk away from your children, walk away from your wife, and women obviously are able to divorce just the same, but even more so, some strange phenomenon of men not having to be men. And I wonder if women picked up on that and reflected back and said, well, if you're not going to be the man, then I'll have to do it myself. And I feel like, and this is just a thought process, I'm not saying it is, I'm not saying it isn't, but I wonder if it's like women said, well, if you're not going to do it, then I will. And because women can perform both feminine and masculine traits, we can do both. If we're forced to, we will. But if we don't have to, we can settle back. So I wonder if like this whole feminist phenomenon is coming because we felt the need to.
Well, can I
ask a question, Elsa?
answer that? Can I give my thoughts on that before? Sorry, you can ask me the question, but I just want to say I completely agree that one of the reasons women being in the workforce has been pushed so hard because men are weaker than they've ever been. That is due to this thing called wokeism, which is all from left wizard.
Wait, what was that word you were trying to say just there? From who? You said you were about to say something that started with a J before leftism. Which was it?
I didn't. You misheard me.
Are you sure?
I said wokeism, which comes from leftism.
Was there like a certain like
wokeism and
religion
leftism.
you feel a particular
So anyway,
way
I was just
towards?
anyway. You can ask me the question. I was just going to say to Sarah's point. Yes, men are weaker than ever because of propaganda pushed severely by wokeism.
Okay, if we concede that men
Wokeism.
are
Is
okay,
that-
if
you
I
can ask me the
concede that.
question.
Okay,
Oh, wait, I was
if
going to ask him a
concede that
question though. Neve.
If I concede that men are weaker now in society because of wokeism, then theoretically, would they be stronger together?
What?
No, here.
That
I
is-
think what
that is-
Neve is trying to ask is
Oh, you wanna
how.
ask me a question?
Right, yeah.
Go ahead,
So,
Soy.
okay, you're defending your house, straight man, straight woman. How many gay burglars would it take to overpower you?
Sorry, is that the question you were gonna ask me?
Oh no, it was whether or not you like said that Judaism is promoting this. I was just curious if you really thought that. but-
What? I never mentioned the word.
I just sounded like you were about to
Jews
say
at
it.
all.
Maybe you didn't, but
I
no, no.
said I clearly said wokeism.
No, no, I know,
said
and then it sounded like
leftism.
you caught
I mean,
yourself there. Maybe not.
I don't
Maybe I'm
know-
just hearing
I don't
things.
know
Look,
if
that's
those-
just
Sarah,
my
after that
Jewish
horse thing, can I say
agita, but
something?
yeah, the Senators. It's a Tucker Carlson
This
quick time
message
event
is
moment.
sponsored in part
Absolutely.
by-
that was he totally did it.
Booty.
Thank you, CJess32, for the big five to show the horse video.
You know,
We
you
all
guys can
love
record
It's
it. You don't have to
stupid.
pay every time. It'll happen. You know, like you can have that downloaded on your computer.
Whole lot of
Wait, what was the
Well,
question you were gonna
I
ask?
found this girl on
That was the
YouTube,
question I was gonna ask
actually.
earlier,
She's
which
got
was how many
lots
gay
of-
burglars
lots
would it
of
take to
these
burglarize
videos.
you?
They could simply go find that girl. Just type in "hot girl on horse." I promise she'll come right up. All right, back to the question that was going to be
Probably
asked.
only on YouTube though.
So, Sport Talk, you said that this is being done because men are getting weaker. I don't think that that's a very strong argument because I think that we have a better workforce for weak men than ever. It's highly automated. There are more office jobs and management jobs than ever. We rely on, and the inverse way of putting this is we rely on physical labor way less than ever. So Why would we need to replace this with more women in the workplace? How is it not just like, can you at least accept that there is some universe where feminism exists to liberate women from oppression?
In a feminist retarded utopia, yes, that does make sense. But
No, you
I'm
have to be
talking about
pre-utopia. No, the conditions
Melanie,
for feminism would be pre-utopia.
Hold on, can I answer the question, because you asked me about
But you didn't
brought
really
up
answer,
a point
but
which you brought up a point which I actually do agree with. Yes, there is a workforce that is more friendly towards weak men than ever. It's friendly because we've been pushed by the woke left that women
Fight
can
Sport,
replace
how
men.
much should I have to bench to be able to be a programmer?
Machines are the woke left. The robot arms that put your cars together, that's the woke
That's
left,
woke.
okay?
Manufacturing's woke.
Yeah,
I'm not talking about technology. I'm talking about this. I'm not talking about technology. I'm talking about
Yeah, Melanie is talking about technology, so maybe you aren't. But...
I'm not. I wasn't talking about technology. I'm talking about this retarded.
Then you're not responding to what I said.
Yeah, you're kind of not contending with her point, it sounds like.
I see. You asked me. Does it make sense? Women. First of all, women haven't been oppressed for decades. So you're making a non-argument.
Thank you
in
for the
$2.
Ford was woke for creating the production
My first
line.
part
I
is that we
agree.
don't need women in the workforce to replace weak men. We have a workforce that's already capable of putting weak men to work.
I think it has more to do with power acquisition.
Well, I want men to be strong like they used to be. I mean, do you get where
We
I'm
don't
coming
need strong
from?
men anymore. We
Fight
have
Sport,
robots.
on a scale from 40 to 45, what was your favorite year of German history?
Go ahead, Fight.
So you're saying that you don't want men to be strong. So you want men to.
I'm just saying we don't need them anymore. I love how strong Soy is. To be clear, I'm just saying we don't need them anymore.
I was overqualified for my program.
So you're welcoming in the retarded woke utopia of, well, because men.
I said nothing
because
about
we can
woke.
deal with me.
I said nothing about woke.
What does
I'm
woke
saying-
mean
no,
so
no.
that we're all
Yes,
on the
this-
same
yeah,
page?
this person
What
keeps
is
using
woke?
this word. What does
We
this
don't know
word
what it
mean?
left wing politics that have engulfed the West.
So
Can you
everything-
who's promoting Give us an example of woke. Give us an example of woke.
It's so clearly everything he doesn't like.
No, it's everything that's harmed Western society, from women being in the
Like-
workforce to pushing this retarded gender pay gap nonsense to pushing that women are happier in the workforce than they are.
If you had to guess a
raising
random
families.
religion that
This
was
idea
performing this
this
propaganda,
this
which one
idea
would you
that-
guess?
What?
If there was like, if you
Should
had to
be
just take a
careful with
stab
that
at like a
one.
random religion of like, which ones do you think are the most responsible for it? Like, which one?
I'm not
would you say?
religious, so I'm not made. I've never made a religious argument in this panel.
No. I'm just
so
asking,
not
like, who do you
religious.
think's doing all this? Like, where's
Who's
this
doing it?
agenda coming from?
I've answered this multiple times. Retarded leftists.
Well, no, they're not smart enough to make it happen, right? There's got to be some
Yeah,
like
right.
overlords or some sort of like weird like cabal of people that's doing it, right?
It's been pushed by
George
it's been pushed
Soros,
by powerful
perhaps?
people like all.
Apple people.
All right. You've been trying to guilt trip me this entire time to say something that you can clip and then say.
I
"Oh,
promise
look
you,
at
I
that."
won't clip it. I'll even mute my stream
mean-
just for you.
Yeah,
I
well,
just
You're
want to hear it.
appropriating my vernacular. I want to understand how you utilize
Look, all I
it.
know is my slur list for
I'm
Jews
talking
is
about woke
incredibly small, and
I-
I'm sure you could expand it for me.
Mordecai. I'm talking about woke politics that has been pushed predominantly
Woke,
by
the
left.
term
And as
woke
I-
came from
as
the
I-
black
as
community,
I-
so
as I-
Yeah.
my
as
meaning
I-
of woke is
Yeah.
not your
as
meaning
I-
of woke.
Don't
As I
let
brought
Jews
up-
take that away from the blacks, okay?
Abe,
Hey,
did
Fight
you have
Sport.
something to add in there?
I just want to point out, I'm talking about Furby
Abe,
politics.
Abe.
I think it's gone a long ways past.
Coming from Abe.
One, I think two gay men is biologically as strong. I think
No, twice as strong.
I don't
Twice
like
as strong.
what's
Thanks
called.
for
Okay, fair. I think that I don't like what's been called the new woke, whatever that is.
This man can't
I think
lie.
gender roles are important. I think that we shouldn't be slippery about our answers, and we shouldn't change other people's hypotheticals. And yeah, I think that's about it.
Thank you,
God
Abe.
bless America.
Thank you, Abe.
There were
Don't
two
go to the
really
play.
Interesting moments earlier where one was when I think the original panel I was watching. One thing I was frustrated on was that the
Phil, you're really quiet.
anti-
Can you get closer to the?
Oh no, am I? I was trying to because people were telling me my mic was scuffed in the chat, so I was trying to not.
Blast it.
Okay,
Crank it.
the original panelists, right? I think the anti-feminist people were trying really hard not to get pinned down, right? They're trying to pin down their opponents on like, oh, you just think no women should have babies, right? But they're really trying to avoid saying the things that they actually believe, which is like women shouldn't vote and things, right? They don't want to be on record for that kind of stuff, but they do actually believe it. But then Fight Sport and Soypill had a bit of a back and forth earlier where Soypill asked specifically, do you think it would ever be okay for a woman to be over a man in a work context? And the initial answer was no, and then it eventually got backed off. I just think all that's really interesting, right? Where the anti-feminist position doesn't want to get locked down on things. But y'all earlier were talking about, and this is why I came in originally, right? When Andrew was still here, right? There was a conversation about secularism, and there was a conversation about religiosity and the relationship to birth rates. And then Andrew brings up China as outperforming the West in metrics that he cares about, and Wick was fighting with him on this, and I just it's wild to me because China, by any metric, is the most secular country we can imagine. Has a 1.0 birth rate at best,
Brutally
basically,
so.
and is apparently outperforming the West. I don't know how. So I feel like there's just a miss somewhere on the anti-woke, anti-feminist side where I can't fit the puzzle pieces together. That's what I'm really struggling with.
Well,
like
CIA right-wing
can
plant
steal man
interest over here, making the best arguments for my side.
Who said? Hold on.
Right? And I just want someone to connect the puzzle pieces for me. Explain to me how China is a better society than the one that we have now that allows the kind of freedom of choice that the pro-feminist whatevers are arguing for, right? How is China succeeding relative to the metrics we care about? They're not producing more babies, right? They're not producing religiosity. They're not doing the things we care about, right? So why should I look to them the way that Andrew suggested earlier, the way that I just don't understand. Help me.
Riot.
Please.
I think he's saying they're outproducing us.
Hold on. Who said they would steel man it?
I can try. Although I don't know about defending China because I think that might be out on a limb. But I think a lot of it has to do with the anti-feminist side. So the trad side, trying to articulate that gender roles are about providing a narrative to people, and that the narrative that people have about their life is extremely important, and that the traditional narrative of gender, like the traditional gender role narrative, works for the majority of people, and it helps the majority of people, and it's hard to like keep that nuance while you're also trying to say there's plenty of other narratives out there that also need to be available to people to access.
I don't think this is all what Andrew was trying to say. He was arguing that China has a bigger GDP, and therefore, because only America is the one that's deviating away from these, all these other places are also deviating away and not performing as well as China. But again, I agree with what Phil is saying, is like, I don't think that Andrew would look to China as an example for anything good. He just picked that example because it's like, hey, look, I can say that you're slightly wrong if we ignore your number one, country that is actually outperforming this. So I think it was just a desperate latch onto a cherry pick.
One of the number one predictors of lower birth rates is urbanization and secularism, both of those combined, because they generally correlate. But like those two things go together. China has both, right?
Yep.
Wild secularization, wild urbanization, and we see wildly declining birth rates in China. And so I don't know what one.
So
I'm not saying that any of you all are defending that.
I have a chance to respond.
Doing better is moot.
No, I need a chance to respond though, because like we just need a birth rate that's greater than one child per person. That means as long as on average one child per person, only one extra person needs to have a child to push that above one. And guess what? The birth rate doesn't actually decline any significant value, right?
Can you prove that?
I think that's actually not true, Melanie. I think it's 2.1 per mother.
I think my mic problem was a setting on StreamYard.
Sorry, yes, I meant to say 2.1. That was I just misspoke there. Thank you. But birth rates can decline as much as you like, so long as there's enough people to keep the population above zero. We don't need to maintain the population we have now necessarily. We don't need it to decrease.
You understand that's not
you
how
won't
it
have a
works,
workforce.
bro.
Yeah, that's
because it's dependent on the economy,
Let
dude.
me interrupt.
I'm
The
not done.
sarcastic saint with the big five. I'll come back to you. You, Chris, in the back for having a crappy mic. Get a new mic, damn it, and stop
I wouldn't
talking
be on
over
the show if
people.
I didn't have my shit.
Did I see you catch a oh goodness, catch pregnant bringing pizza? All right, so I'm gonna put you in the back, and I've got Bricky. Bricky, hi, Bricky.
Hiya, Sarah. How's me,
I was gonna
Michael?
turn you down. I'm gonna turn you down on my end. And let me just let me throw this out there to the chat. I'm gonna go ahead and kick off the gauntlet. And if you finish off those last two on the super chat goal, we will within the next 15 minutes we'll maneuver over to the gauntlet, and we will finish another hour over there. If you don't finish off the super chat goal, then I'm going to bed because I'm very tired. So up to you. You've only got 2 left. You guys have been amazing tonight, so no complaints from me. But we have to, you know how I don't like the goals to be incomplete. Trib won with the 5. This is to block Eucharist dissension to the shadow realm. So you want me to
Reversing Bricky on the panel, right?
reversing Bricky? I think so.
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna
Ah,
put a
baby.
reverse in there.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You've
Let's
been
go.
revived. And
Get 'em
Robert
outta here.
Demita, Robert
Revived.
Demita.
Thank you.
I
W
just stressed
Trib.
about Robert. He says, finish the goal. Finish the goal. I love you, Robert. All right, you got one more left, and then we'll just kick off the gauntlet after that. All right, back to you.
Sorry for my ignorance. What is the gauntlet?
Can I land the? Oh, sorry.
Hold on, Mel. The Gauntlet is my second channel where that we kicked off just recently, and we need to get that one moving, because what will eventually happen is we will run the debates on the Raging Tomato side, and then right after it goes into open panel, I will cut Tomato and maneuver into Gauntlet.
Gotcha.
But Gauntlet needs to be monetized. It's so close, guys. Literally so close. We're almost there. Once it monetizes, then I don't have to play the buy your next hour anymore. We can just maneuver over and have some fun. So yeah, it's the after party DGen Power Hour for now, but once it's monetized, we will move open panels completely over there. So everything on here stays the same. You guys don't maneuver anywhere, but the chat moves.
Gotcha.
Okay, so just
Go
to
ahead.
wrap up what I was saying about the population declining not being super scary, this is like, we are in first world countries. We don't need populations to be especially high or especially low to achieve anything. What we do need is socialism, but we can talk about that another time. It's more in like first world countries where population is too high that you actually need a birth rate decline, because they have too many people to account for. Here in America,
Melanie, can I interject here? I think you're. I think
no, please.
Well, yeah, but you're saying something that doesn't make any sense. So
One
go
last
ahead.
sentence. Okay, well then you can ask. But the only thing America has is the right wing trying to step on social policies.
Okay, so Melanie, the problem is, yes, obviously, like you were mentioning this thing, and I understand this in concept. We need the population to be above 0. The problem is, once you do have a declining birth rate that's at a significantly low enough value, you don't have a rate in which your society can still be maintained. You don't have enough workers to fill certain slots, and there are parts of societies that will collapse. There's not enough people to pay for the old people.
Yeah,
There's not enough people to be in healthcare.
Problem,
like,
right?
yeah, it becomes an economic problem as well. It leads to recession.
Yeah.
So there are degrees to which population declines are actually a very bad thing. But I agree that there is a waxing and waning that is okay. But I think the projections and why countries are so upset and scared about this is because they can see, hey, if this continues at the way it's going, and if we don't do something about this, this could be very, very bad for the country, for the people in it, for the well-being of the people. So it's
like I told you,
society-
you
I
gotta
think
think about
society and-
20, 30 years
Can
in
I respond to him
advance
real quick?
with this problem.
I think society and technology is progressing in a way where, again, that's becoming more and more obsolete to
It
need people
is.
to do these things.
But it's still a problem as of now. It's not automated enough, unfortunately.
And it's also wild to me to suggest that first world countries are the ones struggling with an overpopulation problem, when really, like, poverty is a huge predictor of high birth
being
rates.
able to support the people, for sure. I agree.
Well, yeah. So first world countries that have high birth rates are able to support the people that they birth, and like poverty-ridden countries that have high birth rates are not able to support that. So I feel like something's backwards there. I don't know.
That's why I point out we're in first world nations. We have the ability to absorb this cost.
Wait.
Sure, but
we
how
have the
many
ability to
countries
absorb
have
the
gone
cost of
below?
lower birth rates? Yes, but you're suggesting that, like, first world countries are the ones who need lower birth rates, and I just think that's why.
No. I said developing nations with overpopulations tend to need lower birth rates.
Nobody's overpopulated.
But could you tell me how many countries have gone below replacement rate and then
didn't have either a collapse or a complete rebuilding of the country because of it.
Can you? Well, no, I'm not aware of any countries that have actually accomplished that because usually we're always above the replacement rate.
Yep, we were.
And
Yeah, this is such a difficult discussion about at what point does a population get to a point where it can't be continued. I mean, you can look at, not to get too deep here, but you can look at populations like what's happening in Palestine, what's happening in Ukraine, what's happening in Yemen that are being genocided, and they're still around. So
Do you
I
think if 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust, would they be able to recover from that? Or do you think that number is too high?
Why do you keep bringing this back to Jews?
that is a good
desperate to-
question. No, that actually is a good, because that was technically what a genocide, right? Almost.
Yeah, but
so,
do that with somebody who's non-religious. Now, because you're talking about people who are religious, who believe in what we're saying, promoting gender delineations between male and female. So do that with a society that's not.
He's just asking questions, dude.
Like the real reason the right wing cares so much about this is because they see like birth rate numbers for their side as being important to winning against the left, not realizing how they create the conditions that make people want feminism.
Bro, people have
and shoot
already
themselves in
disputed
the
that.
foot.
You're not.
That's not what I care
People have
about.
already disputed that.
Yeah, this is
No, you
yeah,
haven't.
this is completely. I mean, just because my values are conservative, I do not identify with the political right. I think both sides are pretty retarded. But this idea that
You
the
should care more about
conservatives are only-
sustainable living than birth rates.
I'm
No.
talking about a sustainable. I'm talking about a sustainable society where we do
That's
need to
not
bring
how we get a
traditional roles
sustainable
back
society.
and
In
push
fact,
them,
infinite
and
growth is
people-
a problem. Infinite growth is a
people-
problem that we're suffering right now.
People on this panel, particularly Soy, are arguing for weaker men and saying, well, because we've got strong men, the strong women to replace them, that's all good. That's
I
terrible.
promise you
You're
that's not
pretending
what I'm
like there's
arguing
no
for,
such
but
thing as a
okay.
weak man. Like,
Wait,
where's
to
this?
be fair,
I said earlier, men are weaker than they've ever been, and we need to
That's not
reverse
true
that. We need
either.
to-
No, that is
they
true,
are-
bro.
There's
they
always been
are-
men who were better in university than than shoveling fucking gravel at a coal mine.
That's not got to do with
And-
weakness. There's a
Yeah,
lot of
let
dumb
me-
dudes that are strong as shit. That's a
allow
stupid
me to
argument.
interrupt
No,
real
it's not.
quickly. Our little kitty cat sent in the Big 10 to fulfill the goal. Thank you so kindly. The gauntlet has started, so chat, please kindly start making your way over. I pinned the link. Just hit the link and move over to the other channel. Same show, just a different place. That's all. I will be shutting down the tomato side here in about 10 minutes. So if you have any final super chats, fuck yous, backstage, whatever, you can purchase credits for later or whatever, do them now. Otherwise, we maneuver over to Cash App and Buy Me a Coffee only. And then Legionary in with the Big 10 to say backstage fight sport talk. His wife just told me she can't defend their house tonight. So fight sport talk. You're going to the back for a little bit, hang out back there. And Bricky, you're back up. And I also have Z Typhoid backstage.
Thank you,
Z
Legionary.
Typhoid's waiting
Appreciate
as
you.
well. So if you want Z Typhoid up, you have 10 minutes to get him up here. All right,
I guess
back to you guys.
I'm wondering,
Ricky
just like
Markov,
Chris
that's a
and
good one.
Chris and people on the trad side, like, what are your actual prescriptions? Right, this is something I was
Bro,
frustrated with. From
okay,
the
so
original
listen
panel.
quickly.
Like, yeah, no, but,
Yeah.
so hold on, let me just like summarize what I get. Right, you've suggested a kind of like social nudging. Right, we want a culture
Yeah.
that pushes women to have more babies. Fine, I accept that. Like, I'm in a culture that does that within my broader liberal society. Right, so me and my wife are part of a Christian community that pushes us to have babies, and we do that, but also she works, and also we're part of a broader liberal society. So like, what are your prescriptions for the society
bro.
that we're in that are different from
Bro,
what we exist in
listen,
now?
listen. Do you know who Marie Curie is? Do you
Yes.
know any history? There were
Yes.
great women
A little
when
bit, yeah.
the promotion of being a mom was a full thing. Everybody was forced, go be a mom, get married. Yeah, there were still women that didn't do that, bro, and nobody had a fucking problem with it.
Yeah, they did
really saying,
absolutely
do
have
you
a
know
problem with
history,
it.
talking about
Nobody
Marie
has a
Curie when
problem
you're
with women working, dude.
ignoring
You have a
all the
problem
hang on,
with
hang on.
pushing
Let me,
people
yeah.
Thank you so much, Legionary. I made my
have a
note.
I will say, I feel like it was only a very small time frame when women were just at home, and that was promoted. I think that was when, after World War II, the men came back, and the economy was booming, and everything was great, and everything was happy, and that I feel like that little brief time frame. Like I'm in my Travis era. I think that's what, like, the only time we can actually say women were more promoted to be stay-at-home mothers and wives. But I think anything else outside of that little space, it was kind of, you were either part-time working or doing still working around the house, and like either if you had a farm or this or that, and or other things. I think that there was only a small time frame that was just at home.
Yes, the nuclear family is a kind of historical invention. I agree with this. I think you're exactly right. But we had people on this panel tonight who were saying that, yeah, women working outside the home, that ought to be discouraged, that women should never be in a position of management over a man. Like to say that no one is saying that women should, like, Chris, I think you're just wrong. Like, there are people tonight who have said exactly the thing you're saying no one says. Right?
Bro, do you know what the thing is? Do you know what the internet is, bro? You can be a stay-at-home mom, have a blog, have a show, write a fucking book. You can do all of this shit and still be at home, bro.
It's amazing. It's amazing, and I support it. I'm saying we've had people here tonight who have pushed against that, and that's what I'm fighting with you on. Is you're saying no one says this when we have people who are interjecting and fighting with you, say, like, you say no one's saying this, and then Fight Sport Talk is like, actually I'm saying it. What do you mean no one's saying it? I'm saying it.
No,
Like,
you're too dumb to make the you're too dumb to make the delineation between what society pushes and then saying no because we say we should push one thing.
Hold on. No. I'm not too dumb. Hold on. No, shut up. I'm not too dumb. You said no one is saying this. Fight Sport Talk says I'm saying this. I'm not talking about society. Fight Sport Talk is not talking about society, and you're not talking about society.
Okay, cool.
I said some people. No, shut up. You said no one thinks this. You said no one thinks this. Fight Sport Talk said I fucking think this, and you come to me and you're like, no one thinks this, bro. Bro, you're so too dumb. You don't understand. No, you're too dumb to understand that you are fighting with people who are arguing against your point. Oh my God!
You need to calm down a little.
No,
bro. 20% off there, Sally.
You need to listen to what the people who are on your side are saying. No one says this when the people who are ostensibly on your side are arguing the thing you're saying no one supports.
Well, Phil,
you need to open your ears
saying it. Chris,
listen.
do you think women should be discouraged from working?
Putting a tampon. I'm sorry.
You just need to listen to what the other people are saying.
Chris, do you think women should be discouraged from working?
That's what you need to do. Okay.
What?
You think women should be discouraged from working, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, even he thinks
but
it.
did anybody say they can't work?
Fucking God.
I didn't say they can't work.
No.
I said they shouldn't work. You understand the difference?
Yes,
Why? So you feel better about yourself?
Could you make your point with like a BMX interpretive trick?
No, I prefer the skateboard though, bro.
I'm sorry. Fight Sport Talk is saying I couldn't defend this point before you was put in the back. I tried, and no one would let me talk. I was trying to fight with you, and then no one would let me talk.
Your mic was low, my dude.
Listen, I'll take the blame.
So wait, Chris, you have no problem with women working once they've had kids? Like, let's say
No, because they fulfill their feminine role, right?
Well,
or
two kids,
their
right?
role
Two.
to society, their duty has been fulfilled.
2.1 kids.
They can do whatever they want after that.
So we should even encourage it, right?
I mean, it depends whether then you can make a case for whatever the woman wants to do, right?
But shouldn't we just encourage, like why wouldn't we encourage women to work after they've had kids?
I mean, kind of. Then I would say then it's up to them, because remember, it's like it's
we
like
don't
an
say that
older
about
man,
men.
right?
Why don't we
If
say
you've
it's up to
done
the
your
man
job,
to-
you're retired. I don't think anybody should tell you what to do. At that
Then why are
point,
we
you
telling
fulfilled
men
your
to
society to your role, to your family, your country, whatever. You've done your thing, right? Then nobody should tell you what to do. But when you're young and we're talking about societal prescriptions for young people, that's a different story, bro.
Well, okay, but we can give a young person a prescription for their entire life, right?
Yeah.
So we can say when you're young, you're going to have kids, and then you're going to have a job. Like, we could say that. So
Yeah, it's the same thing we do with children to tell them not to get tattoos, bro. It changes what fucking age a person is,
And that
what they
works
should
so
be
well.
ascribed or
why
told
do you
what to
disagree
do.
with that? Like, why is it now you have to step out of it? Like, why can't you say, yeah, we should
Who
absolutely
is
encourage women to work
angry
after they've had their kids?
typing?
Oh, is that me?
Stop-
I'm sorry.
I think it's
stop
you.
Angry typing.
That's me. I have a
I'm sorry, I thought I
mechanical
muted it. I'm
keyboard.
sorry.
That's my fault.
Can I say something real quick? I think that there's a problem here where one side sees women as like their own people with free will and all this stuff, and another side sees them merely as a means to an end. And
Straw
here's the
man
problem.
incoming.
And here's the problem: they're a means in and of themselves. So if women want to have children, then they'll have children. Now, here's where right wingers tend to shoot themselves in the foot. They don't support social policies for pregnant single mothers. They don't support child care during and after school. They don't support anything that would actually make it easier for someone to be a goddamn mother.
Aaron, that one got me.
I'll gladly support all of that as long as they're
hold
good.
on, hold on. Sorry, I want to put it to Lee and then Abe, but let me read this first. C Just 32 says, "Thanks for the entertainment, Sarah. You're awesome." Well, thank you.
Yeah, let's give it up for women.
And then sarcastic. It's not easy when you're typically like the only female on these panels, but I think it is helpful to some degree that I grew up with brothers, right? And there was no amount of mercy that they gave. Sarcastic Saint says Eucharist in the back for Spurging and still needs a new mic. Sarah is the smartest one on the panel, so all of you shut up. Eucharist, be quiet. All right, Eucharist to the back, and T. Syphoid, you're up. And listen, ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching on Raging Tomato side, I'm going to shut down the Raging Tomato side. You need to maneuver over to the gauntlet. I will raid myself, so if you just buckle up, hang on, it should redirect you. But the link is pinned at the top. Mods, if you could continue dropping the link for those not paying attention, that would be great. Otherwise, Raging Tomato is shutting down now.
Don't go to the gauntlet. Stay in my
Move it,
chat, guys.
bastards. Get over there now.
Oh, Bricky, my little co-host brother. What up, brother?
Sound, Chris. I have to be careful what I say on there because people, like, I mean, people hate me more than Mel.
Who's got mic going
That's
on?
the Neve. I think Neve, your mic is spurging out.
Also, wasn't Lee supposed to go next?
Yeah,
I
it did
was
say
just gonna
Lee and
point
then
out-
Abe.
I was just going to point out that because of the conditions in current U.S. and a lot of other countries, the birthing age of women has gone up because until they feel that they can solidly provide for their children and give them the stability they need, they're going to wait until 25, 27, 30, even 40 in a lot of cases to start having children. So you're prescribing that women should wait until they have children, after they've had children, to make that possible. I don't think this works. So we need to incentivize the other direction. And how would you prescribe we do that?
Well, they've also been told that they can wait as long as they want. That doesn't
ask
help
Chris
either.
a hypothetical. Can I ask Chris a hypothetical? Chris, say you had a daughter, right? And your daughter, for the purpose of this hypothetical, her name is Cindy Lou Who, and she was wanting to preserve the spirit of Christmas in a managerial role. Would you support her?
I mean, I'm assuming this hypothetical has a Jim Carrey Grinch in it, right? Am I correct on that? Just trying
No,
to
I'm
specify.
just curious. So if your daughter Cindy Lou Who was attempting to preserve the spirit of Christmas in a managerial role, would you support
Yeah.
her?
Christmas is a bunch of baby-back bullshit, so no.
Yeah.
I tell her, stop being stupid and living in fairy tales.
You're saying Christmas is a fairy
Okay,
tale?
but-
That is the word of God. Okay, I'll have you know. And he just told
Do
me
you
that
support the
again.
nomination of the Grinch unilaterally?
I
No.
love the Grinch.
No.
Yeah, how
No,
dare you?
Grinch is
How dare you
angry.
disrespect Santa, created by God to fulfill his mission?
So
Santa
you
was
were an
made by
outlier in that
Coca-Cola, not
community?
by God. What you talking about?
Oh, sorry, Rudolph was created by Santa. My bad.
I think Lee brought up an actually interesting point, which is, Chris, like, if you are in the society where it's like, hey, until you have a baby, you're not really supposed to work, but then we're having all these women, like, enter the workplace at, like, well, 25, 26, 27, and they have this, like, very, very big lag from all the men who got to join in at 18, 22, whatever. Don't you think that's going to create this, like, even bigger disparity with the wage gap and even bigger disparity with the ability for them to carry on their careers? Because everyone's like, hey, why would I hire you? You've been out of the workforce. You were never in the workforce. I have a guy over here who's been starting since he's 18. He's got 5 years experience, same age. Why should I ever hire you? Like, it seems like it's going to fuck over a lot of people who,
You
who
sound
want to
like
be
a
in this
man
position.
that has
Oh,
no
well.
woman or children.
Well, I mean, if you keep the current systems with DEI, don't they get preference anyways above the men that are more qualified?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it says
That's not
that.
how
It's just like
DEI
hire
works.
Don't we already
you
have
have to
systems in
hire
place?
women. I think it just
Yeah,
says
that's not
that
how
somewhere.
DEI works. So
No, I think you just white women and black people. They're just like, you get in here, kick the white guy out, right? That's how it works. I'm pretty sure. I was reading
that's
about
not-
it.
It depends which country, bro.
That's the
Do you
woke
want to?
thing we're
Do you know the
talking
laws
about.
in my country?
I thought
So which country are
DEI
you
was
talking about?
enabling.
Oh, are you talking about? Are you from
different-
South Africa? What are your thoughts on Rhodesia?
I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, I didn't think
no
so.
kids or wife. By the sounds of them.
But
would
no, dude, the
DEI
problem is what
also
you guys
be?
don't understand is, right, I can be a conservative father. I can force my daughter in every direction, try and guide her and say, you know what, honey, have a family, have kids, boom, OnlyFans. It can still happen. Whether I force or try and guide, make prescriptions, all of this. I can do all of that and boom, still OnlyFans. That's the problem. You can't ultimately make somebody do anything, but you can force and guide in a direction. That's what we should do, but they can still do whatever they want, bro, because you can't
I
control
understand your
people.
point, Chris, but it really just seems like an old man yells at cloud because that's what your side's been trying to do for 40 years,
Don't
and it's
make me
just
bring
not
the
working.
cloud up here, bro. Don't make me bring the cloud up here. Chat would love that.
The cloud?
You yell at? How you got children to yell at and tell them not how
Sorry,
to
who's
do
talking? Is this Bricky?
It's Bricky.
Yeah.
Bricky, can you
It's
speak
super
up a little
quiet.
bit? You're being mogged by the other South African in here.
The problem with Bricky is that he's Irish and then he's also shit-faced, and those are completely separate from each other, by the way.
That's so racist, Steve. He's
Just
not
so
Irish.
clear.
He's racist, Steve. Wow,
It's just a
wow,
co- no, it's just a coincidence.
racist. He's
It's
not
just a
Irish.
coincidence. But I'm just saying, Bricky, it's
That's
a pattern.
racist.
It's a pattern.
Oh shit!
Oh.
What is?
That's me Rick and Morty.
You're the hacker. You're the one who downloads the car.
I'm not the hacker.
I would say this, Soy. You group the whole of conservatives into one bunch, and I would say that, like, for me, I'm conservative. Have I said something you disagree with tonight?
Probably. I think you advocated for gender roles to some degree, and
I
disagree
said they're
with that for various...
preferential. but
Right. I
haven't
don't think
said
they
that I
are. Like that's a
care.
slight disagreement, I would say.
So you literally agreed with me, bro, in our 1v1.
To
What are
what
you talking
degree?
about?
Well, because you think gender roles are just having kids and in an existential crisis they need to, and I think yeah, in that specific
What's the difference
hypothetical,
between men and women? Is it reproductive pathways? Sit down, bro.
women
Sit
aren't
down.
able to
Sit down,
defend against
bro.
gay burglars
You
nearly
fucking
as
sit
well.
down.
So.
You think there are more
differences between men and women than just reproduction?
Yeah, so Chris, there's a reason that we don't call a dog a man or a woman, right? We call them male and female because it's their reproductive difference that matters. Man and women is
According
the
to you, we can
human.
call them a fucking mailbox, bro. What are you talking about?
Actually, I have
We
a
don't want to go
question.
there, Mel. We don't want to go
No.
there.
So
I have a question.
With humans, right? With humans, right? There's gender identity. There's gender. There's an extra component that animals don't have, and you have to understand this difference before you can even talk about that shit.
Good point.
Yeah,
I have a
don't.
question about that, actually.
I warned you.
If we're talking about gender roles,
we
and
are.
we keep saying men and women
Mm-hmm.
in the military,
Mm-hmm.
and men are stronger.
Yep.
How does that track?
Track with what?
Yeah.
Gender is fluid, right?
I'm not making that point
No,
at all.
no. Gender is bimodal.
Okay, but either way,
Why do we always end up on the go?
I'm just I'm trying to understand where that
I want to hear
argument
more
went.
about transphobia from Mr.
No,
Abe Lincoln. I think
I'm
that's a
not-
sorely missing chapter from the history.
He's
books.
just
That's not what I'm-
asking questions.
I'm literally asking a question.
Okay,
I'm
Mr.
trying to
Abe.
understand.
Yeah, I think
Gender
Now,
fluid is
boys.
transmission fluid. That's what it is. It's used in a car for gears.
This is just trauma.
What was your question,
it's not
Mr.
you.
Abe?
I was literally just asking.
Abe, I
how
think
it
the prescriptions
differentiates,
on
that's
whether or
all.
not
Like-
biological males or females should fight in the military is entirely contingent on, again, the biological, strengths that men have, and this has nothing to do with what I would hope. Tell me if I'm wrong, Melanie. You might bring up a topic about how gender and sex are different, but that's really not where we're going with this at all. The whole military thing is about biology, who's stronger in what scenario. It's irrelevant to gender fluidity.
Okay,
Okay, but
your
it's so it's
ability to
completely
join the
separated from.
military, your ability to join the military should be contingent on your willingness to die for a country that, by and large, probably doesn't support you, very much. We can talk about government programs. I don't want to make a capitalist argument here. I'm just saying,
mean,
the
at the end of the day-
next a little
Do it,
step.
do it,
If you're
do it,
willing to go
do
out
it.
there, if you're willing to go out there and die for that, you should be able to. You should be able
At the
to.
end of the
I guess
day,
I was
when
just asking
we
what
induct-
the standpoint in there was. That's all. Like
Oh shit, Bricky's flexing.
during
I'm
the
not allowed to leave
argument.
now.
I'm not quite sure what difference it makes. Like, you can induct different
willing
people
to
into
die
the
for
military. There are a lot of men that aren't suited for the front lines, aren't suited to be in combat in general, and should probably be behind a desk.
Oh, you can
or
send
behind
anyone
a
in first.
Computer board. I mean, you can. You're just probably not going to get good outcomes. You want good outcomes.
Look at
when you
Russia.
do these
They
things.
did just the same with their
And they're not
homeless
getting
and
good outcomes. That was
transients.
supposed to be
With
what,
bolt
3
action
weeks?
rifles from the 1800s.
And that was supposed to be what, 3 weeks?
They're crushing it,
They failed
unfortunately.
miserably.
The 3 weeks was worth it. Look at what they've done.
No, it wasn't.
Would really
It's unfortunate,
gender-
but-
would
Shit.
people who are very ambiguous in their gender presentation, would they not hypothetically make the best spies?
At what point do hypotheticals and intellectualism go too
Just
far?
saying.
I mean, look at these
Everyone
people
has
here.
a role
Judging
in
from your
there.
backgrounds, you're all quite well off. The 1%
Okay,
of the world.
I'm a master. Hey, folks, think about this. I'm a master of disguise.
With 8 billion people
No,
on
you're
Earth,
making
there's
a problem
approximately
between the
130
distinction of
billion
the
that
role.
never made it. Who are we to say who's not to be here and who isn't?
Men are better spies.
Why
Women are
not
good at
promote love
plotting. That's
and
it.
marriage?
Women seem to be pretty
And
amazing
reproduction.
spies.
So, Chris, let
don't seem to
me
catch
just put
them as
some-
often.
Wait, I want to ask Chris something. Okay,
Mhm.
so let's say I grant you men are better size. I haven't looked it up, so I'm just going to grant you that.
Yeah, men are
That
better
mean-
spies.
does-
Women are
no,
better
no, no, no,
honeypot
no, no, no,
agents.
Does that
Still
mean?
a spy.
I still have a question. I have a question for you, buddy. Does that mean that no women are good spies?
Did I say that? I said men are
Exactly.
better
No,
in general.
exactly.
That
No,
means
that's our point.
general.
That's
like
our point.
general.
But no,
General.
that's our point, right? Like just because some men are better than most women doesn't mean no women are bad at it. Doesn't mean you
Okay,
can
what
say
the
no women
problem that I've
shouldn't
heard
be
the whole
spies.
night is
Sarah, how much
you
do I
guys
pay to
bring
kick
up
people?
exceptions to the rule and argue
What's
that
that?
as the case for the majority. Where you guys are being stupid is you're not. We need to focus on the majority, not the exceptions.
For
So
sure.
apparently
But in
men
this
are
one
just better
instance,
at everything than women than having children. Like, that's
say
all
there's
women
one
do
spy
better.
role. Should that role be filled
do
by
worse
a
than women.
transgender woman or a cisgender woman?
Bro, no, I don't even know what the fuck you're saying. Those
I
words
want
mean
to
nothing
respond
to
to
me,
Chris
bro.
real quick.
Okay, but let's think about it, right? Let's think about
problem with
the
the-
biological advantage transgender women have. Okay, now maybe in MMA, that's probably a bad thing, right? But in hand-to-hand, close-quarter combat,
Okay, so
Yeah.
I'm gonna stop.
Now you're
I don't have a
admitting
mean
that.
The
response.
man
for you,
would
Chris.
win.
I don't
Now
like your
you're admitting
response
there's a
because like
difference.
these generalities don't tell us whether or not any given woman could be a spy or not, right? So you can't make these prescriptions for any single
Listen,
we're
given
not
woman.
actually debating this,
I'm
are
all
we?
for what Leaf said.
Guys,
I think
What are they
Leaf
basing
said
it on? Espionage is
This is-
intelligence. They're
I was
not
just gonna
fucking
say that.
killing people all the time.
I was
No,
just going to
dude,
say
you
that.
know what
Yeah,
This
they're
is
spies
turning
silly
do?
because
Do any of you guys know any infiltration
espionage is
agents,
different than
paratroopers,
hand-to-hand
people that are
combat.
If we
actually
did know
spies?
them, they'd be doing a
You know what
terrible
they have
job,
to
Chris.
do?
Okay.
Intelligence, you know.
Yeah. Oh,
Are
okay.
you slipping a
That's what it
bearded
is.
lady into the Middle East to gather intel?
Bro,
Like, what the fuck's going on
you
here?
know what a
It's actually a
spy
bad
does? A
example.
spy gets dropped
shaves
off in a
her
location,
beard. Come
needs to
on.
observe and remain hidden. So sometimes, do you know how like Rangers, Navy SEALs work? Sometimes they lay in the bush still for weeks or days at a
Yeah, I've been
time.
there.
Can't
Yeah,
teach
so
yourself
if
that.
you don't know
I'm
shit
getting
about
there.
what a spy
Notoriously
or any
cannot-
Ready to go,
intel
everybody.
gathering is
Like, this
related
is so
to.
stupid.
Take your hormones.
Not that it
It's an
wasn't stupid
occupation
before, but
that
now it's
women
Can't
especially
take your
stupid.
antidepressants in the field.
So again, having a vagina does not preclude someone from being able to lay in the bush for a long time.
Can we
Yeah, okay,
move
they
on
can't
from this
complete the
fucking
training
topic? Who
though.
gives a shit? I'm sorry. What the fuck are we
Yeah.
talking
good.
about?
So I'm
Like,
gonna say women make better fighter pilots.
That's
on
bunch of
whole.
bullshit. They can't
See,
even
that's
parallel
shit,
park
that's
cars,
bunch
and
of
then they're
shit.
better fighter pilots. Don't come with your cope over here, bro.
That's
Physically,
not
they are
true.
better
That is
pilots.
definitely not true.
So
If they
I
were,
just want
if
to point
they were
out.
jet pilots, they'd hit the paving when they try parallel park that bitch. Come
Okay,
on.
this
So
conversation has
apparently,
gotten
you
way
just
too
want women to
woke.
breed.
Okay.
Apparently,
There's
that's
so
the only
much to
thing you
this.
think
We
women
turn
are
down the
equipped to do.
woke.
Guys, there's so much to this. So
Please.
women generally have a lower resting heart rate, which means they have a steadier hand for certain things. If they're trained well, they can utilize that to their advantage. There's no world in which
No, 'cause
everything is generalized.
you know
However,
what?
Are you
One of the
saying
biggest
women should be
problems of
domesticated?
Hold
engagement
on,
is
let him finish, Chris. You know better.
I'll say in a combat role, in a frontline combat role, I do not think that women should be in that role. I've been on the front lines in combat. I will tell you what happened. It was not good.
Creamed crop.
I'm not saying they're
I
incapable.
should
I'm
bring up
not
some
saying there's
historical
none
women
that are
examples.
capable,
Thank you for the $5.
because plenty could be. In
Yeah, but
general, I
you
don't think
know,
they should be there.
right? With
I will say on
engagement,
the
if you're
camp,
talking, yeah,
I
if
was
you're
in
talking
Fallujah
about
in
like a
2004.
firearm, how steady you are is dependent on how calm you are, right? You spoke about heart rate. You know what what affects
Absolutely.
your heart rate.
Absolutely.
Being trained and being confident in what you're doing right now, so that women can be great until the shit hits the fan, That's why even men have to be trained for.
But it depends on the woman.
The shit hits the fan situations to keep calm, because
Are
that's what's
women?
most
Oh well.
important.
Can I ask then? Since you said men have to be trained to keep their shit cool, right? So would women be capable of simply receiving the same training in order to like keep
Well,
their shit
no,
straight?
they receive less
yes,
training
but
because
they
they're
never
already
meet the
better at
same
it.
physical
I think was the
standards.
argument.
Yes, but they never meet the same physical standards.
Yeah.
Just doesn't happen.
Yeah, but
Across the
also
board,
you
it
can be
doesn't happen.
trained really well, and then when it happens, it just doesn't apply, right? So that's what in general men seem to grasp better when they're trained, opposed to I think women when shit hits the fan, because men are
Like you're
more
just making that
aggressive.
up. You're just making that up on the spot. Like you.
Yeah, I've seen.
What are you
I
talking
was
about?
gonna say I've seen a lot of men like Spurg,
Yeah.
not just on
And-
panel, but
That's
also
That's
in
no
very intense situations. I've seen
You don't
men
know.
lose.
Chris.
Oh, tell the
Yeah,
fuck
it could
on.
happen.
Sorry,
I
Sarah.
stay quiet. I stay quiet.
Can I raise my hand real quick?
I don't know. I've
Damn it.
seen a lot
Shut
of
up, Furby.
men not be able to push through or like
Yep.
kind of explode under pressure, and
Yep.
I've seen women have to kind of like smack them out of it,
Yep.
not literally,
Yes.
but actually bring
No,
them
but
back down and ground them. But I've seen it both ways. I
It
think
takes particular
just
breed.
I think, yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's just down to the individual and like how they were raised. I also think having a lot of trauma in your life can ground you because it's like, I've seen a lot of shit happen. There's not
you
much
had
that
Yeah.
phases me anymore.
If
Yeah,
I've
I'll tell
learned
you all the.
anything,
I
if
agree.
I've learned anything
Chris.
from these spaces, it's that being masculine doesn't necessarily make you strong. I've seen men who try so hard to be masculine that if you even hint at them being gay, they freak out. Like,
Whoa, are you talking about me now?
emotionally-
What the fuck? What, are you calling me out in front of everyone right now? You're calling me out that you think I'm gay? I'm definitely not
It's
gay,
okay,
okay?
Soy.
So
It's
I'm
okay,
really
Soy.
upset
It's
that you
okay,
called me out
Soy.
specifically.
It's okay.
That's rude.
The
You can be gay
reality
if you
is
need to be.
this. The reality is this. If you are a man and you wanna project yourself to be a masculine, they're gonna call you a bitch. If you are biologically male and you want to project yourself to be feminine, they're gonna call you a man. It's a lose-lose
But
either
you-
way, guys. You just gotta
But
be.
you know
who
what?
you are.
You know what the difference is?
fuck,
If you're
being
actually a man,
masculine
you
is
don't
not
care.
giving a
You just
shit.
laugh when people say
Easily.
dumb
Yes.
shit.
You know what?
You don't
Okay,
have to
Chris,
defend
I've got
yourself.
another. Okay, Mr. Luhu, I've got another hypothetical for you. Okay, Simone Biles, incredible gymnast. Okay, she be doing flips and shit. Would she hypothetically make a better spy, special force agent? Okay, think about Tom Cruise, Mission Impossible.
Think about every
jumping through
country where the
lasers.
predominant population is not
Hold
African
on, I'm
American
not finished.
females
Let me
and how she
cook.
would not
Better
blend
airbender.
in
She'd make a
without
better
Let me
flipping
cook.
around.
Okay,
you know?
so
Oh
that-
my God!
that
Shut
scene.
up. Go ahead, Nee. Finish.
Okay, there's lasers. You gotta you can't set the fucking alarm off. Obviously, you're gonna go to jail. You gotta make your way through those lasers. Who's gonna be more
Dwayne
equipped
The
to do
Rock.
that? G.I. Joe or Simone Biles? What do you think?
Freaking lasers. This isn't a Tom
Hypotheticals are
Cruise
fake and
movie,
gay.
bro.
We bomb that building to
Yeah,
the
but what if
ground.
the man
Okay, buddy,
Well,
you don't
I also
engage.
think
Don't
we need
engage,
to
bud.
ask the
Dinosaurs?
question too.
We
I
need to
also think
engage.
we need to ask the question too: who's more capable of, like meticulousness, particularities, and taking an overall,
Gay burglars.
overall, like an attention to detail, but also be able to expand in a bigger, holistic picture. And I think women do have a better grasp on that. I think men, it's like. It's like there's a focal point, there's a target, like, ooh, target, go now, right? And it's just like everything else just gets. Would you shut? Okay, Bricky, you and your little fucking one-liners get on my nerves. All right, fight for it. You're back up.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
But anyways, I think men are very target oriented, right? And anything that gets in the way just gets pushed out of the way, hit target, that's it. But when it comes to problem solving in terms of a holistic approach and being able to, like, I find that people that are more target oriented will say, well, I can't hit all of these points in one single round. Okay, but I feel like women can look at it and run like a logistics and be like, no, I actually can, and I think women are really good at doing that. So I think that we all have our advantages. Why men are better at war is because it's target, like shoot,
Well, Sarah,
kill,
it's
done.
over-analysis paralysis with
Which is
women.
why
That's the
we should
problem.
encourage women to go to work after
This
they
is
have
the
kids.
reason
At
why
least in
DEI is
Chris's-
important. DEI allows for a bigger pool of people to pull in that are going to be capable of doing different jobs rather than choosing specific people that were already in the pool. You're broadening the pool to allow for more people to be brought in.
All right, let's just remove all the names. Let's
completely wrong.
remove. Here's what we do: we remove all of the names from resumes. Give them a serial number when you want to apply for a job.
Whoa,
just
give him a
apply for the
number.
job
Look,
and
as a
they-
Jewish
they-
man, I'm not a fan of this. All right, I don't like where this is going.
So, Chris,
Men are
can,
only
I,
good
can, I
at
give you a,
war
can I give you a really good example of
because of
DEI?
Call of Duty, which means we should include KDR in the screening, and
What?
in addition to training.
Chris, can I give you a great example of DEI?
That's
So,
why.
would you feel better if it was
Jackie
a QR
Robinson.
code?
Yes, barcodes would be better. Like,
Do you
I
know
don't
who
care
Jackie
about that,
Robinson
bro.
I
is?
said QR.
My-
I said QR just to be clear.
oh no, QR codes
That
are ugly.
shot was a mistake.
Because that's literally DEI.
Creamed crop.
No, but dude,
Coming
what
back
you
in
don't
half, but thank
understand
so
is
much,
you guys
Creamed Crop, for
haven't
the
seen the
donation of
ultimate
$5. I
end
really
result
appreciate
of
you being here. I am
DEI.
probably gonna
Come
go
to
bed
my
soon too, but
country
I'm
and come
having
and
fun,
see how
so.
that works right now.
Is that affirmative
There's
action or is it
massive shit going on
DEI?
here.
Like, what is it?
Exactly.
You're
Exactly.
misrepresenting how DEI works.
Is this
No,
world
you don't
Because you have
understand the
a
conclusion of
misunderstanding of
DEI.
what this is because you don't know what DEI fucking is. And that's fine.
Mm.
You could
You don't
just
know
admit
what
that.
DEI is, bro.
What's
What is
DEI, Mr. Chris?
Yeah, what's the best example you got?
Dude,
Give
you
me
know
an
I live in
example.
South Africa. Do you know what BEE is?
Did you actually know it's four letters?
It's literally where you
It ain't
guys
DEI,
basically
my
got
dude. So
DEI
explain
from.
your shit.
Being
Yeah, the
that
ultimate
you are the
point is
South
where
African
eventually they
minority.
force a company to apply to 100% DEI initially, and then there is no more. There's just you get
You're not
preference
answering his
over
question, Chris.
And you
being
still
a
don't know what
woman, being
DEI is. It's
Amish,
cool.
being
Can
a-
you explain it?
Please tell me
Honestly,
you don't
Chris, you've had
understand
some
what
really
DEI
interesting
is
points. I want to
without
know
telling
what
me
you
you don't
think
understand what
DEI
DEI
is.
is.
Chris,
Let me
as the
demonstrate it to you.
Oh, diversity,
DEIA.
equity, and inclusion.
How does it work?
I don't understand what it is, bro. Diversity,
So-
equity, and inclusion, right?
It's
I guess
broadening
I'm
the
removed from
pool
the stream.
from which you hire.
Diversify the company's
I thought I wasn't
equity
allowed
by
to be kicked
including
off.
people that aren't qualified. Yeah, no, I know
Guys,
what
No,
it means.
no,
I
you
know what
added
it
the
is.
word unqualified. Where at any point is unqualified in the representation of this?
Mute these guys real quick so I can
Bro,
talk to
the
you
point
guys.
is, do you want people hired
do
on their
this.
merit?
No,
on-
stop
on-
that.
These guys.
Where,
They're
where,
having a
where
little
did
bit of
lack
other
of
fun.
merit
I
come
want to
in?
talk to you guys.
So are you
alright?
saying that Jackie Robinson was unmerited to be able to get into the...
There we go. Guys, thank you so much for joining the stream. I really appreciate it. I know you can't see me right now, but I want to let you know I've had a wonderful 5 hours here. It's felt like only 2. I think the original debate went well. I think the panel debate has had its moments, and I really appreciate that you guys have been here the whole time. I'm going to try to read some of your super chats now. Sorry that you want to hear this, guys. You can go to the thing, but I'm going to take this time to read your soups. So thank you, International Spying, $5, saying gender roles are completely fine, but should not be enforced as long as no one's forced. That's impossible, but in a perfect world. Yes, I agree completely. Soy, please bust out the hat. Well, I finally have it. Thank you, David Curtin, for the $2. I Amos the Fox, thank you for the 10. This is the worst debate I've ever caught from you, and it's not your fault. Legit sexist, strangely obsessed with the sex life of other men. Yeah, these guys are kind of wildly sexist. These are definitely repeal the 19th people. $5 from Toby, thank you. This is a clusterfuck. God damn it, if I'm not entertained. I'm happy you are. 5 again from this is the Fox. You super chat a lot. Thank you so much. And Creamed Crop. I genuinely am picking up on a white nationalist talking point from Jake. I think probably he is white nationalist adjacent. I think Andrew is as well, or at least Christian nationalist. 5 from Cream Crop. Thank you. These guys are love beating on 2 other guys in the same room. Yeah, there's a lot of homoeroticism coming from those guys. Quarmancy, thank you for the 2. Do you guys know gender roles is more than just kids? Apparently not, because that's the only example Chris can bring up. Albert, thank you for the 2. Studies show that women make better leaders. Argue that. Albert, I think I addressed this, but like bringing that up would just like either get them to argue with the fact, or B, kind of enforce the idea that like, oh, biologically they might be slightly better at this, therefore. But I don't want to have those prescriptions. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. I see poop and farting again. I don't know why Gig or whatever kept asking for that, but it was funny. Thank you, Cream Crop, for the 2. Thank you again, Cream Crop, for the 2. Chris turned off his camera to light up a 3rd cig. Oh yeah, no, he's on like 20 cigs now. Karma C, $2. Gender roles is when an army of polyamorous gay men. That's great. And I think I've read the rest of these. Yes. Okay, cool. Oh, and a new one from Louis. Thank you for the $2. Apologize for the Australia slander. No, I refuse. You're almost as bad as Canada. All right, back to the debate.
About reality. Can you step into reality with me with how DEI works right now?
For you guys.
By the way, I like this Leaf guy.
I'm sorry
He's
your
cool.
country
I feel
didn't
like I've
figure
seen
it
him
out
around
properly
before, but I
because you
really like
decided
the way
to fuck
he's,
over an entire
arguing,
population.
so.
That's not a us issue.
I hear you, But isn't that kind of what happened in America? So what? So now you guys have just
We
done the
did what
gradual
you guys
flip to
did.
shift
We did
slower.
affirmative action. There were quotas. We realized that the quotas were allowing unmerited people to get into the workforce. Now all we
Yeah.
did was broaden the spectrum of what we're able to hire for and protect people once they get into the workforce.
Oh, is
That's
Neve
it. Nobody's being
Neve,
hired
you were
unqualified.
so funny.
You're saying it's
Thank
not
you for
going to get
joining.
worse in your country.
And
Quickly let me know
I
how it's going in your
apologize for any of the shit
universities
you
at
had
the
to take,
moment. Quickly let me
for-
know how
on
many
behalf
men
of
are
all
there.
the shitty
Oh, what's
men.
what? You know the numbers. You know the numbers.
Yeah, it tends to be
Because the
predominantly
college
women.
indicator is what's going to happen in the workforce in a couple of years. Do you understand that?
Are you saying that these
Whenever
people
I
are
hear
going
him
to be
talk, all I can
unqualified?
think is
Is what
District
I'm
9.
saying.
No, there's going to be a lot of women
prawns, mate.
and
They're
people
coming
that have
in.
been
They're doing big
given
stuff.
advantage
These fucking
because we can look at the
prawns.
numbers of men towards women in colleges. That's
So all you're
in
telling me
universities,
is that
and
men are
ultimately gonna
unqualified. All you're
relate to
telling
the
me is that men are
workforce.
unqualified. That's all I'm hearing from you. Is that men
Oh,
are
so men are
unqualified to do this
unqualified.
job. Apparently, from what you're telling me.
Oh, so the other people aren't getting privilege that the
back.
men aren't getting. It's just the
So
men
we're
aren't
gonna
qualified.
need affirmative action for men, from what you're telling me.
Those poor men. Sarah, I'm gonna need to go. Can I
Completely irrelevant.
Well, before you go, Mel, I wanted to dunk the chat because there's 146 of you fuckers watching and only 35 of you little shits hit the like button.
Ooh.
This is absolutely unacceptable. I will let Mel sit here and talk all night if you don't hit the
That's a
hit
threat.
yes, that is a threat. Trust me, she will start
Oh, poor
singing.
Mel.
She will talk feminism 101. She will talk transgender 101. She will go off on a tangent.
Ooh.
So let's see, we're up to 42
Ooh.
now. You better keep moving. Hit the fucking like, or I'm gonna let you have Mel for as
Chat,
long
please
as
do
she
the
can
grip.
stay.
Stop the
Actually,
fuss.
and then after Mel has to leave, then I'll bring Bricky up and I'll let him have the floor for the rest of the night. So
Guys, aren't
hit
you
the
happy I
like.
never hold you hostage like this because I
Oh,
care about
boy,
you
I
and
don't
love your
know.
support and I don't have to like abuse you to
Jack,
get
stop
likes. I
this.
just know that
Chris, can I give
all
you a
the best
prescription?
people you'll
Well, hold
support
on.
me
Mel
and
was
just
actually
watching
making
in
her
and of
exit. I
itself
wanted
is
to
a
let her
gift.
exit.
I love you
Go
guys.
ahead, Mel.
So yeah, folks, I don't actually want to torture chat that much as some people in there irritate me a little bit. But all I want to say is we got a lot of concessions from the other side. Women can totally do the same jobs as men. These none of the things that they've said are exclusionary. As I pointed out, Chris cannot speak for specifics. We've pointed out they don't know what DEI is. By the way, it's actually 4 letters, DEIA. I doubt this Chris even knows what the A is for.
I don't. What's the A?
I know what the A is for. It's for pooping, bro.
Actually, he's right. Wow. How did you know?
No, wait, what is the A? I actually don't know. I feel like a bad
Accessibility.
progressive.
I might be getting it wrong. I'm a bad progressive too. But and most importantly, we still don't know what woke is, folks, and neither do they. They just get mad at change and things they don't like. So if you're not one of those people, have a good night, and if you are, do better.
Bye bye. Thank you.
That's wonderful. Before I went off, Eucharist brought up a bunch of points and really spazzed out about things that I was saying. I can respond to them now if you want. You were saying that you were unhappy that I advocated for shaming women out of the workforce, correct?
I mean, roughly. I'll clarify.
Yeah.
but
Well, yeah.
go off that, yeah.
I said that yes or no, what is better for society? It is better that women are not encouraged to become girl bosses. It is better that they are encouraged to raise families. And
What about after they're
therefore
done
we
raising their
need-
family, fight sport?
Yeah, you said that, and then
Therefore-
you said other things too, right? So you
well, I
can't
can
just.
only-
This
okay,
is
bring
my
up-
problem with everybody who was on the panel at the very
Eucharist,
beginning.
can I-
Is you want to
hold on.
You're cutting in
Let
front
fight
of me.
sport.
Sorry.
Fight sport. Go ahead and finish your thought.
I'll respond to this one point, bring up any others you want me to respond to. But yes, I'm saying that we should encourage women to raise families, which is better for society and better for them typically, instead of encouraging them to become girl bosses and either neglect raising families or half-ass it. In the same way that we should shame men who just want to sit at home and be weak, fat, obese losers, we should shame them out of that. We should shame women if they have a child and they're not putting all of their effort to raising it. Make sense?
Wait. Fight sport. So
Yeah.
General Patton said we fought the wrong enemy, and you retweeted that. What did you mean by that?
What?
Oh yeah, let me respond.
I haven't been on Twitter all day.
what you said makes
That
sense.
is the
What I'm-
fourth time somebody on this panel has lied about me. But go ahead.
What you said makes sense. What I was suggesting earlier, and what I've been suggesting this whole time, is that the original panelists and you have, when pressed, back down to a minimal position on this issue that does not
No, I
reflect
haven't.
your actual views. So when Soy Pill, for example, asked you, is it ever okay for women to be in a position of management over men? Your initial response was
answered that. I can
no.
do it again.
Your
Yes,
initial response was no, and then you backed off of it, right? And so now you're just saying,
I can.
hold on, and then now you're saying, all I think is that societally we should encourage women to have children and men to provide for their families. If that was all you were saying, there would not be a debate tonight. But that's not all you're saying. That's the problem.
No. Ukaris. I've been very consistent on the points that I've made.
I'm not saying you're not consistent. I'm saying you're backing off and going to a minimal position when pressed.
I didn't back off anything. What Soy did was bring up a hypothetical of what if the woman is the stronger person and in the household? I said, yeah, in that scenario, yeah, they should help, but men should be stronger. I just said that we should shame men from being weak. We should encourage them to be strong. So I'm not backing off of any point I made. And I don't know who brought up the claim that I retweeted something about George S. Patton saying we fought the wrong enemy. Whoever did that is a blatant liar.
You like quoted that really well. You remembered the quote pretty well. Do you know that one?
I did it. Okay, whoever did that is a spineless coward. I never tweeted
I did that. I'm telling you right now, I did that. I found that.
Really?
Yeah.
You are a coward. I never tweeted that. You are a liar.
I could have sworn you did, but maybe I'm wrong. Sorry, that might have been my fact checkers.
You are a spineless coward.
Hey, wait, I'm not the one who's hiding behind his fear of Jews, okay? I would come out and say it if I didn't like them, so...
I never mentioned it, you coward. Again, you are putting words into my mouth because you can't debate any of my points because you know that I'm right.
You got me, dude. I always have to deflect. I'm just deflecting to the Holocaust, as we always do. Or as we call it, the Shoah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So,
that's very good.
Why can't we encourage women to go into the workforce after they're raised a family?
If they want to, I've been very consistent from the start. I support freedom of choice because my values are conservative.
Why shouldn't we encourage it? Like, there's some things that women are better at men.
Because typically men do the vast majority of jobs way better than women. If women want to go become caregivers, which is something that women typically do way better than men, then
what about men makes them do the jobs better?
Men are designed to work and provide for the families. Women are designed to nurture.
For what jobs? Yeah.
Dude, they just more effective at getting shit done,
Can I
bro.
respond? Hold on, Chris. I'll just
I had a
respond. They're
prescription for this to help you out,
designed by nature. Make sense?
But what does that actually mean, though? Like, designed to do what? Like, how are they designed?
I'm
Like, what
talking
is
about
this
the laws of
advantage
nature.
that they
Like,
have?
I'm talking about the laws of nature. This typically
What law? What law?
The law of nature. Women are
Which
typically
law?
better.
There are many laws of nature.
Oh, he's just appealing to nature. It's
Survival of
not
the
even-
fittest, damn it. Survival of the
That's a
fittest.
fallacy.
What
That's
makes
a
men
fallacy,
more
bro.
fit?
Yeah, like, why are
You're
men better
asking-
at
you're asking me-
programming?
How many different ways do you want me to spell this out? Women are better
Why
nurses.
are men At least better-
Women are men are providers.
Would you
How many
say?
different ways-
Let me ask you this: can we say all women are better caretakers and all men are better providers?
No, because
No.
there are
So
exceptions.
if it's,
but
if it's,
Sarah, if I could
if
just-
it's, no, hold on. I sit here quietly and I just want to ask some questions. Okay. So if
My
it's a
bad.
some, not all, then if we enforce one thing, are we negating the ability of another? Right. So if by saying, well, this is some, not all, but I will still enforce or push the idea of pushing all women into caregiver scenarios and pushing all men into, the provider scenario, is that actually equating the best for all, or is it only the best for some?
It is the best for the majority. I'm talking about in general. There are always exceptions. So yes, there are times where you get like effeminate, weak men, and
Would you say that majority holds true now?
it doesn't hold true now because of propaganda, because of society, because of wokeism. And I know people on this panel get triggered every time I mention the word woke.
No, I just want to know
but
where it's coming
because-
from. Like, how do we stop it?
also doing a lot of lifting for you.
What
What does it mean?
Chris said earlier. We need propaganda. We need heavy conservative propaganda.
No, but
to
shouldn't we
push
go to like the
tradition.
source of the wokeism and
this
just
is-
stop
no,
them
this is
from
where I'm-
producing it?
Hold up. We need heavy conservative propaganda. Would you say that most conservatives' wives are not working?
No, the majority of them.
Majority?
The majority of conservative wives are working. One of the reasons is because things are extra expensive because of the. Hold on, Kai. I'm just going to respond to Sarah's point.
I just have my hand up because I want to ask a question.
Mostly,
Hold on.
okay, I'll just answer the point.
Go ahead, Fife.
Mostly
Do your thing.
because the economy, things are super expensive. So a lot of people do need to work, but you've also got idiots on the right like Tommy Lahren and Megyn Kelly who are conservative, but they are conservative feminists. They want to work because they want to become girl bosses. We need to get rid of that.
So you can prove a woman's intentions are only to work because she wants to be a girl boss?
No, they are working because they want to become girl bosses. They want to overshadow men.
But let me ask you though. You know that the women you're speaking of personally would like to work only for intentions of becoming girl bosses.
Yes. Tommy Lahren and Megyn Kelly are idiots who want to become.
They said that they want.
Than men.
I think it might be because they like
that
millions
want
of
to
millions
become
of
girl
dollars.
bosses.
I would have guessed.
I just know this because I followed their careers for like.
I'm
over
asking
10
you the
years.
question. They said I'm only doing this job and I'm only working because I want to become a girl boss.
They didn't say those words, but Tommy Lahren
Okay,
spazzed
so
out
let's
when
be mindful before we put words into people's mouths and assume or presume people's intentions, that we're mindful that you don't know what a woman's true feelings are or intentions are or why she got started, or maybe her dad told her one day when she was younger that, wow, you'd make such a great journalist. I know my father kept convincing me when I was younger that I would become something great, and so on and so forth.
And look at you, you did it. He was right.
So be mindful before you go saying women's intentions are this, or the only reason they're doing this is because of that. Be careful how you say that, because you're just making assumptions off of things that you don't know for an actual fact.
And
so
I
I'm
have a
going to
question, actually.
hold on.
Can I
I'm
ask a
going to
quick
take it. I want to take it back real quick to the idea that you were saying the conservative propaganda. But if the conservatives cannot live, you were kind of going in route of the economy and so on and so forth. Things are expensive. Then out of necessity, if women need to work, don't you want them to be capable of doing the best work possible? Or would you prefer they're just working at the gas station down the street, or waitressing, or something limited in terms of what they're doing?
If in order to provide the best scenario for a family, women have to work because things are super expensive, then of course women can definitely go work. I support freedom of choice, and if the child has had all of the proper upbringing and nurturing that they need, then sure, by all means, go back into work if you would like. I just feel that in general, it should not be encouraged. Men should be encouraged to up their game, become stronger, become better providers. And I could have worded it better earlier. Oh, okay, Kai, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Well, wait, real quick question. Sorry, I have to ask this. Do you use girl boss as a pejorative because of the implication that a girl could be your boss?
I use it to sum up things quickly so that I don't speak for as long.
Oh, well,
Derek,
not a good job, I gotta say. But go ahead,
I gotta go. So
wait, no, before you go, I wanted to
that-
address you. Before
okay,
you leave.
okay.
So I wanted to point out a prescription in that men, based on the propaganda that was put forward from the right, were told not to go to school, not to go into higher education, where women decided to populate higher education and are getting better outcomes. So the propaganda that was put out by the right is now disenfranchising men by the lights of the right.
I mean, can you
see
point
where this
to
is a
one of
problem?
these propagandas that you say men aren't pushed into
Higher education,
into higher
yes.
education?
Yes, they said men need to be strong, like what Fight Spark was saying. It's you need to go into a labor field. You need to go into a what do you call it? A trade. Don't go to school. Don't colleges for dummies, this woke left.
It's more
nonsense.
deliberate than that. It's more deliberate than that. Right-wing
I don't think
propaganda
so.
right now is devaluing the
I'm sorry you don't
value
agree
of
with
a.
this.
It's
I don't
devaluing the
think it's the
value
case.
of a traditional education. The right-wing propaganda is 100% going for that at the moment.
No, nobody would
They are
say that, bro, because
100% they are.
doctors, all of these
I'm
positions,
saying it.
science,
Never
engineering,
saying
technology,
it. I think Soy
none
Pill
of
will
that
say it.
requires high education.
It's
Are
a
you
real
serious?
thing.
You're just saying something and saying it's the case.
Wait, what?
Don't
Late
go to
water guys
college.
think
Just start a
Doctors,
business. Drop
engineer.
ship.
Appreciate you, my dude.
Do all.
Late water
Thank you,
guys
sir.
sport,
Bye,
Neve,
Chris.
Soy Pill was nice
Hi,
talking to
Chris.
all of you.
Nice talking to
Sarah,
you.
can I please ask,
Quit
do you want
smoking.
to swap Ricky out and give him a second chance for him to take my position?
I have
Yeah.
like one, two, three,
Bring the saint in.
four other people sitting backstage waiting. So,
People
All
Lady
right.
Chris, I said,
Well,
yeah.
Chris, I
everybody have a
subscribe
good
to your
one.
channel.
Thank you for having me on.
Peace, bro.
Thank you,
Bye.
Chris.
Good talking, Chris.
So,
And-
does anybody think that his mustache was twitching and letting him know the crocodile was near?
If I could just quickly, Sarah, just if I could just respond to a point you brought up, because I understand maybe I came across as extra harsh when I was talking about getting women out of being girl bosses. I'm referring specifically to something Tommy Lahren said, where Andrew Wilson talked to her about the roles of men and women, and she spazzed out because, again, she's a right-wing feminist extremist. So I'm not saying this applies to all women. I'm talking about women like Tommy Lahren. So just
Yeah.
wanted to clarify that.
Wait, but Fight Sport, what's your favorite U.S. ship, and why is it the USS Liberty?
I was gonna say.
Soy, you are a pathetic coward who's trying to strawman every single argument.
Wait, what was the straw
so
man?
that
I'm just
I can-
curious about your
So
hobbies.
You are a coward. You
What, is
cannot
there
respond
something
to a
about the
single
USS
point-
Liberty? Like, is there,
Shut
am I,
up.
like, is
Shut
there?
up.
Wait,
Shut up.
Wait,
You
I'm
cannot
kind of
respond
wondering
to a
who are
single
better
point I've
dancers.
made.
Yeah, are
Israelis better
Israeli-
dancers or Muslims?
I
better
was
dancers?
actually, I was kind of during our little speed date talk for Wick. I was waiting for someone to break out and dance and show me their dance moves.
I
and
think
then-
Israelis would be great dancers, honestly.
Soy,
I think they're a very
you are-
musical people.
You are strawmanning every argument I made because you cannot debate me on a single point I've
Dude,
made.
you've
The single
decimated
point
me.
I've made rubbishes everything you've made.
Well, let
We're
me.
talking-
Can I
was
ask
the
you
Queen of
this,
England
Fight
a girl
Sport?
boss?
Can I ask you a question? So you're in promotion of she stays home and does child rearing essentially, and then at some point when the kids are, I'm guessing off to college, maybe is that what you're saying? When they should go back, the mom should go to work.
Yeah, if women really want to go back into work, then fine, as long as the child has had the most important nurturing that they need. And obviously, when the child goes to school, then so from 5 onwards, then yeah, they've got a.
Okay. I mean, and I will be agreeable that I'm fully supportive of that. I was able to kind of manipulate my life in such a way where I could be there during those first 5 years for both of my children. It was very important to me. But I also will express too, do you know what it's like not having 5 years on your resume and what that does for you in the career field?
I do, but I. Oh, Sarah, I'll respond when you finished.
Sure, go ahead.
I do understand you're talking about women having 5 years off of their careers because they spend 5 years at home, correct?
And that's just minimal. So if you have 4 children, that's 5 years, and then keep adding if you keep having children, right?
Well, yes, I agree with you. It hurts them in the prospect of having a family. I care less about women having an important career. I care more about women being strong mothers. I care more about men.
I have a really weird question.
Hold that thought for just a second. And I'm agreeable that it's more important to be a good mother.
I'm so glad
if
Lee
we
is picking up what I'm
recognized
putting
earlier
down.
what you said about the
We're-
economy
I
and
wanna
kind of
find a way to DM this
why
guy.
mothers
He's so
have to
cool.
work or
Look at him.
wives
Look at him
have
drinking
to
beer
work
out of a glass.
is because of that
What a
very
man.
specification. So essentially, if we look a little further down the streamline, let's pretend I'm off the job market for 8 years, right? Having a few kids, and I want to make sure they all start kindergarten together. That's a lot of years
I'm
to
gonna
be
find him on
out of the
Twitter right now.
market. And then you're going to be kicking off with everyone else who just got out of college, and you'll be starting essentially entry level position at that age, and what are you going to be making? Maybe $30,000-$40,000. Is it even worth it at that point? right? And then now you're building up where
That's
other
welfare.
people, yeah, you're like at that point, and then what is that bringing to your family? Are you
Well,
just,
well, mostly I put the ownership on the men being better providers. Again, if we're in a scenario, and I understand most working class people are in the scenario where the men, where the women do need to work because things are extra expensive, I completely support that idea. In terms of being again, I was brought up in the early 90s. My experience was, okay, women are encouraged to go to university and build careers, no big deal. I've seen now in my early
Encouraged it.
30s, wrong. I've
Aura,
now
what is
seen in my
the
early 30s
Glord's
that many
Grotzman
women will put a
fallacy?
career before raising a child, and that is destructive to society in ways I can't even imagine.
Society
I-
being a sex life.
And I'm still agreeable to you. I'm just trying to throw some different angles at you because I want you to fight for it, right? I also think that
Yeah, I love it. Thank you, Sarah.
we could question the idea of I mean, like me, I was able to kind of twofold it. I was able to go to school and raise my children and start a part-time job when they hit like the pre-K thing, and then by the time they were off to kindergarten, I was able to kind of kick off my career, but I'm still behind where I should be.
Yeah.
I'm still behind on that. And yeah, I think you should put the accountability on the husband to be able to provide for your family. But at the same token, what's the average salary of a man? I think it's like 60 something out here.
As somebody, and I'm going to bring up the word woke again, as somebody who grew up with too much woke propaganda in my life, I understand that one of the reasons a lot of men are weak is because the propaganda from the left and the woke tards in particular.
You think I'm
have
weak?
weakened.
I grew up in Berkeley.
I think
it's
you're
very
probably
woke.
Super
the
weak.
weakest
I
man
have no
I've
traps.
Sorry, I think you are the weakest man I've ever laid eyes on this
Ever?
entire year.
Wow.
This entire year.
I would
Good
say I
evening.
would try to reply, but I can't see.
Good
Hold on,
evening, Mr.
Gabriel.
Brooklyn.
Hold on. I wanted to hear him finish his thought.
Yeah, let him finish insulting me.
So yeah, a lot of men are weak because of propaganda, and therefore there's a lot that they need
Who's
to rise from.
propaganda?
So woke tard leftist.
He's talking about the far left.
I've said that 1,000 times.
But but like, who's like promoting it?
Hold on, can I respond to Sarah's point?
But you never addressed the question.
Please
the
hold
question.
on. He's getting there very slowly.
He's never gotten
but we're-
there, Sarah. He's
well,
been
can
flying
you-
the plane in circles. He's going to
Hold
crash
on,
it into a tower if he
know.
doesn't.
I can't land it because you
I
keep cutting me
know.
off.
At whose behest?
But
Yeah,
let him-
it's
let
someone.
him keep
Someone wanted that
going.
to happen,
It
I
makes me
believe.
feel good to hear his voice. Go ahead.
Do they have small hats also?
I'll do the accent the rest if you kick him and let someone interesting talk.
You're clear for landing.
So in general, I said when I first came on that we do need to shame men if they are weak. Therefore, we need to try and push them, and that does mean going extreme. That does mean shaming them into.
I've been trying to
being
shame you all
strong
debate,
and
but you're
being
not
provider.
taking it very well. I don't think it's a good tactic.
Sarah, does that? Well,
No, but
look, does that
the
answer
reason
your
I
point?
guess-
Does
wait,
that
wait,
answer your
wait.
question?
One-
Because George
one
keeps
second.
cutting me off.
Hold on. Let him keep going. He is kind of
No,
like the
let him
odd man
go.
out right now, so let him keep going.
Yeah, it's a bit of a.
Well, Sarah, I've tried to answer, but Soy keeps cutting me
Yeah,
off.
do you get
every
hit in the head a
5
lot for your
seconds.
profession? Like, is that a thing that you do?
I'm
With
a
the whole...
content-
You allow
I'm a
soy
content
men to
creator.
interrupt you.
All right.
Yeah, you're
So
kind of
why
cucked
are-
also,
why-
letting me talk over you, to be
So
fair.
you're saying we need to shame men to do better, but I'm telling you the average income of men, or at least out here, I think it's like 60 something thousand.
65-ish.
Thank you.
General across.
Which really doesn't get anybody very far. Now, maybe if you live in the Midwest or somewhere pretty
Bluesby,
away
what-
from any
what is-
big
what are you
city,
writing
but then
this-
also your
this
job
gibberish?
and your wage is going to go down as well. So, Fight, can you speak to that claim? Can you refute that in terms of
Just-
what's going on over
As
there?
a caveat, just as a point, that's
can I-
across the entire United States. So
Help
like if you're
fight.
in Tennessee, it's going to be, or Kentucky, it's going to be a little less. If you're in California, Stan, it's going to be a lot more because it's like 6 figures is I believe welfare still in.
Yeah, well, I'll
California.
just.
Good
just-
evening.
just
Also,
respond.
there's a grumple here.
It's not
That's
welfare,
all I
but
want to
it's
say.
All right, go ahead, Fight.
Yeah, Sarah, I completely understand. Again, because of the economy, because of how things are, women definitely should be able to work, and they have to. I completely understand that. But there are also plenty of men who are able to raise, as Kai has a little spasm moment, there are plenty of men who can raise families on their own because they work extra hard to be in those positions. So I'm just saying, women definitely, I support freedom of choice. I support them having to go to work if the family needs it. But in general, they should put their kids before their career.
Yeah, wait. So you're walking back the whole woman should never be in a position of power over man, right?
Right.
Like we've
That's
finally
what-
gotten
No,
you
Story,
to.
you just
I
keep
support
cutting me off
women's
every-
choice. Yeah.
You're moonwalking right now.
I said I support freedom of choice from the very start.
Yeah, but you also
you're just
said you
getting-
made a prescriptive should and they shouldn't do it. Right?
Wait, the soy pill, you like getting pegged? Is that what you're saying?
It's actually not that bad, honestly. It's all right.
Wait,
Yeah.
can I ask a question? Fight Sport, you said that Soy Pill is the weakest man you've encountered. Blah blah blah. What?
Just shut up, Eucharist. Did you not like?
No, we're passing over it. We just ignore
Sarah,
it.
you're welcome.
We just ignore it. We just go past it. I don't like.
Guys.
Eucharist, go ahead. Eucharist, go
I don't
ahead.
care about
God
any
put
of
the
y'all's
G spot
sexual
in your
preferences.
asshole, and you're not gonna fucking touch it. You
I
guys
don't-
are fucking
I don't
gay,
care about
honestly.
any of y'all's
Eucharist,
sexual
go
preferences.
ahead. Ask me a question.
I want to know why you're saying that Soy Pill is the weakest man you've encountered in blah blah blah. Like I just want to
Because
articulate.
he's because all he
You know that's an
all he
anti-Semitic
does
trope
is-
to say
all he
Jewish
does
men
is-
are weak, right?
All he does is
Somebody
all he
in the
does is
chat,
cut me
clip
off. He
it and
tries
send
to-
it to me, please.
All he does is cut me off. He tries to
To be
bait me
fair,
into
you won't
saying
ever
something
shut
that will
up,
try
so
to
like I
defend
have to
you.
get a word in.
You
Sometimes you
are
just
a-
sit
you
here.
are a spineless coward.
I need
You would
that
never
clip
say
also,
this to my
Sarah.
face. You would
Why?
never say this to my face. You are a spineless.
I'm
why
so-
do you
I
need
can't
it,
because your
Grumble?
face isn't here. I want
Because he's
to.
Grumple.
For my content?
Wait, what was your
For your
question? Lee had a
spanking.
question that was like I think was you were going to ask a little while ago.
Can I speak for some of the married men? I just want to say that I
Maybe.
think that you know, and I was thinking this because a lot of our Jewish regular panel members are missing. Every self-respecting male in any possible world, the one thing that they actually want is a great conversation about who provides and what that looks like, you know, in life, in reality. And there's not a way to phrase that any differently. I don't mean to be too sentimental, but it's just, I think it's very important to appreciate that, you know, I think there's strong males who just want a woman with autonomy. They want that conversation with autonomy, and there's nothing wrong with that. Full stop.
What alternate reality do you live in?
There's
Like,
no-
is it like a Mr. Strange?
Hey,
from
I want an
Marvel,
autonomous
or-
woman, to be honest.
He's right. I
Multiverse?
think that, no, like let me steelman this for you, okay? There is a man out there, okay? Okay, submissive women exist, okay? It's too easy. All right, it's too easy. They need
Yeah.
a little bit of a, you know, a little bit of a. How could you say? They need a little bit of spice.
A little bit of oomph,
in
a
that
little bit of- a
equation,
little bit of
okay?
gumption.
But you mean on an individual
In-
basis
in
or
that
as a
equation.
society? need?
No, in that enter highly disagreeable woman. Okay, they go together like this. They scissor. They're like.
Wait, you mean like
interchangeable,
brats?
Okay. And I know this might
Like
be
brats?
mind blowing to you because I think maybe your idea of, you know, a woman or women being accessible to you would be in a submissive state.
we already
Pregnant
covered
woman is a
in the
submarine. Changed my mind.
No, I'm just saying there are men out there. You know, they like to work for it, and I don't think that makes them, you know, any different. If anything, it makes them more masculine, in my opinion.
Yeah, I go for the harder challenges, you know. You get the woman who fight back a little bit, who are like actually going to argue with you, and you guys go for the submissive, boring women who don't even put up anything. They're just like, yeah,
Shut up,
whatever you
Spike,
say, Mr. New Zealand man.
So, I wanted to propose to Fight Sports
I can.
No, I
also
wanted
turn
to
on your
propose-
camera so I can say everything to your face. I mean,
Well,
I
he's
really
not gonna
feel
get on
bad.
camera. Like,
Why
he
not?
wouldn't want to put a. He
Is
wouldn't
your
wanna
face
put a
just
face
like all
to this.
cauliflowered up from getting punched in the head?
Bill,
so
why don't
much?
you take off
So
your
the
brain
deal
glasses?
is,
And I
Would you look at your eyes?
Oh,
would
you
you
want to look
want
at my
to
eyes?
Go ahead,
My
Lee.
pretty
Go ahead,
blues?
Lee.
I want to
we
look at deep into
believe
your eyes.
that
Shut up,
only
Grumple.
men,
Go ahead, Lee.
if we believe that only men can raise
take
men,
'em
should
off.
men stay home if
Sorry,
they're
it's the masculine
predominantly
debate, buddy.
sons in the household?
Men
And
men
women should
can
go to
and
work?
should stay home.
Come on.
Kai, I don't, again, not
In
to
the
not to
case-
jump in and cut you off, but yes, men can stay home. That's my opinion.
Well, yeah, I was looking for Fight Sports.
I'd like to elaborate on pegging, actually. Women are really bad at thrusting. Like, they don't actually know what they're doing. And I think they've had it too good for
Right.
too long, and they need to understand how
Lee.
hard men work. And I think that is a gender role, is that women are thrust into, no pun intended, thrust into this
Thrust?
position where they don't work very hard. They just lay there like a little fish. And then when the shoe's on the other fucking foot, they're like, I'm fucking tired. And you know what? I think that's
Kai,
bullshit.
Kai, do you
Anyway,
wanna,
that's all I
do you
want
want
to
to
say.
ask me the question again? you wanna-
Unintended
so-
allies, soy pill. No, you're okay now.
Can
So
somebody
if-
clip that for me too, please?
Kai, can you ask me the question again?
So if in the household is predominantly
Yeah.
male children, and that only men can raise men to be men, should the man stay home to instill manliness upon those children and have the woman out in the workforce?
No, women. Women.
But
should be
what do you mean
raising-
out in the workforce, Kai?
Can I-
you
can
have
I-
to clarify
can I
because you're
respond?
saying wait. Let me get in on this real quick. Kai, you're saying like out in the workforce, like a woman who has a job is philandering. I don't even understand what you mean by that.
No,
I never said
no,
anything
Kai,
about
Kai
philandering.
is saying if a man is in
Kai's
the workforce,
okay,
he's not
Kai,
doing a good job
Kai.
raising the son to be manly because he's out working. So shouldn't he be at home
Can I-
raising the
yes.
son?
This
Yeah,
is the most
no,
socialist
man.
shit I've ever
Can
I've
I?
ever
Can
heard.
I? Can
Sorry,
I?
Kai.
Can I?
Like,
I'm just
leafy
wondering
water,
if a
Kai.
man never
This
gets
is-
to be
No,
with his child. He's
100%.
out working
Assuming
all the
a guy
time.
can't go and start
How
a
is he
business
instilling
and raise his
manliness?
kids.
Hold on. Grumple, your mic is like cooked. I don't know what it is doing,
Grump's
but
mic.
it sounds like absolute dog shit. It's
Wait, what? Can you explain how dog shit? Like in what manner?
It doesn't
You
sync
sound
with
like
your
the
watery
real
kind, the
Rumpelstiltskin.
watery
Can-
kind.
Can
you hear me right
can I
now?
respond to Kai's question?
We hear you.
I'm gonna turn
Yeah,
you
dude.
down.
No, you
Wow.
can't. That's socialist. Not everyone
Dreadful.
gets to talk here. Sorry about that.
Don't be woke.
Kai,
Or
I
you're
Too
said,
woke.
I said,
Not every voice matters.
hold on, can I? You asked me the question. No, men should not be raising the children. They should be out working. They should be spending time with the child when he's back at home so he can teach him masculine traits.
But what if
The
that's not
women
enough
should be
time?
nurturing. What are you asking me? Are you asking
Like,
me how much time?
shouldn't men stop working so much because then they're not spending time educating their son on how to be a man? That's why this masculinity problem is happening, right?
We're asking you to create
it's happening.
the
No,
optimal
can I-
safety situation using the two genders.
Look, I can't answer the question. You just come in front of
Actually,
me.
I'll add to
reason-
the question. I will add to the question. If the
Sarah,
most important
please.
thing, if the most important thing is to protect the children, protect the legacy, right? Wouldn't it actually be more better
Yeah.
for the children if the father is at home with them because he can protect them literally
Yeah.
all day and all night?
Shouldn't
and
men
send-
follow children around constantly?
That's how lions
No,
work.
women-
Right?
Man
What-
stays
no,
there,
wait,
protects the pride.
no,
Woman
hold on,
goes
Kai.
out and hunts.
Hold on, Kai.
I'm listening.
But do you want me to? Okay, I said no. Women should be the one raising the children.
Why?
Men
They're
should be the
weaker?
one
They don't know how to teach them how to
How
be
about
men?
you? How about you shut up so I can answer the question?
Because you're saying
Women
stupid
should
shit.
be-
I gotta interrupt you.
Why
I'm
are you so
sorry.
triggered?
If I saw
I
your
can-
face,
I can
maybe I'd be
barely- I can
intimidated by
barely-
your big fighting spirit. But right, honestly, you let me walk
If I
all
saw
over you,
your
and I'm gonna
eyes, I
keep
might get
doing it.
lost
So
in them.
Yeah, again, it's real easy to act tough behind.
okay, turn on your camera. Why? You're the one hiding.
Okay,
I'm
you-
sorry.
How about you shut up so I can answer the question?
How about you make me
you-
come
you
over here and make
mentioned-
me come
you-
crawl
you said-
over, bro? Hiding
How
behind
about
your
you shut
camera.
How about you shut the fuck up so I can answer
Can we
the
play
question?
word
You
association
said
games?
that
If
the
I
reason
say a word and it's just like good or bad, do you think that'd be cool?
you said the reason.
Oh wait, are
you
we
said
doing
the-
it? Hell yeah,
you
there we
said the
go. I'm gonna say some
you
words. You
said
say
the
good
re-
or bad, all right? Miller,
Oh, we're both
How about you
fighting
shut up?
fight sport? Okay, cool. Let's go.
You
Cohen,
Soy, you said that the reason.
Goldberg.
Jesus fucking Christ. Is this what it's going to be like?
All right,
You
go
said
ahead.
Go
What are
ahead
you
and
gonna
talk.
say?
reason
No,
society-
get your point out, and we'll both deal with you. Let's go.
You said the reason, or Soy said the reason society is failing is because men aren't spending enough time with the kids, correct?
I was being facetious. I don't know if you like have zero sense of humor, but I've been fucking with you for like an hour and a half, and you've just been like taking it all like a little good little boy. But I mean, I don't know. Like, no, I don't think that's why. I have lots of other prescriptions, but your ideas are so fucking far out of the Overton window pale. I've had zero reason to engage with you in good faith because all you say is this ridiculous dumb shit. You think women shouldn't be bosses. You think men like have to do X specific thing. Like it's all just ridiculous, and that's why I've been Jew baiting you the whole time. Sorry, buddy. but,
So
like,
how many hours a day does a man need to be in the household to teach a boy how to be a man?
You're asking me specifics, which I have absolutely no clue because I'm not in that situation right now. I'm saying that men should be out working.
Wait.
And when they're not working, they're at home with their family. Makes sense?
Are you home with
This
your
really
family
isn't
right
that
now?
hard to understand. I don't have.
Do you
a
have
family,
children?
but-
Oh,
No,
he
I don't.
doesn't have a
I
family.
don't.
Oh, okay, so I have a
I-
kid.
Yeah.
And
Me
how
is
much
okay.
time should I spend with my male child to teach my male child how to be a male?
This is something I've never claimed to have the answer for. Exactly.
Then why are you here?
How much
I
time?
want to
Then
listen
why
to
are
Lee.
you
Lee, give us the answer.
promoting
Lee,
the
how much
idea?
time should you spend with your kid?
Okay, all right. Look. If you want an answer, you're gonna have to shut up so I can get it across. I've been arguing for traditional roles.
Why though? You
Very
don't even know if
simple.
it works. You
I've
haven't
never
tried
been-
it yourself. Shouldn't you listen to Lee?
I'm
He seems to be
saying-
doing all right.
In my
I've
case,
answered this 1,000 times.
my kid's
but-
mom is better at working on electrical, doing maintenance in the house, than I'd rather keep her out of the kitchen. I'm a better cook. I can clean the house better. So
Okay, well, you know
based
what?
on these
I see-
roles,
if
how
you
should this work?
you do know that I did argue for freedom of choice earlier. I said I support that. So you want to be the cook at home, your wife is better at certain roles around the house, then absolutely fine. I support freedom of choice. No arguments there.
Cool. All right. Guess we did it.
You try. I'm
all
talking
support
about what
women's
is.
right to
I'm
choose.
talking. I'm talking about what is better for general
Yeah, but
society.
how do you know what's
Men
better
should be
for
out
general
working
society?
because of I live in the real world. Men should be out working.
I don't even know
providing.
if you're
Women
real.
should
You could be
home.
an AI. I haven't seen your face yet. So honestly, I'm not quite
All
sure
right,
you live in the real world, and you definitely
you
have an
can-
experienced
all
family.
right, you can cut me off as much as you want, but I'm
I know
arguing,
you keep letting me. I will.
yeah, because I'm not there to make you shut up. But if you want an answer,
I just want you to make a
listen
point. I want you to lay out what your
Men-
prescription
Okay,
is.
traditional roles are better for society. Men out working, women home nurturing, raising families. In general, that is what's better for society. In situations where you are more comfortable being the cook and doing feminine roles, and your wife doing roles around
Cook's
the house.
feminine.
Would you say
fine.
that you're better at like whatever it is you do? Like you do fight sport talk sort of thing? Like you think you're better at like than a woman?
This
would be
is-
at that?
This is
because you
this is
didn't
one of the
center
jobs I-
center the words on your little JPEG very well there. It's actually pretty sloppy. I
This
would
is-
say a woman might be better at that.
This is a hobby I have. It's a part-time job. I've got
Mm.
2 jobs on top of this, which are real jobs.
Okay. So how are you
So-
gonna raise a
so-
kid by working 3 jobs, dude?
I just want to kind of
At the mo-
ask him, do you
I'm-
believe women can raise men?
Yes, women should be raising children. I've been saying this the
I
entire
said
time.
specifically,
Men or
Can
women
two lesbians
raise
raise
men?
a masculine man?
I do not want lesbians.
I didn't say
to
what
be
you want. I
adopting
said
children.
can they?
I do not want to see that.
You don't want. Okay, I don't care what you want to see. First of all, like, I
Are
don't
you
know why you wouldn't
paying
want
to see it,
two
or
hot
are you
women.
just seeing it?
But all right, let's say you don't want to
Women-
see it. Do you think that 2 women, married in love, beautiful, could
And was
raise
there
a
juice
son?
involved? Was it the juice?
Should be adopting children. Is that your question?
No, okay. A child fell out of the sky from a plane and miraculously survived in this lesbian household, and now they're raising it. Do you think they could raise it to be a man?
You can keep asking pointless hypotheticals as much as you want.
You
I
don't think
simply
any
came up with a-
lesbian parents exist, buddy? Like, they exist. I promise.
I know they exist. I'm
Okay.
not. I personally don't like to see it.
Okay, I
but
don't care what you
I've
want.
been-
I'm asking, do you think they can raise a boy?
I've been. Look, you can.
Yes
change,
or no? This is a very easy
Listen,
question. Just
how
say
about-
yes or
how about
no.
you- well, if you shut up for long enough, I can. answer the
Okay, let's go.
question.
One word. Hit me.
I've been saying from the very start, traditional roles are better for society, for men
Okay.
and women. You just want to keep changing the argument.
I
because
want to
you
know
that
if
you've
2
got
lesbians
you've
can
got
raise
no
a
re-
son,
you
but
have
you can't
no,
tell me.
You have no response to the points I brought up because all of your points are retarded.
Okay, I promise I'll answer your next point if you tell me whether or not 2 women can raise a son.
Lesbians, no, they should.
They can't.
They should not be adopting
No,
children.
not should. Can they? Is it possible? Like, could they raise a son?
They should not be adopting children.
I didn't say
in my
should they. Why is this so hard for you? Can they do it? Are
You
they
keep
capable?
changing. You keep changing
Are
the freaking argument.
lesbians capable of
Our?
raising a
Who the fuck
child
is
who
our?
is male?
No, no,
It's
how about that?
impossible.
No.
Oh, okay, and why can't they do it?
I could say this 1,000 times, but I'm just gonna spell it out so that a retard like you can understand.
Get me.
Traditional roles are better.
No,
for
no, no. I
society.
don't know.
For men and
Let's
women.
assume they're better. I'm asking, is it possible for lesbians to do it? And if not, why not?
Can they do it? Yes. I'm talking about what is
Okay.
better for society.
All right, cool. All right, man, maybe. I don't know. All my lesbian parent
Again,
friends have
you-
raised
you-
wonderful PhD
again, you have
children.
changed
but
the
now,
argument
okay,
1,000
what's the
times
point you
because-
think I'm not addressing? I will do my best to do it right now. Hit me.
No, you just keep changing.
No,
the
I will.
argument.
I promise. Say it one more time. I promise to address it.
Look, I've just been arguing this entire.
Okay,
this
now
entire
pick one,
time.
please.
Traditional
Say
roles
me
are
one
better.
point. I will
You
address
keep
your point. Pick your
pivoting.
point.
You keep pivoting.
Okay,
Look,
I'm not
I
gonna
don't
pivot.
need
I'm
to-
standing still in my chair. Tell me now. What's your point? Go. This guy's like
This message is sponsored in part
I
by
don't understand it.
We're back. Perfect timing, Sarah. Perfect
Who
timing.
voted for that 2v1? Holy
Hey,
shit.
I had a good time. I had
More
a good
talk.
time
What
with
is your opposition to hypotheticals? It's like you're not actually making claims. You're just
Because he doesn't
doing
know how he would
punishment.
feel if he didn't eat breakfast this morning.
Because you can bring up a hypothetical for any retarded scenario.
Yeah, but
I'm
it's.
talking
but
about-
do you know what
it's-
hypotheticals exist to test your consistency and the things you believe, right? Like, they're obviously insane.
To test the
and-
principle or consistency to see
I could,
where your
look,
principles
I
lead,
could,
right?
I could make up 1,000 retarded scenarios like.
You
like
could,
Kyle
and if you
was
asked me to
doing.
engage with those
Wait, 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 wait.
hypotheticals,
I've been.
I would,
I've
in
been-
earnest,
I've
do my
been-
best to entertain whether or not my
I'm
logic is.
not here to entertain. I'm here to
Oh,
debate
buddy,
reality.
you've
I'm
been
saying- I've been-
entertaining.
But you're debating. So
Damn it! I
debating.
thought this was like straight entertainment. I didn't
I've
know
been-
anybody was actually like trying to, push a good thought out.
I've just been debating this
Wait,
entire
don't
time.
push the good thoughts
including-
out. I mean, they're the good ones. You want to keep them in, right?
I've just been
Keep them in the
debating this
circle?
entire time.
No?
Traditional roles are better for
Yeah.
society.
Have you made
And
like a
these two-
single substantiated reason as to why that's true, or you just say that over and over?
I do. I've been
Okay.
making points this entire time, and
What's
all you
your
do is bring up
strongest
hypotheticals.
reason to
You
say that
understand you've
traditional
been
roles
getting
are better?
mogged by a dude
Okay,
in a
do I-
beanie for like
Sarah,
an hour?
Sarah, I could respond to this point just very quickly, or since they
Yeah.
asked me. Okay. The point I've made, Soy, again, I'll say this very slowly so that a retard like you can understand. Traditional roles are better for society. Women are generally happier when they're raising families.
Mhm.
They're not happier when they're out being encouraged to be girl bosses.
Mhm.
Again,
Have you
I
ever
don't
had
know
a
how many
happy
times I
woman
need
in
to
your
say that.
life?
Okay, let
I
me
asked you to
let me
substantiate the point, and you just repeated
let
your
me
point.
yeah
but
let
okay.
me dive in on that with you, Fight. I agree with you. I think it is better if women can stay at home and do child rearing at least till the age of 5, right? Until at least till the child is 5. I think it is better holistically for the family overall. I think it's
Totally
less
agree.
stressful.
Totally agree.
I agree. Any
Okay.
woman would raise a better child.
But why can't
than
Sarah?
Fight's
Why
point
can't
out.
a man stay?
Hold
Sarah,
on,
why
okay.
can't the man
hold
stay
on,
home?
hold the fuck on.
Okay.
I said I agreed.
Sorry.
I think it is better. However, we have to walk with reality right now, and with reality, our economy, our structure, our everything about America, at least where I'm at, and I'm just speaking from my personal experience here, I don't think it's realistic to say that we should. And what I mean by that is when who's got the fuzzy noise on the mic? When we're asking women to stay at home, but then also asking them to go out and be employed at some point, maybe to help whatever, do this, do that. And you can't have your cake and eat it too, because if you limit her options early on, right, and maybe she doesn't go to college, she gets married and has babies right out of high school, has baby, and then 10 years later says, okay, it's time for me to go get a career, my kids are all in grade school, so on and so forth. Well, now she's like back so far that her going out and getting a job at that age and at that point is almost moot. It's pointless. Like you might as well just work at a gas station. And it's going to take even longer to be able to get her kind of up to speed to where it's actually worthy of her working. So if she's working in her like 18, 19, 20, whatever years, going to college, whatever, like that's where she's developing that experience, and maybe like cut down to part-time later or something like that. But I just think it's not realistic to say that women should stay at home in this current society. It's not realistic.
Sarah, can I just say
Well,
one
Sarah,
thing? The one thing I have to claw back on one thing there is that if because it is the case, it's so hard for women to return to work. It is not methodological, right? Okay, and so very important distinction here. It is not methodological for a woman to stay home and
Logan,
take care of her
to be
kids
fair, I
in
say
terms
the
of
R word all the
society.
time. I
It is
just
only
haven't felt the
methodological
strong need
towards
to
the
yet,
family
because
unit
it's
for a
I would
woman
never
that
call an
wants to stay home and take care
mentally
of her
disabled
kids.
person
And
the R
and
word.
so, you know, this is why when
It's
like
reserved
I
exclusively for
would be
people who
called
aren't, so.
a lip cuck or something like this to say I support women, to say I'm simping or something. But that is why I would say that, is because there isn't actually a clear distinction of like, well, what are you just like, what can you decide? What are you deciding? Like, I
Well,
don't mean
Go
to
ahead.
shame anyone here, but
Well,
that's all I had.
Go
Just
ahead,
to-
Fight.
Yeah, Sarah, just to respond to your point, I agree. Again, I said repeatedly every time you brought it up, because of how things are, we are in a situation where a lot of women, unfortunately, do need to work. I'm just talking about, again, what should be encouraged. And, you know, like you brought up what is realistic. I completely agree with you. Unfortunately, because of how the economy is worldwide, it's not very realistic to say women shouldn't work. I live in New Zealand, where this was
Really?
the first country that got women the right to vote. Women shouldn't vote, in my opinion, but it's not realistic.
What? No way. Okay, I'm sorry. I said earlier you guys were hiding your power level, and y'all and you acted like I
didn't
was
hide
saying something
anything.
crazy.
I didn't
like,
hide anything.
Told you were right,
Wait,
Eucharist.
fight for
I told you you were right.
fight for sport. Do you think Jewish women are better at banking than white women?
Okay.
Women shouldn't vote.
Wait, hang on.
I
There
just
are
want to
shiksas
register that what I said
involved
earlier was all these guys are saying all this stuff about traditional blah blah blah, and what they really mean is women shouldn't vote. And then Fight Sport in the chat was like, Eucharist is saying all this dumb stuff about my arguments.
women
and then
shouldn't
it
vote.
comes
I
down
need
to
to-
he doesn't think
women-
women should vote. Okay, so that
They
I was
shouldn't.
right the whole time. Am
They
I wrong?
shouldn't.
Let me
They
just make a
shouldn't.
little logistical note here. We're going to shut down here in like 10, 15 minutes. It's already 3 a.m. for me, and I do need to get up in
Dang.
like 4 hours. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
pretty
but,
racist,
go ahead.
Just register.
Go ahead, Fight.
Well, no, I never hid any of my views earlier. I said from the very start, women, in order to go back to traditionalism, women
Have you ever
shouldn't
been with
vote.
one?
I live in New Zealand, the first country that got women the right to vote. Terrible decision. New Zealand should be ashamed for that, but it's not realistic to. We should take women's right to vote away, but it's not realistic.
Okay.
How many women
Why-
do you have in your life?
Wait, how do we make it realistic though?
I knew that was going out sometime. So let me ask, why do you believe women shouldn't have the right to vote?
Women typically don't make good decisions, especially
God,
for
most
society.
men don't make good decisions. What are you
So let me
talking
ask
about?
you this. If women don't make good decisions, why should they be the ones raising the children?
Ooh.
Because raising children is nurturing, which is traditionally, naturally, what women are much
Naturally.
better at than
Does it
men.
involve decision
Nurturing.
making?
All
That's
day.
the bedrock of the society, though. You're like, you're setting someone up for the rest of their life to make decisions to hopefully vote in a way that you think is a good vote, right? And so women are doing that. You don't
Yes,
have to
and
respect
typically
one
Say
women
the
vote.
kid comes home from high
yes,
school and the kid
typically-
says,
So
"Mom,
what I
there are two
mean- what
language
I-
classes. There's Hebrew
What-
and there's Spanish, and which one should I pick?" And the woman will tell them maybe the wrong decision. Like, don't you think that shouldn't be allowed? Because shouldn't the man be there to tell them what they should pick?
Hang on, anybody know off the top of
I'm
their head?
t-
what
I'm
the
talking about
percentage of
voting.
single
I'm not
mother
talking about
households
everyday
raised
decisions.
children,
Well-
especially boys that are incarcerated?
Your
What's
mic
that?
is trash.
Fuck
buddy.
you,
Your
bro.
mic is totally
Fuck you,
trash,
bro.
bro.
Like
Wait,
mumble
wait,
still
wait,
skin,
hold
am I
on.
Oh.
right?
Fight,
What's he
So
saying over
let me
there?
clarify what
I
I
gotta mess with my
mean.
settings.
Fight. What I mean is.
I heard you.
Let me say that. Okay, Dad is at work, so he's gone like 9 hours a day. Let's just presume 9. I think that's a safe time frame.
14. Yep.
And so Mom is at home. And it's morning, noon, and night, right? Child wakes up, mom's there, child feeds, child nurtures, child, like she's doing literally everything. And what she's doing all day is not just changing diapers and feeding food. She's literally teaching values, principles, and making a lot of doing a lot of things that could provoke decisions later. Right. So in that effort, if you're saying that women don't know how to make decisions or they don't make good decisions, then what the fuck are we teaching our children every day?
Yeah.
women are better nurturers. You're bringing up scenarios of women making decisions based around nurturing
You think
children.
nurturing, like they just get up and they're like, beep boop, I must change diaper imperative,
Of course.
engaged. Like,
Let
what do
me
you think
ask.
happens
Okay,
when a
but
mother
but
wakes up?
it's not just nurturing, right? We're teaching them our value systems by how we interact
1,
with
2.
them. A little better, Grumple. Emotional responses, how we treat other people, how we interact and engage with other people, socializing them around other little friends, having play dates, choosing their play dates. All of these are, you don't have to make big decisions or decisions alone just to show like what values go into making a decision, right?
And fight sport, do you still talk to your mom?
I'm probably
All
not.
right, I haven't asked you a
talk.
single personal question. This is none of your fucking.
I'll answer them if you ask them. I'm just curious if you have a good
Does
relationship.
your mom
I
love
don't
you?
Like, do you
give-
talk
Is
to your
your
mom
mom
on a
Jewish?
frequent basis?
Is your mom Jewish?
I'm on.
Test.
Or
Yeah,
talk.
look,
You emphasize the importance of the early years of a child, right? And so you
Yes.
say
First
that a
3
woman
years most
cannot-
important.
Okay, but you question the decision making of women, right? But you recognize the 3 critical years in a child's life. Why are you willing to trust them to do that?
Yeah, I think 2 gay men should raise children from 1 to 3.
because women are much better nurturers than men ever will be.
Why?
Should
So does
can
they-
I
so
ask-
should they be
hold
awarded-
on, hold
should
on,
they
hold
be
on, hold on,
awarded
hold on.
custody
Hold
and
on, hold on, hold on.
disputes?
So let me ask you this: is nurturing the only thing that is the requirement of raising young children?
It's the
No,
best thing that a woman can
obviously-
provide.
Obviously, there's better everyday decisions that are required. Which
What are the decisions? that
but
aren't
women
nurturing?
suck at decisions. So what
I'm
are we doing here?
I didn't say they suck. I didn't say they suck. Women, okay, the
You
vast
said they
majority
shouldn't
of
vote,
things that-
buddy. Now you're walking
Hold
it back
on,
again.
hold on.
When a
Can
woman
I-
finally
They're
stands up to you because
terrible.
your
I
mom
believe
won't,
the
apparently.
quote
Now you're
was-
finally
I
walking
believe
it
the
back.
quote. I feel the quote was they're terrible at making decisions. So,
I said
but
bad.
and
I said
Oh,
okay, bad.
oh, wow.
Okay, they're
Okay,
bad
well,
at
well,
making
well, well.
decisions.
Can I answer
okay.
that? When it comes to worldwide things that are voted for, women vote for all kinds of typical nonsense. Like, one of the main reasons why wokeism is such a cancer in the West is because women voted it in.
Why do they do that, though?
I live in New Zealand that had a feminist prime minister who was possibly the worst prime minister in the history of this country.
Hey, at least you didn't lose a war to emus, right?
You keep Jacinda Ardern out of your
You say
fucking mouth.
Also,
okay?
wait. Fight. You say it's
She
one of the
was
main reasons
pure-
is the woman vote.
She
for
ran
it.
for
Is there, like,
re-election with a
bigger
motherfucking
reason that it's
baby in
happened?
her stomach, and she won.
And that was
okay?
evil. She's
fucking
pure
won.
evil. That
What's
was a
evil
that was
about
a terrible.
Evil?
That was
What's
a that was a
evil about
terrible.
that?
Hold on. Can I answer this point? Being a politician, bringing her child to parliament was pure evil. She is. That was a psycho.
What?
She is a
Do
psychopath.
it. Okay,
with
she
what
is
she
the
did to her child.
embodiment. She is the embodiment of what you believe. She is prioritizing the life of a child, and at the same
No, she's not.
time, because she
No,
is
she's not.
primarily look.
Can you listen?
I'm a Jacinda Ardern fan. I can't lie. She is one
Oh,
of
what
the
fan?
most vicious debaters in a parliamentary circumstance. She fights viciously for things that she believes in, and she just so happens to do that while also embodying family values by literally doing what she needs to do with a baby in her fucking stomach. I don't know what else.
Wrong.
Do you think
She-
Elon Musk is evil
Like,
for bringing
I
his
just
ex
don't
around
understand
everywhere?
how you
I think
how that's
I've
lost
got-
on you.
I have plenty of issues with Elon Musk. I don't think Elon Musk is good at raising.
Elongated muskrat is his full name.
Okay. Anyway, I'm the one who keeps getting asked questions. I'm just sticking to what I said earlier. Women shouldn't be voting, but we can't take it away, so it's not realistic. That was just a response to your point, Sarah, about what's realistic in terms of getting women to, provide in the family because things are expensive. Yeah, to an extent, women do need to work. I just don't believe it should be encouraged.
What
I
if
think
women
in general,
voted for things you
men
like?
should be
Should they vote then?
They typically don't.
But what if
Typically,
they
women
did?
vote for all kind of.
Imagine a
typically,
world, if
wo-
you will,
Women,
where women voted for
women
things you
typically
liked.
vote for all kinds of woke nonsense, which has ruined the West.
Okay, but what if they
What
didn't
the
do that?
fuck is woke?
Women also vote for workers' rights, and I think that actually, by and large, just
What are
Typically,
workers'
everyone in a positive.
usually the rights that you're talking about, women have voted for have been terrible. I mean, mostly because they're woke leftist policies.
From a subjective, I think from
What
a
is woke?
subjective
You keep
perspective. Okay, so it's
using
a
this
subjective
word like
perspective,
you know what it
right?
means.
Like if you were a religious person, you could at least make an objective claim and appeal to your God to say that through your your value proposition that these woke ideologies they're objectively bad. But you told us yourself you're a secular person, you're an atheist, so you're making a subjective claim right now about good and bad. What is good and bad? We don't know these things. All we have is outcome.
I've been saying again from the very start, I've been saying what is good and bad? Tradition. Because typically families were so much better when the man was out there working and women were.
Do you come from a traditional household, like a
focusing...
nuclear family?
What?
Do you come from a nuclear family?
I come from a
then why do you
coal-fired
suck
family.
so much?
No, his mom's gay. His
I'm
dad's
advocating.
bi.
Probably
like if
I'm
there was ever an
advocating-
example of
I'm
not having
advocating-
nuclear families, it would be you,
I'm-
buddy. Like
I'm-
I'm just like watching
I'm
this. I'm like,
adv-
I wish this guy had 2 gay dads or something. This sucks.
I'm advocating.
Then I
for
would
what's
be
better for
sympathetic
society.
in some
And I
way.
wouldn't break into your house. Right now, I feel very comfortable breaking into your house. You can let me step all over you like a fucking doormat.
You are advocating for a retarded utopia that you would fit right into. So that's what you want. I'm talking about.
I'm already in
tradition.
California. This is retard utopia,
Real
buddy.
mature.
We love it here.
Soy Pill's in Dick Central right now.
I am in Dick Central. I am in the gay mecca. All right, I could walk outside and just be flooded by.
He's
dicks.
like living his life in the neighborhood. Yeah.
Fight sport. I think overall most people would be agreeable to the idea of a nuclear family and that being kind of like the common denominator. However, what I think people are not agreeable to is the idea of kind of forcing or pushing that. And removing the ability for a husband and wife to choose what is best for their own family. I think Soy Pill and Wick were kind of speaking to that a little bit earlier of the idea that why are we pushing that and enforcing it or shaming those who are not, accommodating to those specifications. Because they are the ones who are there living it, and they are the ones who need to make the best decision for their family. So when it comes to making decisions, as you were speaking to earlier, if women make bad decisions and man make good decision, well, all of these men are making terrible decisions to let their wives work, I guess.
Can I say one thing real quick? I just wanted to say one thing real quick.
Can I just?
I wanted to call back. Wait, real quick. I wanted to call back to the core debate that Soy had, and just my perspective again as like a more progressive person was that Cooley and Jake did a great job, but what they wanted us to talk about too was not the actual masculine feminine distinction, but what people want to assume about that. And so the reason that is wrong is because when you actually start talking to people who have skin in the game, then the main difference is that those assumptions will break themselves down more naturally over time, right? Like there's things that people are going to say that aren't going to jive with you. And like it's like, why would I go out and make a list of 1,000 reasons why I want to disagree with like Cooley or Rattlesnake? Like I wouldn't want to do that. And so like, why not just accept that there's distinctions, but also accept that people have assumptions in the first place?
Yeah, I assume nobody cares. I always assume. I mean, I really do. I always assume nobody cares, right? If I tell somebody, you should
Great
do
save,
this,
Sarah.
I that too. But I always assume like you should do this. We ought to do that. I presume that if I tell somebody that they should or shouldn't do this, they probably don't care. One of the best pieces of advice a professor once gave me is assume your audience doesn't want to read whatever the fuck you're going to write. Assume that. Like they don't care.
Right.
They don't care. Assume they don't care. So you better get to the point very quickly.
Yeah.
True.
That's all. Because I don't want someone like talking to me like I'm stupid just because I didn't do research on the issue. Because like I have a mom, right? Like so obviously, like who am I going to listen to in that case? It's like I'm gonna go with stuff my mom's told me over other people. Even when I'm 35, even when I'm 45, that's gonna be the thing that wins for me.
I believe what your mom has told me also. Just,
I think we know
Bro,
intuitively.
fix your mic, bro.
Well,
Nobody else
is it still
taught
bad?
that.
Well,
still bad?
Sarah, what you would know this a lot
Is it
better than me. I've never
crackling or
spoken
cutting
to
or
Savage.
It just sounds mushy. It sounds like you got a big dick over top of it.
Well, I mean, that's
Like you-
underneath.
it almost
I
sounded
mean,
like
don't worry about that.
it almost sounded like you insulted my
breathing on
mother.
it.
Oh no, I didn't
Like-
insult her. She's glorious. Please don't get that twisted.
No one's
Would
insulted
you
any
decide if
mother's
someone
here.
insulted
Your
your
mom
mother,
made
or would
sketties?
it
Did
mean
she-
nothing
did
to
she
you?
make the
because you don't
sketties
have a
with
dog?
the hot
All right,
dogs?
your mom. All right, go ahead and fight.
I think
Yeah, Sarah, what you brought up about again what is best for society. I'm definitely, and I've never spoken to Jake in my life. I've just been subscribed to him for a long time. I don't believe him and Andrew Wilson are pushing for authoritarianism. we're just, and Chris, who was here earlier, he's not pushing for authoritarianism either. We're just talking about what needs to be pushed and encouraged, and you do that, unfortunately, with propaganda, and it's a long road.
I think they're advocating for their worldviews, which I could understand, but I can't understand you parroting the same talking points given you're a secular atheist. I think my theory, as it kind of continues, is that we know what's modeled to us. And I think a lot of right-wingers like you seem to carry this belief that people with different lifestyles and different worldviews come from like single family households, or, they're deprived of X, Y, and Z, things you don't like. The truth is, there is no good and bad. There are outcomes. And there are people like you that operate under what I call spite doctrine. It's not any for or against, it's opposition to things that
Wait a minute.
you perceive to
I've
be.
told you what I
She's got
support.
you
Things that
pegged
you
there.
perceive to be, a detriment to whatever sort of goal that you'd like to achieve. Spite doctrine is not any sort of it's not any sort of like move in any one direction. It's actually just it's almost worse than contrarianism. It's like you're
Okay, I
just
feel okay.
you're like the
every-
little you're just an
You gotta-
obstacle. You suck.
every point you just made is wrong. I'm atheist, so I can't.
Okay, so what's
encourage
good
traditional-
as an atheist? What's good as an atheist? What does that mean?
What's the same thing I've been saying from the start? Traditional roles for men and women.
Okay, so that's a
not good
fallacy.
for
You're
atheists.
appealing to
That's not good for
tradition.
I'm not-
atheists.
hold
Fallacy
on,
is
I'm
appealing
not-
to tradition. A lot of bad things. Okay, so not getting. Sorry, I know some of us are anti-vax. It is
Well,
your
harm
choices are your
reduction is
choices.
good for atheists. So I
A
don't know
while
what his
ago,
feeling
not
is.
washing
everybody
our
likes the
hands.
polio
Hold on, hold on,
vaccine.
hold
That
on.
was the
Let it
norm.
even
What's good?
fight. I want to see it go.
I
What's
think everybody
what's
likes the
good?
polio vaccine. Just saying.
Okay, what is okay? Traditionalism. The same thing I've been saying from the start. Now you're talking about. You brought up religion earlier. Again, as an atheist, I am not advocating for any religion. I think that is a dead end argument saying, well, because of religion, this is what's better. I'm talking about what's better for society based on history, and history shows tradition is better. Therefore,
Okay,
we shouldn't be
well,
changing. We shouldn't be changing we shouldn't be encouraging women to go out and be girl bosses. We shouldn't be encouraging men to be stay-at-home dads who are weak, who are subservient to their women.
Is the
Research
Queen of
shows
England? Was
polygamy's
Queen
better.
Elizabeth a girl boss? Was Queen Elizabeth a girl boss?
Another hypothetical that doesn't make sense.
No, it
Queen
just an
Elizabeth
honest
was a real
question.
person.
An honest
Okay,
question. Was she a
hold
girl
on,
boss?
No, she was a woman who inherited her entire wealth because she was part of a very strong, powerful
That was
family.
a tradition. That
Was
was
Margaret
a
Thatcher
tradition.
a girl boss for funding paramilitary groups in Northern Ireland?
Margaret Thatcher was a cancer to society.
Margaret Thatcher was an
That's
actual
the first
girl
thing
boss.
I think I've
She
agreed with
girl
you all
bossed.
night. All right, let's
Okay,
go.
okay.
That's
Hold on.
the
Another
point of agreement you guys have.
another. This just furthers a point I made earlier. Somebody brought up Jacinda
You're
Ardern.
bodying
Jacinda
yourself.
Ardern
Please
was-
stop
Do you know that the
talking.
only
Jacinda Ardern
reason we
was a
keep asking you
cancer.
questions is you're so like phenomenally stupid that it's entertaining to hear you
You're
just talk
destroying
about
yourself.
literally anything? Like I hope you
Please
realize
stop.
this.
Very-
You have just been like the focal point of this, and like it's not because you have some profound things to say. It's because it's so fucking funny. I hope you know that.
I'm trying to help you. Please stop talking.
There's literally nothing true that's been
Alright.
said in the last 6 hours and 2 minutes.
Margaret Thatcher cancer?
I
Sorry,
ask
that one was
you,
pretty true.
Fight Sport, if traditionalism is your key point here, then why why have traditions? Traditions have always molded. I mean, even Christmas in and of itself and what it is has changed throughout. I mean, and that's a tradition, right? Easter used to be the big thing. Now Easter's kind of like, you know. But even traditions in families, how we get
Guys, can
married,
we have
where we
ones
get
in the
married,
chat if
who's
anyone has
there,
been
even
here for the
traditions
entire
of where we
6
live.
hours and
People,
12 minutes
like
of this
families stayed way
insanity?
closer in
What is happening? I
community,
can't believe this is still
lived
going.
right down the
Thanks for
block,
watching,
so on and so
everybody.
forth. I mean, there's so many traditions that we've just kind of left
Thanks for being here, guys.
behind.
I hope you also did something productive.
And so even traditionalism as a family unit, I don't know if you can appeal to that because, again, this society is not befitting to 1950, 1920, or so on and so forth.
For a reason.
True. That is.
What's
that is
wrong
a-
with
that is a-
1920?
Look more
Well-
toward
well, can I-
utilitarianism. And
Okay,
what is
well-
the utility of the traditions that we have?
Yeah.
And how do they reflect on the society we currently have?
That's a
We
good
have
point.
to move with the times, otherwise we're going to lose. So trying to hold on to
Okay.
traditions that are going to be harmful to us as a society is not in our best interest.
Well,
And
okay,
I think
not
most
every-
smart people, not you, would understand we're not in that position.
Not me either.
Very, very nice dig there. I agree. Not every single. It's not realistic to bring back every single tradition. For example, we can't get rid of women's right to vote. That's not realistic.
Are
But
you
in
sad
general,
about that?
Well, I mean, not with that
I think
attitude.
it-
We won't.
well,
Be positive.
to answer,
done?
yeah, I think it generally hurts society that women are voting, but it is what it is. We can't do much about it. But in general, there are a lot of traditions that I think it would be better if we go back to.
Like,
If I may
non-woke.
just interject really quick on behalf of Fight Sport Talk, every time in meat space in the real world that I've heard that women either shouldn't be voting or shouldn't be like in leadership positions, it's been from women saying it.
I don't think Fight Sports are
Exactly.
women.
So we're supposed to listen to women at some point?
No,
You're
in
not
meat
supposed to
space, like
listen to
not
women?
in online
It's-
spaces.
I'm saying
These
what
are-
I'm
They're saying
hearing.
real life
It's
is
been
called
from
There
women.
are-
A lot of
there are a
men
lot of-
advocate for women
there are-
to
space.
be
there are a
unable
lot
to
of-
vote. I mean, that's the
there
same
are a lot
argument.
of women. There are a
My
lot of women who. There are a lot of women, just to back up Grumple's point, there are a lot of women who believe women shouldn't be working, they shouldn't be
Yeah, but
voting.
they're terrible decision
And
makers. So
you're
why
their-
should we listen to
you're
them?
their
Yeah, we
champion.
can't decide for ourselves. What are you talking about? We are stupid. We change our minds like the wind blows.
Well,
fart.
Sarah,
I'm
you
saying our
you
current
disagree with what I'm
president
saying.
embodies
Hold
what a
on.
woman is
Sarah,
more than most men
Sarah.
do at this point when it comes to that.
Sarah, Jake
Only if
has
he's
the
grabbing
exact
him
same
by
view
it,
I do.
right?
Or changing
Sarah-
his mind
Sarah.
constantly. He
Sarah,
just
Jake-
changes his mind.
Jake,
It's a
has-
woman's
Jake has
prerogative.
the. All right.
Gotta grab
I was
him.
just gonna. I was just saying, Sarah. Jake has the exact same view I do. So I don't know why.
Nice.
I mean, if,
Yeah,
if we
I think
disagree,
he's a
fine.
little better at articulating it, and he can
I
tell when I'm talking
I
about
was
him,
gonna
but-
say I told you earlier I'm agreeable to things you're saying, but I'm gonna make you earn it. I don't think you have the right state of I was gonna say mind, but I don't think you have the right like substantiating
That's fair.
thought process to back it up. Saying women just want to be girl bosses and that's why they want to go to work is not an answer. To me, that's horseshit. Saying that women
That's
can't
not what
make
I said.
decisions.
Do you know
You
what
gotta
you're
frame
saying?
Sorry,
it
I
better.
didn't say that. I didn't say that women
Is he for
only.
real?
Sorry to interrupt, Sarah, but I didn't say women only want to work because they want to be girl bosses. I'm saying that is what is encouraged. That's what's propagandized.
So
Or
you
talk,
believe
you're
in,
such
like,
an
this kind of natural
outspoken-
disorder,
Encouraged.
though, right?
Hold on.
Like-
Encouraged by who? Who encourages go be a girl boss? Because honestly, I never heard that growing up. I never heard
Woke
Feminism.
that.
left, woke leftists, feminists.
No,
woke
say
leftists.
like third wave feminism or something like that.
Or talk,
Fight-
you are such
I'm
an
giving you tips here.
outspoken
It's the sign of light.
advocate
It's the
for
juice.
what you
So is the
believe in.
juice.
Were you by any chance raised by a girl boss?
This is a personal question which I haven't asked anybody. I was raised
No,
by a
I think that a
traditional-
girl boss
I
would
was-
embody those
I was-
qualities completely, and
I
I'm
was-
just wondering if
Well, I can
that is
answer your
maybe
question.
something you
I was
do.
I was
What-
raised by. I was raised in a traditional household.
So you believe in like women's innate abilities and men's innate abilities, right? Like there is some sort of natural order kind of pushing this forward.
pushing what forward?
Just like
Tradition
the
or-
abilities of in general of men is kind of informed by some sort of like natural law. It's not just like, oh, like men can be whatever they want. There really is sort of like this like structure, you would say.
Yeah, I've been talking about natural law this entire time.
And do you think the same for like different like categories of people, like races, for example?
There's no categories of people.
That is
who's
completely
gonna turn
irrelevant.
phrenology?
No, it might be. I'm just curious if you also agree with like that sort of like.
I covered
natural...
my face for a reason, Grump.
This is
You gotta-
this
you-
is
you-
completely
you gotta make
irrelevant.
sure not to
It's
measure, like,
irrelevant
have
to
a
the
total
topic.
tape
But
measure.
I'm talking about
I'm
me.
trying to
I'm
understand
talking
like,
about-
why you believe in this sort of like naturalism. I'm just curious, like if you believe there's like a natural.
Well, I've been
inclination
explaining
for
because
certain
I believe
races.
it's because I believe it's better for society. Women should
No,
should only
no,
work.
nothing to do with that. I'm just curious
Alright.
if you think certain races are like naturally better at other things than others.
No.
Really? Okay.
I've never said anything about race this entire time.
Well,
No,
you'd
no,
be
you haven't. I'm just-
appealing to
I'm
you'd
just
be appealing to
surprised.
nature again, right? If I'm surprised that consistency is not pushing through this way, because like utilizing the nature tool in the argument, I would say there are some that could be better at certain sports or certain this or certain that, because I mean, it's if you're gonna use the nature calling, you gotta like utilize it across the board for everything.
Are Asians and
Yeah, you can't-
Italians
you
not
can't
better at
just-
noodles?
Sorry, you can't just leave naturalism. If you're gonna appeal to naturalism, you don't just stop doing naturalism, right? Just keep doing naturalism.
Mm-hmm.
But is that are Asians
Okay.
and Italians not better, just better at
Naturally,
noodles
who
than everybody
controls
else?
all the propaganda?
Nothing.
Well, a naturalist
okay.
would believe that, and every evidence to this point, we have the evidence to believe that Sport Talk is
Your
a
face, sir.
naturalist, but I guess he's not consistent. I mean, we've been making that point over and over again this whole
Okay.
time. I guess he doesn't care to contend with that.
All right. I don't want to shut it down because I know we're all
Shut it
having a
down.
good time playing with Fight Sport. It's 3:33 in the morning,
You
sir,
deserve your rest.
and I have to get up in
It's been fun.
3 hours. So
Sarah, I would say you made a bad
Remember to slap
decision
that
to
like
stay up
button,
this late.
nerds,
You
you
ruined your
filthy
sleep
heathens.
schedule and you proved Fight Sport right.
how dare I be a responsible mother, and how dare I get up to go to work tomorrow, and how dare I
You have a
stream
job? Oh my
yeah.
God.
Oh man.
Multiple jobs, from what I'm hearing.
This is
Imagine
true. I work
a
9
woman
to
with a
5.
job.
I have, but like my kids' stuff, we go from 5 to 9, and then from 9 till whatever. That's when I'm doing this. But I can
Wow.
only stream when they're in bed, so it works. But
Yeah.
it's rough on me, but good for them.
That's
So
parent streamer life.
Sarah,
Mhm.
would you say that you're a girl boss?
I'm a girl boss of a lot of male panels. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't want to be, but I kind of have to be. Men
say
have
it makes
put
you
me
unhappy?
in that. I said I don't want to be, but I
Yeah.
kind of have to be.
Like it reduces
It's-
your happiness?
No, I don't think it reduces my happiness, but they just
Sorry,
kind
Fight. I
of
tried
put
to
me
help
in
you out
this.
there.
They just kind of put me in this position because they started showing up on my panels, and then they start arguing, and then I say shh, and then they're like, "Yes, Miss Daisy." So
Yeah,
it
sorry
worked.
about that.
Thank you, Sarah. We appreciate it.
Yeah, well, let's go ahead around
Indeed.
the panel, and everybody can
Thanks for
give
having
their thoughts. I'm gonna let Fight Sport and Soy Pill actually go last on this. Soy Pill, because you were the main panelist, and Fight Sport, you've been a good sport. So Eucharist, let's start with you.
Oh. Well, thank you for having me. I appreciate the ability to jump on. I also appreciate that someone paid multiple times to bump me off. I always support paying creators to shut me up, okay? So anybody who lets me on their panels, if they will let you pay them to shut me up, I appreciate it. I don't really stream or do anything. I just hop on these things sometimes. So, yeah. make
That's a
sure-
lie. Eucharist streams on Twitch.
It's been a long time since I streamed.
He
on
lies in
Twitch.
his bio. I don't think the height, the looks, or the money is. Well, no, you're not broke.
The
Okay.
height is correct. The height is absolutely
You're
correct.
5'6".
Actually, it might be over.
Well, you've got 5'10" energy.
Grumple to you.
Oh yes, man. A Grumpelstiltskin spelt like that on Twitch, like
Jesus.
that everywhere else except.
Before you finish that thought, can I
Things.
just
Yes, ma'am.
try
Like,
to
how's my
persuade
audio
you?
right now?
Can I just try to persuade you? Either like have a tech come look at your shit, or buy a new fucking mic. I don't know which one it is, or maybe it's a cord. Maybe you just got a
No,
shit cord.
I just adjusted things, and this is like the first time I'm hearing that it's
Maybe
not
it's
good.
your
So
gain. Maybe you
fine
need
now,
to
honestly.
like
it might
maybe
be gain.
lower your gain down because it just
I've
just.
been lowering it down the entire time, and it sounds like it's still blasting.
There was another button. I know on mine. I forget what it was called, but there was another one I messed with too to help. I don't know, man. Have somebody look at the shit.
I've been fighting with I think the browser's auto adjusting volume down for like it feels like it's like over a year now. Figuring out trying like why is my auto adjusting happening?
What
Either way,
browser?
I do go live.
So
I'm not
close to
live right
running
now.
Edged right
It's
now.
not
I'm about
as
to
frequent
finish.
lately. I'm trying to get shit together, but I talk about prepper stuff and do practical application things. I'm gonna put a Cummins diesel into a Tundra, and we're gonna stream that, and then maybe put a belt fed on the back and make it a technical. Make a new sport out of it.
Oh, where'd Abe
Talk
go?
about radio.
I wish you weren't amosexual, but cool.
Abe
I am homosexual.
Abe dropped. Maybe because I know that's happened a couple times so far.
I just can't do the Pew stuff on live stream on YouTube, but that's all. Thank you, Sarah.
I won't be too sentimental. Just for veterans in the audience, thank you all for your service. Just my sign off for the day is going 0 to 1 on something's great. Don't go 1 to 0 on something if there's not a conflict in the first place. And my steadfast reminder, which Dusty actually reminded me of last night on his panel, was your day can start right when you wake up. So, if you've got something to work on, just thanks for listening to me and everyone, and good luck with whatever you're working on just tomorrow.
They woke my brother.
Also, just
Abe. Go
on the
ahead.
veteran piece, if anybody needs to talk, hit me up on Discord. Just if you need to talk about any veteran stuff.
Fair enough.
Marine, prior,
Mr.
active
Abe
Marine.
Dinkus to you.
Just a guy, just a random dude. I think I got a movie to go see. Oh wait, it's a play, right?
Don't do it.
Abe. Don't do it.
Fair
There's
enough.
a guy named Aaron. You should bring him with you.
Grump. Stop. Lee to you.
Head it off.
Lethe Water Kai on all platforms. I hang out with a few of the people that are here in this platform, and I'm so overjoyed that you have this space. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. Thank you for letting me come on.
Wonderful. Thank you. Neve to you. You're muted, Neve. Push your button. You like pushing buttons, don't you? You better push it now. Rub that button. Rub it nice and rubbery.
Okay, we back.
Yeah, you're here.
I understand how people would like to protect gender roles from like a religious perspective. I don't necessarily agree with it. I think you're making prescriptions from that perspective, and I understand. But from any other perspective, gender roles exist in society, and they exist more when they're modeled to us, but they obviously exist in society to a point. There are people that live inside and outside of gender roles, and not because they were propagandized to because it is like a natural progression of their personal beliefs and choices. Society, I think, requires men to be more empathetic and more sympathetic. Otherwise, you probably end up in jail, and it requires women to strap on the boots every now and then, unfortunately, because I think staying home and raising a family at this point in society is somewhat lofty. If you look at average incomes and average household incomes, it's not always possible. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and shout out to all of the panelists. Good night.
Thank you, Neve. Fight Sport to you.
Yeah, Fight Sport Talk on Twitter and YouTube. I'm creating other platforms. I don't talk about any of this stuff, so maybe it was a bad channel to use. I appreciate you having me on, Sarah. Would love to jump on in the future, and yeah, look forward to future debates. And yeah, even the people I can't stand on this panel, all the best.
Aw. And Soy Pill to you.
Yeah, I think I'm talked to death about gender roles. It's been about 6 hours. I think if you want my real good, strong opinion, you can go back 4 hours ago. Otherwise, really nice to meet you, Leave and Neve. Always a pleasure to talk, Phil. And Fight Sport, you have been a good sport. I really appreciate everything you do, especially all of the Hasbro money that I'm getting to trigger you like this. I think it's been great that you've been putting up with it, and you never broke, not once. So thanks for showing me a good time, and thank you, Sarah, for putting together the panel.
Absolutely. We almost had Fight Sport. We almost had him right there. He was gonna
we'll
he was
get him.
gonna blow at some
Wait,
point.
almost had what?
Well, oh, you know.
You were on the ropes.
Here he goes. This is gonna be that moment, right?
Before it ends, just
If you're-
Leafy
if
has
you're
a
talk-
panel every
Oh.
Wednesday on Twitch in the evenings. Go hang out on Leafy Water Kai on Twitch. He has a panel. It's like supposed to be big meta, big brain, liberal, lefty politics stuff. Don't worry, Leafy. No, I got your back. Look, I'm helping you. I'm your guy, dude. I've known you longer than everybody on Twitch. Like, I got you. I'm helping you promote.
I
dude.
don't exist. I just showed up to fuck with Fight Sports, and thank you for having me.
Yeah, I think you and Soy have just proved that you weren't actually here to debate me. You were just here to try and guilt trip me into saying
I was
stupid
not here
stuff.
to debate
So-
you. I wasn't actually. You're
and-
right.
but yeah,
All
yeah.
right,
'cause
I just wanted to know the
now
truth
it
of the
is
USS Liberty.
3:45 in the morning, and I still
Cowardly.
haven't shut
Coward.
down. Thank you, everyone, so kindly. What a great panel we started with, and we ended with an even better one. It's been an interesting evening with Jake
Aw.
from Rattlesnake TV. To Wick TV, to No Fugazi podcast, and of course, still here, Soy Pill. He gets the longevity trophy for this one.
Yeah.
Most people don't make it the whole night. I will say that. Most people don't. But
Sound like my
I
girlfriend.
always love the different topics that we bring forward, and I love to see the rabbit holes that it climbs into and how deep we can dive into it, and who gets mad at who and upset and push back and this and that. And I love to see the challenges in place. You guys kindly remind me that we all don't just say, yeah, sure, that sounds great. I'll go along with it, right? Like every good girl should. But I like to see that on panels and that we can all kind of fight the good fight and find our places. Outside of that, the schedule for the next, 2-3 weeks is up. Go see all of those different topics. Who's fighting the next Mod Monday, Throwdown Thursdays. They are all up. The only thing outside of that will be any pop-up streams. They will pop up, of course, but go hit all of your notification bells. Outside of that, fuck off.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat.
Leave. Guys, wow, what a time that was. Thank you everyone who stuck by. Thank you for people who dropped in. Thank you for super chatting. Thank you for supporting me. That was